Tonight we track the lives that led to Silent Hill. We follow widowed fathers and grieving husbands, photographers and soldiers, convicts and children who never asked to be reborn. Each protagonist arrives at the fog for different reasons, some looking for lost daughters, others fleeing their own guilt. But the town doesn't discriminate. It pulls them in, holds them until they face what they brought with them, then decides whether they leave or stay forever. These aren't action heroes. They're ordinary people, writers struggling to pay bills, clerks working dead-end jobs, truck drivers keeping to themselves. They have mortgages or rent payments. They've been to grocery stores and sat in traffic. They've loved people who loved them back, and they've made mistakes that seemed small at the time. But Silent Hill has a way of taking those small mistakes, those ordinary griefs, and magnifying them until they become the only thing that matters. The town is a mirror, and what it reflects isn't always what you thought you were looking at. These are the stories that precede the nightmares, the ordinary lives that became extraordinary simply by turning down the wrong road. We'll move slowly through each life, each choice, each moment that seemed insignificant until it became the pivot point of everything that followed. The fog is patient, the lake is quiet, and the protagonists of Silent Hill all start the same way, by being exactly the kind of person who wouldn't expect to end up somewhere like this. Harry Mason, the writer who lost everything twice. Harold Mason was born in 1951 in the American Midwest. By the time he reached his early 20s, he'd moved away from his hometown, the kind of small place where everyone knows your parents' names, and settled into what he hoped would be a writing career. Harry wanted to be a novelist, not the kind who writes bestsellers and appears on morning talk shows, but the kind who produces thoughtful literary fiction about crime and the darker impulses of human nature, the kind of books that get respectful reviews in regional papers and sell enough copies to justify a second printing, but never quite break through to mainstream success. By 25, Harry had published his first novel. Critics described it as promising. The advance was modest, but he had a wife, Jody, his high school sweetheart, and a small house, and a belief that if he kept working, if he kept pushing, eventually one of his books would connect and they'd have the financial security they needed. Jody worked too, supporting them both while Harry spent long hours at his typewriter, smoking too many cigarettes, and drinking too much coffee and trying to turn the violence he studied into something that said something true about people. The marriage was strong. Those who knew Harry and Jody, not many, because Harry wasn't the kind of man who cultivated a wide social circle, described their relationship as a 9-year honeymoon. They'd been together since they were teenagers. They knew each other's rhythms, finished each other's sentences, existed in that comfortable space where you don't have to perform for your partner because they've already seen every version of you. Jody believed in Harry's work even when the royalty checks barely covered groceries. Harry, in turn, admired Jody's pragmatism, her ability to manage the household finances and keep them afloat while he chased something as impractical as literary recognition. Then Jody got sick. It started small, fatigue, occasional pain, but the diagnosis was clear. She had an illness that made bearing children impossible. For some couples, this might have been devastating, might have fractured the marriage. But Harry and Jody faced it together. They talked about adoption. They talked about fostering. They agreed that a family didn't require biological connection. They were handling it, moving forward, until Jody's condition worsened. The doctor said the illness was progressing. There were treatments, but nothing that promised a cure, just time, bought in increments, and the hope that research might catch up before her body gave out. One night in 1982, Harry and Jody were driving near Silent Hill, a resort town in Maine they'd visited a few times. the kind of place with scenic overlooks and a reputation for fresh air and quiet streets where you could think clearly. Harry liked to drive when he was stuck on a manuscript. He'd take Jody along, and they'd spend hours on back roads, talking through plot problems while the landscape scrolled past. On this particular night, headlights caught something on the shoulder. Harry slowed. There was a bundle on the roadside, wrapped in blankets. Jody said stop. Harry pulled over. The bundle was a baby, a newborn or close to it, pink-faced and crying, left on the side of the road like someone had panicked and couldn't go through with whatever they'd planned. There was no note, no car nearby, just an infant, alone, in the dark, on a stretch of road that saw maybe 3 cars an hour this time of night. Harry and Jody looked at each other. They took the baby to the nearest hospital. The staff ran tests, checked for signs of abuse or illness, found nothing except that this was a healthy infant girl who'd been abandoned. Social services opened a case. Harry and Jody stayed close. When the baby was cleared for release and no parents had come forward, they applied to adopt. They named her Cheryl. For 3 years, Harry had the family he'd wanted. Jody loved Cheryl with the intensity of someone who'd been told they couldn't have children and then found one anyway. Harry threw himself into fatherhood with the same focus he brought to his novels, learning how to change diapers, reading parenting books, staying up at night when Cheryl had nightmares or fevers. He wrote less during those years. The money got tighter, but Jody was alive, Cheryl was healthy, and Harry felt like maybe this was what success actually looked like. Not book sales or critical acclaim, but a daughter who ran to him when he came home and a wife who smiled at him across the dinner table. Then Jody's illness came back. This time, the doctors were blunt. There was nothing more they could do. She had months, maybe a year if they were lucky. Jody spent that time in and out of hospitals, getting weaker, losing weight, sleeping more. Cheryl was 3 years old when Jody died. Harry was 31, a widower, suddenly responsible for raising a daughter alone while processing grief that felt like it was crushing his chest every time he tried to breathe. The years after Jody's death were hard in ways Harry couldn't always articulate. He kept writing. He had to. The bills didn't stop. But his work got darker, more focused on loss and the ways people fail each other. He raised Cheryl on his own. Money was always tight. Advances got smaller. Royalties barely covered rent. Harry worked odd jobs to supplement his writing income, editing, tutoring, whatever he could do that left him time to be there when Cheryl got home from school. His neighbors in the small apartment building where they lived would later describe Harry as devoted but solitary. He didn't date. He didn't socialize. All his energy went to Cheryl, and Cheryl filled the space that Jody had left behind. By 1989, 7 years after finding Cheryl on that roadside, Harry was 38 and exhausted. He worked constantly. He never slept enough. He worried about money, about whether he was doing enough for Cheryl, about whether she resented having only one parent when other kids had two. Cheryl, for her part, had become unusually mature for a 7-year-old. She was bright, patient, observant. She watched her father work himself into the ground and started asking if they could take a vacation. Just a weekend, she said. Just somewhere quiet where they could both relax. Harry chose Silent Hill. He'd been there with Jody. He remembered it as peaceful. Scenic lake views, clean streets, the kind of resort town that catered to families looking for a break from city noise. The brochures made it look perfect. He booked a small cabin for a long weekend. He packed the car with Cheryl's coloring books and his notes for the novel he was supposed to be working on. They left on a Friday afternoon, planning to arrive before dinner. The drive took longer than expected. Harry's car, a beat-up sedan that needed more maintenance than he could afford, had engine trouble. They stopped twice to let it cool down. By the time they approached Silent Hill's town limits, it was late at night. Cheryl had fallen asleep in the passenger seat, a coloring book open on her lap. Harry was tired, fighting to keep his eyes focused on the narrow road that wound through the hills. The fog was thick, thicker than he remembered from previous visits. Visibility dropped to maybe 20 feet. Then a teenage girl stepped into the road. Harry saw her for half a second. Dark hair, pale skin, walking slowly as if she didn't see the car coming. He swerved hard. The wheels left the pavement. The car went off the hillside trail, crashed through brush and saplings, and came to a stop against a tree. Harry's head hit something. The steering wheel, the window, he wasn't sure. Everything went dark. When Harry woke, the car was empty. Cheryl was gone. The passenger door hung open. There was no blood, no sign of struggle, just an empty seat and a coloring book on the floor. Harry stumbled out of the car, calling for his daughter. His voice echoed in the fog. No one answered. He found a path leading downhill toward town. He followed it, expecting to find Cheryl at any moment, scared but safe, waiting for him by the road. Instead, he found Silent Hill abandoned, the streets empty, the buildings dark. Ash fell from the sky like snow. The air smelled like rust and old fires. What happened next would define the rest of Harry's life, though he didn't know it yet. He searched the empty town, fought through shifting realities where walls turned to rusted chain link and the ground became metal grating. He met Sybil Bennett, a police officer who was as confused as he was about the town's state. He encountered Dahlia Gillespie, a woman who seemed to know more than she was saying, who spoke in cryptic warnings about darkness and rituals and a plan that was already in motion. Harry learned about Alessa Gillespie. The girl had been burned 7 years earlier in a fire that everyone thought was an accident but wasn't. Alessa had survived, but shouldn't have, kept alive by machines and the cult's power, trapped in Alchemilla Hospital, suffering every moment. Harry learned that Alessa had used her psychic abilities to split her soul in two. Half remained in her burned body, the other half manifested as a baby on the side of a road, the baby Harry and Jody had found and named Cheryl. The cult wanted the souls reunited. Cheryl was the missing piece. Harry had unknowingly brought her back to complete what started 7 years earlier. The town itself was Alessa's nightmare made real, her pain, her rage, her suffering manifesting as the other world that Harry kept slipping into. The monsters were her fears given form. The empty streets were her isolation. And Cheryl, sweet 7-year-old Cheryl who just wanted her father to relax for once, was actually the reincarnated half of a girl who'd been tortured by her own mother in the name of religious zealotry. Harry fought the cult. He killed their god when it tried to birth itself. He stopped the ritual, and at the end, as reality collapsed and the nightmare released its grip, Alessa, or what remained of her after years of torment, gave Harry a baby. The infant was both Cheryl and Alessa reborn, purified, given a second chance at life. Harry took the child. He walked out of Silent Hill with the highway stretching ahead and the fog finally breaking in his rearview mirror. But leaving Silent Hill didn't mean leaving its influence. Harry moved to Portland, putting distance between himself and the town that had taken his first Cheryl. He held the baby in his arms and tried to process what had happened. This child was his daughter, but also someone else. This child carried Alessa's soul, Alessa's memories, Alessa's potential for power. For weeks after leaving Silent Hill, Harry wrestled with thoughts he'd never imagined having. He considered killing the infant, smothering her, abandoning her the same way someone had abandoned her on that roadside 7 years earlier. He stood over her crib at night, hands trembling, wondering if mercy meant ending this before the cult could find them again. Harry didn't kill her. Whether it was love or cowardice or simple inability to become a child murderer, he raised the baby. He named her Cheryl again, a decision he later deeply regretted, feeling it reduced his new daughter to a replacement for the one he'd lost. The infant grew. She was healthy, normal, showed no signs of supernatural power or cult influence. Harry started to hope that maybe they'd escaped, that maybe Alessa's rebirth had truly purified her soul and given them both a clean start. When the baby was 5 years old, a member of the Order tracked them down. Harry was working at his typewriter, the girl playing with the blocks on the living room floor. The cultist came through the front door, knife drawn, speaking about destiny and the god, and how Harry couldn't hide her forever. Harry killed the man in self-defense. It wasn't clean or heroic. It was desperate and ugly and left blood on the walls that Harry scrubbed for hours trying to make disappear. But it worked. The cultist was dead, and Harry realized they'd never truly escaped Silent Hill's reach. That night, Harry dyed his daughter's hair blonde. He bought a box of cheap hair dye at a drugstore and applied it himself, turning her natural dark brunette into a shade of blonde that made her look like a different child. He changed her name again. No more Cheryl. That name was cursed, connected to too many terrible things. From now on, she'd be Heather, Heather Mason, a normal girl with no connection to Silent Hill, to Alessa Gillespie, to the Order. Harry packed their belongings and moved them to a new city. He didn't tell neighbors where they'd come from. He didn't make friends who might ask questions. He just worked, wrote, raised his daughter, and watched the door. For 17 years, Harry ran. He moved them from city to city whenever he felt unsafe. He changed their phone number regularly. He taught Heather to be careful about who she talked to, what information she gave out, how to recognize when someone was asking too many questions. Heather grew up thinking her father was paranoid. She didn't know about Alessa. She didn't know about Silent Hill. She thought Harry was just an overprotective single parent, maybe a little damaged from losing her mother when she was young. Harry turned 40, then 45, then 49. The years accumulated. His hair went gray. His novels sold less with each new publication. He worried constantly about money, about Heather's safety, about whether the cult would find them before Heather was old enough to protect herself. He kept a gun in the house, something he'd never owned before Silent Hill, and sometimes took it out at night, checking that it was loaded, rehearsing in his mind what he'd do if someone came through the door again. In 2003, 17 years after escaping Silent Hill with a baby in his arms, the cult finally caught up. They didn't send a lone fanatic this time. They sent something worse. A creature called the Missionary materialized in Harry's home while Heather was out shopping. Harry heard it coming, the scrape of blades on hardwood, the rustle of the coat it wore, and reached for his gun. But the missionary was faster, stronger, designed specifically to kill him. It stabbed Harry multiple times, left him dying in his chair, then vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Heather came home to find her father slumped over, blood soaking through his shirt. She called 911. She tried to stop the bleeding, but Harry was already gone. He died before the ambulance arrived, murdered at age 49 as punishment for what he'd done in 1989 and as bait to draw Heather back to the town that wanted her. Harry Mason's life can be measured in what he lost. He lost Jody to an illness that no amount of love could cure. He lost his first Cheryl to a town's spiritual hunger and a cult's ambition. He lost 17 years to paranoia, to running, to checking over his shoulder every time a car slowed down near their house. He lost any sense of normalcy, any chance of building a life beyond survival. And in the end, he lost his life trying to protect a daughter who'd already been marked by forces he'd fought but never fully escaped. Harry never became a successful novelist. His books went out of print. His name faded from literary conversations, but he kept Heather alive for 17 years against a cult that had supernatural power and centuries of practice at hunting people. He gave her a childhood, flawed and paranoid as it was. He gave her love, and when they came for him, he didn't break. He didn't tell them where Heather had gone or what her new name was. He just died in his chair, still protecting his daughter to his last breath. Harry's story doesn't have a happy ending. It doesn't even have a satisfying one. It has a father who did everything right, loved fully, sacrificed constantly, fought against impossible odds, and still couldn't save himself from the consequences of one vacation in 1989 when he thought a quiet resort town would be good for his daughter. James Sunderland, the man who couldn't remember what he'd done. James Sunderland was born in 1972, possibly in or near the town of Ashfield. His childhood was unremarkable in the best sense. Middle class, stable, the kind of upbringing that produces functional adults who work regular jobs and build quiet lives. By his mid-20s, James had found steady employment as a clerk at a small company. The work wasn't exciting. He processed paperwork, answered phones, filed documents, but it paid reasonably well, offered benefits, and gave him the kind of predictable schedule that allowed for a life outside work. James's father, Frank Sunderland, worked as the superintendent of an apartment building in Ashfield. It was honest work, fixing leaky faucets, managing rent collection, dealing with tenant complaints. Frank was a practical man who believed in doing your job well even if the job itself wasn't glamorous. He raised James with that same ethic. Show up on time, do what needs doing, don't complain. James absorbed those lessons and applied them to his own career, such as it was. James met Mary Shepherd at a house party thrown by a mutual friend. He was 23, she was a year younger. The party was crowded, loud, full of people James barely knew. He'd been standing by the food table, trying to decide if leaving early would seem rude, when Mary struck up a conversation. She was pretty in a way that didn't require maintenance. Natural, unaffected, the kind of beauty that came from being comfortable with who she was. They talked for hours. By the end of the night, James had her phone number and a date planned for the following weekend. Their early relationship was passionate in the way first loves often are. They went to movies, walked through parks, stayed up late talking about nothing in particular. Mary introduced James to her love of music. She played piano badly by her own admission, but with genuine enjoyment. James would sit and listen to her practice, not because the music was good, but because watching her play made him happy. They were the kind of couple other people found slightly nauseating, always touching, always laughing at private jokes, always seeming to exist in their own world where nothing else mattered. They married when James was 25. The wedding was small, just family and close friends. They couldn't afford anything elaborate. Mary wore a simple white dress. James rented a suit. They exchanged vows in a courthouse, then celebrated with dinner at a modest restaurant. It wasn't the fairy tale wedding Mary had imagined as a girl, but it was theirs, and that seemed to matter more than flower arrangements or a fancy venue. The first few years of marriage were good. They rented a small apartment. James kept working his clerk job. Mary took a position at a local library, shelving books and helping patrons find materials. They talked about having children someday, maybe buying a house with a yard. They took a vacation to Silent Hill, a resort town on Toluca Lake that promised quiet streets and scenic views. They stayed at the Lakeview Hotel in room 312. Mary loved everything about it: the fog rolling off the lake, the old-fashioned architecture, the sense of being somewhere removed from ordinary life. She told James she wanted to come back someday, maybe for an anniversary. James recorded a videotape of Mary in their hotel room, capturing her talking about how much she enjoyed the trip. When they left, James accidentally forgot the tape in the room. It didn't seem important at the time. Videotapes cost a few dollars. He could record another one. He forgot about it entirely. Not long after their Silent Hill vacation, Mary fell ill. It started as fatigue, persistent and unexplained. She went to doctors. They ran tests. The diagnosis, when it finally came, was devastating. Mary had a terminal illness. The doctors gave her 3 years at most. There was no cure. Treatments could slow the progression, manage symptoms, buy a little time. But Mary was going to die, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. Mary was hospitalized when her condition worsened. She couldn't care for herself at home. She needed constant medical supervision, pain management, monitoring. James visited regularly at first, sitting by her bed, holding her hand, telling her about his day at work, even though nothing interesting ever happened. Mary appreciated the visits initially. She tried to stay positive, joked about the hospital food, planned what they'd do when she got better, even though they both knew she wasn't getting better. But as the illness progressed, Mary changed. Her appearance deteriorated. Her skin took on a sickly tan color. Her hair fell out. The woman James had married, vibrant, pretty, full of life, became someone else, someone who looked ancient and exhausted and angry at the world. Mary's personality soured. She lashed out at James verbally. She told him to stop visiting. She called him names. She accused him of being glad she was dying so he could find someone younger and prettier. She told him she wished she were dead, that living like this was unbearable, that someone should just kill her and end the suffering. James stopped visiting as frequently. When he did come, the tension was suffocating. Mary would either ignore him entirely or unleash a stream of verbal abuse that left him shaken. He started drinking more, not enough to interfere with work, but more than before. A fair bit, he'd later admit when questioned about his coping mechanisms. He developed lustful feelings toward the nurses at the hospital, ashamed of the thoughts but unable to suppress them. His wife was dying and he was fantasizing about other women. The guilt ate at him, but so did the loneliness, the frustration, the sense that his life had become a waiting room where nothing happened except watching someone you love slowly dissolve. The exact timeline of Mary's death is deliberately unclear in Silent Hill 2. The game blurs dates, confuses memories, leaves gaps in James's recollection that don't make sense until later. The official story, the one James tells anyone who asks, is that Mary died 3 years after her diagnosis, just as the doctors predicted. But James' own memory suggests something different. He remembers details that don't line up. He remembers visiting the hospital at times when Mary should already have been dead. He remembers conversations that couldn't have happened if the timeline he believes is accurate. The truth, when it finally surfaces, is this: James killed Mary. At some point before her predicted death, days, weeks, maybe months, James entered Mary's hospital room with a pillow. She was lying in bed, weak, barely conscious. Maybe she was asking him again to just let her die. Maybe she was sleeping. Maybe she looked at him and saw what he was about to do and couldn't summon the strength to stop him. James pressed the pillow over her face. He held it there. Mary struggled weakly, or maybe didn't struggle at all, and then she stopped moving, stopped breathing, stopped being the person who'd played piano badly, and laughed at his jokes, and told him she wanted to grow old together. James killed his wife. Whether it was mercy, ending her suffering when she'd begged him to, or murder, lashing out at her for becoming someone he didn't recognize, for ruining their marriage with her anger and sickness. Even James couldn't say for certain. The motivation lived in the space between mercy and rage, love and resentment. He'd killed her because he couldn't stand watching her suffer, or he'd killed her because he was tired of suffering himself, or both, or neither. The truth was complicated and horrible, and James's mind couldn't settle on a single answer that made sense. After killing Mary, James did something remarkable. He placed her body in the back seat of his 1977 Pontiac Ventura. Not the trunk where you'd hide a corpse. The back seat, as if she were still a passenger, still his wife, still someone he was taking somewhere. He drove her body to Silent Hill, and then James engaged in an act of psychological self-defense so extreme it essentially rewrote his reality. He forgot. He convinced himself, truly, completely convinced himself, that Mary had died 3 years ago. He attended a funeral that never happened. He grieved for years that hadn't passed. He built false memories so convincing that by the time he arrived in Silent Hill in 2001, he genuinely believed his wife had been dead for 3 years, and he was simply returning to the place where they'd once been happy. But he had a letter in Mary's handwriting, asking him to meet her at their special place in Silent Hill. The letter didn't make logical sense. Dead people don't write letters, but James held onto it anyway. He carried it in his jacket pocket like a talisman. He read it repeatedly, trying to understand what it meant, why Mary would contact him after so long, whether this was real or whether he was losing his mind. The letter guided him to Silent Hill, and Mary's body was still in his car, still in the back seat, still wrapped in sheets, still decomposing slowly as James drove through fog toward a town that was about to show him exactly what kind of man he really was. James was 29 when he walked into Silent Hill. He parked at an observation deck overlooking the lake. He stood in the public restroom, looking at his reflection in a cracked mirror, seeing a face he barely recognized, too thin, too tired, eyes that wouldn't quite focus. He read Mary's letter one more time, then he left the restroom and began searching for his wife in a town that had been waiting for him. The journey through Silent Hill was James's punishment and revelation. He encountered Angela Orozco, a young woman running from a father who'd sexually abused her and whom she'd killed in self-defense. He met Eddie Dombrowski, a bully victim who'd snapped and mutilated the person who tormented him. He crossed paths with Laura, an 8-year-old orphan who'd befriended Mary in the hospital during Mary's final months, and couldn't understand why James kept saying his wife was dead when Laura had just seen her a week ago. And he met Maria. Maria looked exactly like Mary. Same face, same body, same voice. But Maria dressed provocatively in a short skirt and a tight shirt that revealed her midriff. Maria acted aggressively sexual, flirting with James, touching him, making suggestive comments that Mary never would have made. Maria seemed to know James intimately, while also being a stranger. She accompanied him through parts of Silent Hill, helping him navigate, then vanished, then reappeared, then was killed brutally by Pyramid Head, while James watched helplessly, then showed up again as if nothing had happened. No memory of dying, no explanation for how she was alive again. Maria wasn't real in the conventional sense. She was Silent Hill's creation, a manifestation pulled from James's subconscious. She represented his sexual frustration, his resentment toward Mary for becoming ill and unattractive, his fantasy of a woman who looked like his wife but acted like a lover from an adult magazine. Maria existed to torment James by offering what he'd lost while reminding him why he'd lost it, why he'd killed it. Every time Maria died, stabbed, strangled, impaled, it was James watching his wife die over and over, watching his inability to protect anyone, watching his guilt made visible. The monsters James fought reflected his psyche with uncomfortable precision. The bubblehead nurses embodied his lustful thoughts about hospital staff. Sexualized figures in torn uniforms who jerked and convulsed like broken dolls. The lying figures were straight-jacketed creatures that seemed to suffocate under their own skin, reflecting Mary's feeling of being trapped in a dying body. Abstract Daddy was Angela's trauma, made flesh, a bed frame with two bodies fused together in a nightmare of abuse. And Pyramid Head, the massive executioner with a metal pyramid for a head and a blade too large to reasonably wield, was James's guilt given physical form. Pyramid Head existed to punish James. Every appearance was a reminder that James deserved to suffer for what he'd done. Pyramid Head killed Maria repeatedly. In Brookhaven Hospital, James watched Pyramid Head stab Maria through the stomach bars while she screamed for James to help her. In the labyrinth beneath Toluca Prison, James found Maria's body in a jail cell, dead again, left there like evidence of his failure. Each death was designed to hurt James specifically, to remind him that he couldn't save Mary, couldn't protect Maria, couldn't escape what he'd done no matter how many monsters he killed or puzzles he solved. The truth revealed itself in fragments. James found a videotape in room 312 of the Lakeview Hotel, the room where he and Mary had stayed years earlier, the room where he'd accidentally left the tape. He took the tape to the hotel's reading room, inserted it into the VCR, and watched. The footage showed James and Mary in the hotel room. Mary was talking about how much she loved Silent Hill, how she wanted to come back. Then the tape continued past what James remembered recording. It showed Mary in a hospital bed, weak, dying. It showed James entering the room. It showed James picking up a pillow. It showed James pressing the pillow over Mary's face. It showed Mary struggling. It showed Mary going still. James watched himself kill his wife. The memory came flooding back. The denial shattered. He stood in the reading room of the Lakeview Hotel, holding a videotape that proved he was a murderer, and he had to decide what happened next. Silent Hill 2 has multiple endings determined by subtle choices throughout the game and James's mental state. In the Leave ending, James accepts his guilt, recognizes that Mary wanted to die and gave him permission to kill her in her final letter, and leaves Silent Hill with Laura to try building a new life. In the Maria ending, James rejects Mary's memory entirely and embraces Maria as a replacement, though Maria's coughing at the end suggests the cycle is starting over. In the Rebirth ending, James performs an occult ritual to resurrect Mary, implying he's learned nothing and will repeat his mistakes. But the In Water ending is considered closest to canon by most analysts. In this version, James realizes he killed Mary not to end her suffering, but to end his own. He admits he wanted her gone because caring for her was too hard, because he'd grown to resent her, because somewhere in his heart he'd stopped loving the sick woman in the hospital bed and wanted the vibrant woman he'd married back. And when that proved impossible, he wanted her dead. James retrieves Mary's body from his car, still in the back seat, still wrapped in sheets, preserved by Silent Hill's power or James's denial. He drives into Toluca Lake. The car sinks. James drowns with his wife's corpse beside him, finally giving them both the peace they couldn't find separately. Silent Hill 4. The room contains a newspaper clipping that confirms James and Mary disappeared in Silent Hill and were never found, supporting the theory that James never left the town alive. His car was discovered in the lake years later, two bodies inside, identified through dental records as James and Mary Sunderland. James Sunderland's life was defined by love twisted into something toxic. He loved Mary enough to marry her, to listen to her play piano badly, to record her happiness on videotape. He loved her enough that when she was suffering, when she'd become someone neither of them recognized, when their marriage had rotted under the weight of a terminal illness, he ended her life. Whether as mercy or murder, we'll never know. Maybe James didn't know either, and he loved her enough that when the truth finally caught up to him, when he remembered what his mind had spent years trying to forget, he couldn't live with being the man who'd killed her. He couldn't forgive himself. He couldn't imagine a future where he deserved to be happy after what he'd done. So James drove into the lake with Mary's body beside him. The water was cold and dark. The car sank slowly, and for the first time since Mary got sick, since the hospital visits became unbearable, since he picked up that pillow and made a choice that would define everything that followed, James Sunderland was at peace, not because he'd been absolved or redeemed, but because the punishment finally fit the crime, because the guilt stopped being abstract and became final, because Silent Hill had shown him exactly who he was, and James had looked at that reflection and decided he didn't want to be that person anymore. His story is about the impossibility of forgiveness, both from others and from yourself. Silent Hill didn't create James's guilt, it just made him remember, and once he remembered, once he couldn't hide behind false memories and convenient amnesia, James had to choose whether he wanted to live with the truth or die with it. He chose death. The lake took him. The fog rolled back in, and somewhere in Silent Hill, another car was pulling up to the observation deck. Another person was reading a letter that didn't make sense. Another journey was beginning that would end exactly where James's had, in the realization that the real horror isn't what the town does to you. It's what the town shows you about what you've already done to yourself. Heather Mason, the girl who was born 3 times. Before there was Heather Mason, before there was Cheryl Mason, there was Alessa Gillespie. Understanding Heather requires understanding Alessa, because they're the same person separated by trauma and rebirth, 2 lives lived by the same soul in bodies that never asked to carry such weight. Alessa was born in Silent Hill in 1976 to Dahlia Gillespie, a zealot and leader in a religious cult called the Order. The Order worshipped a god they believed would bring paradise to earth if properly summoned. They'd been trying for generations, building their power, waiting for the right vessel. When Alessa was born, Dahlia recognized her daughter's psychic abilities immediately. The girl could sense things others couldn't, move objects with her mind, perceive futures and pasts that bled into the present. Dahlia saw potential. The Order saw a tool, and Alessa, who was just a child trying to understand why her mother never looked at her with anything resembling love, became the center of a plan she was too young to comprehend. Alessa's childhood was lonely and frightening. Dahlia was emotionally abusive, distant, more interested in her daughter's spiritual utility than her well-being. Alessa attended the local elementary school, Midwich, where other children whispered about her, called her witch, avoided her in the playground. She had one friend, a girl named Claudia Wolfe, who was also being raised in the Order and understood what it meant to be a child in a family where religion mattered more than happiness. They played together, shared secrets, dreamed about growing up and leaving Silent Hill behind. When Alessa was 7 years old, in 1983, Dahlia and the Order decided it was time. They performed a ritual designed to impregnate Alessa with their god's essence. The ceremony required fire, pain, and Alessa's complete submission to forces she didn't understand. Something went catastrophically wrong. The fire spread. Alessa's body was engulfed in flames. She burned over most of her body, 2nd and 3rd degree burns covering her face, her torso, her limbs. The pain was unimaginable. A truck driver named Travis Grady saw smoke, stopped his vehicle, and ran into the burning house. He found Alessa and pulled her out. Emergency responders rushed her to Alchemilla Hospital. The doctors said she wouldn't survive. No one could live with burns that severe, but Alessa didn't die. The order's power kept her alive, preserving her body in a state of constant agony so the ritual could continue. They moved her to a secret location, a room in the hospital's hidden areas where no one would question the girl who'd been burned alive and somehow kept breathing. Alessa existed in that state for 7 years, bandaged, in pain every second, hooked to machines that managed her functions while her soul screamed for release. She couldn't move, she could barely speak. All she could do was suffer and use her psychic powers to try escaping the only way she knew how. At age 7, shortly after the fire, Alessa split her soul in two. Half remained in her burned body, trapped, suffering. The other half manifested as a baby on the side of a road near Silent Hill. That baby was found by Harry and Jody Mason in 1982. They named her Cheryl. Cheryl grew up not knowing what she was. To her, she was just a normal girl with adoptive parents who loved her. Harry and Jody never told her she'd been found abandoned. As far as Cheryl knew, they were her real parents, and her life was ordinary. She went to school. She had friends. She drew pictures and played with toys and watched cartoons on Saturday mornings. The only unusual thing about Cheryl was that sometimes she had dreams that didn't feel like her own, dreams of fire, of pain, of a girl who looked like her but wasn't her, suffering in a dark room where no one could hear her scream. When Jody died and Cheryl was 3, Harry became her entire world. He raised her as a single father, devoted and protective, working constantly to provide for them both. Cheryl matured quickly, as children of single parents often do. She learned to be independent, to help with household tasks, to not ask for things they couldn't afford. She watched her father work himself into exhaustion and wished she could make things easier for him somehow. In 1989, when Cheryl was 7, the same age Alessa had been during the fire, Harry took them to Silent Hill for a vacation. Cheryl didn't know they were returning to the town where half her soul was still suffering. She didn't know the vacation was actually a call she couldn't consciously hear, a pull from the other half of herself that wanted to be whole again. She just knew they were going somewhere her father said would be peaceful, and she was excited because maybe Harry would finally relax and stop worrying so much about money and her future. The car crashed, Cheryl vanished, and when Harry finally found his daughter, when the town's mysteries unraveled and the truth became unavoidable, Cheryl ceased to exist as a separate entity. She reunited with Alessa. The two halves of a split soul merged back into one, the ritual completed, and the god the Order had been trying to birth for 7 years finally had a vessel capable of sustaining it. Harry stopped the birth. He killed the god. Alessa, her body finally failing after 7 years of preserved agony, used the last of her power to reincarnate both herself and Cheryl as a single infant. She gave that baby to Harry. It was absolution, apology, and hope, a chance for all of them to have the life that had been stolen when Dahlia decided her daughter was worth more as a vessel than as a child. Harry took the baby and ran. He moved to Portland, named her Cheryl again, and tried to create a normal life, but the cult found them when the baby was 5. Harry killed a cultist in self-defense, then made a choice that would define his daughter's second childhood. He dyed her dark hair blonde. He renamed her Heather, and he ran again, this time understanding that they'd never truly be safe, that the Order would keep hunting them as long as Heather carried Alessa's reincarnated soul. Heather grew up in the shadow of her father's paranoia. They moved frequently. Harry wouldn't explain why. He just said they needed to be careful, that there were people who wanted to hurt them, that Heather should never talk to strangers about their past or where they'd lived before. Heather thought her father was damaged from losing her mother when she was young. She didn't know about Alessa. She didn't know about Silent Hill. She thought Harry was just overprotective, maybe a little irrational, but loving and devoted in his way. By 17, Heather had built herself into someone who could handle her strange upbringing. She was sarcastic, tough-talking, not easily intimidated. She dyed her hair even blonder than Harry had made it, preferring the look to her natural brunette. She liked shopping, listened to alternative rock, read magazines about paranormal phenomena for fun. She had a sharp tongue that masked deeper insecurities, about not having friends because they moved so often, about not knowing her mother, about sensing that her father was hiding something important but being afraid to push him on it. In 2003, when Heather was 17, everything her father had been running from caught up. Heather went shopping at a local mall, just killing time on a weekend afternoon. A middle-aged private investigator named Douglas Cartland approached her in the food court. He said he had information about her past, about who she really was. Heather, trained by years of Harry's warnings, told him to leave her alone and tried to walk away. Douglas persisted. Heather ran. She found herself in the mall's restrooms, then in an otherworld version of the mall where the floors turned to grating and monsters shambled through clothing stores. She fought creatures that seemed pulled from a nightmare, things with stretched skin and jerking movements, things that shouldn't exist but did. She met Vincent Smith, a man in a priest's collar who seemed to know her, who spoke in riddles about her destiny. And she encountered Claudia Wolfe, now an adult and a high-ranking member of the Order, who revealed that Heather was the reincarnation of Alessa Gillespie, and carried within her the fetus of the god the Order had been trying to birth for decades. Heather didn't believe it. She thought they were insane. She fought her way out of the Otherworld Mall and returned home to warn Harry. She found him dead. The missionary, a blade-armed creature in a long coat, had murdered him in their living room. Harry was slumped in his chair, blood soaking through his shirt, eyes open and empty. Heather screamed. She called for help, but her father was gone, killed as punishment for what he'd done in 1989, and as bait to force Heather to return to the town that had created her. Heather's grief turned to rage. She confronted Claudia in the mall parking lot. Claudia admitted to ordering Harry's death. She explained that Heather needed to hate her, needed to want revenge, because that hatred would feed the god growing inside her and speed the birth. Heather killed the missionary. She accepted Douglas's offer to drive her to Silent Hill, and she set out to end the Order once and for all. The journey to Silent Hill awakened Heather's buried memories. She started remembering being Alessa. She remembered the fire, the pain, the 7 years in the hospital room. She remembered being Cheryl, the vacation with Harry, the moment the two halves reunited. These weren't abstract facts anymore. They were her memories, her experiences, layered on top of her 17 years as Heather Mason. She wasn't just one person. She was 3 identities occupying the same body, each with its own trauma, each demanding to be acknowledged. At Lakeside Amusement Park, Heather fought a manifestation of Alessa's memories on a carousel, the same carousel where Harry had once battled Sybil Bennett. The memory of Alessa appeared with different weapons, forcing Heather to adapt, to prove she was strong enough to integrate these fractured pieces of herself. After defeating the memory, Heather pushed deeper into Silent Hill, through streets that looked wrong, through buildings that shifted between normal and rusted nightmare versions. In the Order's chapel, Heather confronted Claudia. The cult leader revealed that she'd already force-fed Heather the god's essence earlier through Vincent Smith. The fetus was growing inside Heather, whether she wanted it or not. In a few hours, it would be born, and paradise would come. But Heather had found a vial of Aglaophotis, the same red liquid Harry had used in 1989 to drive out possessing entities. She drank it. The substance forced the god out of her body, expelled it before it could fully develop, Claudia, desperate and broken, swallowed the fetus herself. She gave birth to the god right there in the chapel, her body becoming the vessel Heather had refused to be. The creature that emerged was massive, incompletely formed, burning with heat from its core. Heather fought it with every weapon she'd gathered, poured all her rage and grief into killing the thing that had caused so much suffering. When it finally fell, Claudia lay dying on the chapel floor, murmuring about paradise that would never come. Heather left Silent Hill with Douglas Cartland. In the car ride away from town, she told him she wanted to start using her original name again, Cheryl, to honor the name Harry had given her before everything went wrong. She said she preferred her blonde hair to her natural brunette, a small way of choosing which parts of her identity to keep and which to leave behind. She asked Douglas if he knew any good therapists, because she understood that what she'd just experienced wasn't something you process alone. After Silent Hill 3, official materials suggest Heather continued struggling with integration. Being three people in one body isn't something that resolves cleanly. She'd been Alessa, tortured for 7 years. She'd been Cheryl, lost to a ritual she didn't understand. She'd been Heather, raised in fear and paranoia. Each identity had different memories, different traumas, different ways of understanding the world. In the Dead by Daylight crossover event, which includes some canonical elements, Heather works at a crisis center for troubled youth, trying to help others process trauma while still working through her own. She eventually gets pulled into another supernatural ordeal when she hears Claudia's voice on a crisis hotline, suggesting that even after everything, Silent Hill's influence hasn't fully released her. Heather Mason's life can be divided into three distinct incarnations, each bleeding into the others. She was Alessa Gillespie, tortured by a cult, burned alive, kept in agony for 7 years while her soul screamed for release. She was Cheryl Mason, adopted by loving parents, given a brief childhood of normalcy before being sacrificed to complete a ritual. And she was Heather Mason, the girl who grew up running from a past she didn't remember until it killed the only family she had left. She survived all three lives, but survival came at the cost of ever feeling like one complete person. The town split her apart, put her back together, and split her again. Each reincarnation was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to escape the trauma of what came before. But the memories stayed, the pain stayed, the fear that somewhere, somehow, the Order would find her again and finish what they started stayed. Even after leaving Silent Hill, even after killing the god and ending Claudia's plan, Heather carried the weight of 3 lifetimes of suffering in the body of a 17-year-old girl who just wanted her father back. Henry Townsend, the man in room 302. Henry Townsend was born in the late 1970s, possibly around 1975, which would make him 28 when the events of Silent Hill 4 began. His early life was unremarkable by design. Henry was the kind of person who moved through the world quietly, not making waves, not drawing attention. He worked as a photographer, judging by the camera equipment, portfolios, and darkroom supplies scattered throughout his apartment, which was fitting work for someone with his temperament. Photography is a solitary profession. You observe rather than participate. You capture moments without inserting yourself into them. Henry excelled at being present without being noticed. By his late 20s, Henry had established a pattern of isolation that seemed deliberate rather than circumstantial. He stood 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighed around 180 pounds, physically imposing enough to be remembered, but with a demeanor so unremarkable that neighbors consistently described him as quiet, polite, and utterly forgettable. He lived alone. He didn't date that anyone knew about. He didn't have friends who visited. He didn't go to bars or join clubs or attend community events. Henry existed in the margins of other people's lives, the guy you nod to in the hallway, the tenant whose name you know but nothing else about. In 2001, Henry moved into room 302 of South Ashfield Heights, an apartment building in the town of Ashfield. The building was managed by Frank Sunderland, James Sunderland's father, though the connection wouldn't be relevant until later. Room 302 was a small one-bedroom unit on the third floor. The rent was affordable, the space was functional. Henry signed the lease, moved his belongings in, and settled into a routine that would define the next 2 years of his life. Wake up, work on photography projects, eat simple meals, sleep. Sometimes weeks would pass without Henry having a meaningful conversation with another human being. What Henry didn't know when he signed the lease was that room 302 had a history. 6 months before he moved in, a journalist named Joseph Schreiber had lived there. Joseph had been investigating a series of murders, the 21 Sacraments killings committed by a serial killer named Walter Sullivan. Joseph had become obsessed with the case, covering his apartment walls with notes and photographs, creating a conspiracy board that tried to map Walter's methodology. Then Joseph disappeared, vanished without a trace. The superintendent found the apartment empty except for all those notes still pinned to the walls. They cleaned it out, repainted, and listed it again. But room 302's history went back further than Joseph Schreiber. 34 years earlier, in 1967, a young couple had lived in that same apartment. They were poor, struggling, possibly involved with a religious cult that operated on the fringes of Silent Hill. The woman got pregnant. When the baby was born, the couple panicked. They couldn't afford a child. They weren't prepared to be parents. They left the infant in the apartment and fled. The building superintendent, not Frank Sunderland, his predecessor, found the baby crying in room 302. He called social services. The child was taken to an orphanage called Wish House and given the name Walter Sullivan. Walter grew up believing room 302 was his mother. The apartment was the only constant in his early life. He'd been born there. His first memories were of those walls. And when he was removed and sent to an institution where children were abused and neglected, Walter fixated on room 302 as the only place that had ever been home. He developed a delusional belief system. Room 302 was his mother, and if he could purify the apartment through ritual, it would become a true mother capable of birthing him into a better existence. Walter's life after the orphanage was a progression of trauma and violence. He was abused at Wish House. He witnessed terrible things. He developed psychopathic tendencies. As an adult, he began killing people according to a ritual called the 21 Sacraments. Each victim was given a title. Each death had a specific meaning. The first 10 victims were killed in ordinary reality. Then Walter was arrested. He was sent to prison. And in his cell, Walter carved a number into his own chest, the number of his 11th victim, and hanged himself. Suicide was the 10th and 11th sacrament, despair and sacrifice. Dying allowed Walter to continue the ritual as a ghost, killing from beyond death to complete the remaining sacraments. Henry knew none of this when he moved in. For 2 years he lived normally. He took photographs, he paid rent, he kept to himself. His neighbor in room 303 was Eileen Galvin, a young woman who worked as a teacher or office clerk. The games never specify exactly. Henry occasionally passed Eileen in the hallway. They exchanged polite greetings. Eileen found Henry attractive but distant, hard to read. She wanted to get to know him better, but didn't know how to start a conversation with someone who seemed so deliberately self-contained. Then, in August 2003, Henry woke to find himself trapped. The apartment door was chained shut from the inside with padlocks he didn't recognize. Multiple chains, complex locks, physical and impossible to break. His windows were sealed, not boarded, sealed, as if the glass had fused with the frame and refused to open. His phone was dead. When he tried to use it, all he got was static. He pounded on the door, screamed for help. Eileen was in the next room, separated by only a thin wall. She should have heard him. Frank Sunderland stood directly outside room 302 with the right key and couldn't open the door. To everyone outside, room 302 was silent, sealed, inaccessible. Henry spent 5 days trapped. He didn't feel hunger or thirst, which confirmed that something supernatural was happening. Time felt wrong, sometimes moving too fast, sometimes too slow. He suffered recurring nightmares every time he slept. Visions of eyes watching him, of walls closing in, of being buried alive. On the door, written in what appeared to be blood, someone had scrawled a message: "Don't go outside." Henry had no idea who'd written it, whether it was a warning or a threat. On the 5th day, a hole appeared in his bathroom wall. It started as a small crack, then widened, grew round, deepened until it was large enough for a person to crawl through. The hole was surrounded by membrane-like tissue that pulsed as if alive. It looked biological, wrong, impossible. But Henry had no other options. He was starving despite not feeling hungry, going mad from isolation, desperate for any escape. He crawled into the hole. The hole transported Henry to an otherworld version of a subway station near his apartment. The station was deteriorating, rusted, emptied of people but filled with a sense of wrongness that made Henry's skin crawl. He found Cynthia Velasquez there, a woman who thought she was having a nightmare. Cynthia was flirtatious, sexually aggressive, offered Henry a special favor if he'd help her escape. Henry, true to his nature, didn't respond to her advances one way or the other. He just tried to help her survive. They explored the subway together. Then Walter Sullivan appeared, or rather his ghost did, and killed Cynthia violently, carving a number into her chest. She became the 12th sacrament, void. Henry woke in his apartment, the hole sealed, Cynthia's death confirmed on the radio news. The pattern repeated. New holes appeared, leading to different locations. A forest otherworld where Henry met Jasper Gein, a paranormal enthusiast who spoke in cryptic warnings about devils and rituals. A sports complex where Andrew DeSalvo, a former Wish House employee who'd abused children, including Walter, was killed as the 14th sacrament. An alternate version of South Ashfield Heights where Richard Braintree, Henry's obnoxious neighbor, became the 15th sacrament. Each time Henry tried to help these people. Each time he failed. Each time he woke in his apartment to hear their deaths reported on the radio, their bodies found with numbers carved into their chests, victims of a serial killer who'd supposedly been dead for years. The 16th sacrament was Eileen Galvin. Walter attacked her in room 303, stabbing her multiple times, nearly killing her. Henry heard her screams through the wall that had prevented all other sounds from passing through. He found a new hole in his apartment leading to Eileen's room. He arrived to find her bleeding on her living room floor. Young Walter, a manifestation of Walter Sullivan as a child, stood nearby, crying, apologizing. Eileen thanked young Walter for trying to protect her from his adult self, then passed out. Henry watched an ambulance take her away. After Eileen's attack, room 302 changed. The apartment that had once restored Henry's health, acting as a safe space where he could save progress, heal wounds, rest, became hostile. Hauntings invaded. Ghosts of Walter's previous victims appeared in the rooms, draining Henry's health instead of replenishing it. The ceiling fan crashed to the floor. Shadows moved in the walls. Paper scattered as if blown by wind. Though the windows were still sealed, the apartment was turning against Henry, reflecting Walter's ritual, becoming something other than a place where someone could live. A new hole appeared in the laundry room. This one led to St. Jerome's Hospital where Eileen was recovering. Henry found her weak but alive. They decided to escape together, traveling through the remaining other worlds as a pair. Eileen was injured, possessed by Walter's influence through a strange mark on her chest. Her condition deteriorated as they progressed through each world. If Henry couldn't protect her, if she took too much damage, if the possession advanced too far, she'd die or become completely controlled by Walter. Her survival determined which ending Henry would see. In the prison otherworld, Henry learned the truth about Walter Sullivan's ritual from Joseph Schreiber's ghost. Joseph had been investigating the murders when Walter killed him, making Joseph the 10th sacrament. Now Joseph's ghost wandered the prison, unable to rest, trying to help Henry understand what was happening. The 21 sacraments required 21 victims, each with a specific title. The victims represented stages in Walter's plan to purify Room 302 and be reborn. Henry was the 21st victim, the receiver of wisdom. Walter needed Henry because he lived in Room 302, the apartment Walter believed was his mother. By killing Henry in that room, Walter could complete the ritual and achieve rebirth. Henry and Eileen escaped the prison. Back in Room 302, Henry used a pickaxe to break through a wall between his bedroom and bathroom. Behind the wall was a secret room he'd never known existed. Inside, Walter Sullivan's corpse was tied to a cross, mummified, preserved. The body had been there the entire time Henry lived in the apartment, hidden in the walls, the source of the hauntings and corruption. In the corpse's coat pocket, Henry found the keys of liberation, the keys that should have opened his front door all along. Henry unlocked the door, but when he opened it, the hallway was wrong. It was another otherworld, another version of South Ashfield Heights. The building itself had become part of Walter's ritual. Henry and Eileen retrieved Walter's umbilical cord from the superintendent's room, the final piece needed to confront Walter. They returned to the secret room. Walter's corpse was gone. In its place was a hole leading deeper than Henry had ever been. They descended. At the bottom was Walter's true form, a massive, corrupted version of his infant self, suspended in the ritual's spiritual machinery. This was Walter as he imagined himself, a child seeking rebirth, a soul that had never properly formed because of abandonment and abuse. Henry fought Walter while protecting Eileen. The battle's outcome depended on how well Henry had kept Eileen safe, how much damage she'd taken, how far the possession had progressed. In the best ending, escape, Henry defeats Walter. Eileen survives with a minimal trauma, and they both escape Room 302 alive. The apartment is cleansed. The hauntings stop. Henry can finally open his door and leave normally. In the worst ending, 21 sacraments, Eileen dies or becomes completely possessed. Henry is killed, and Room 302 claims both of them permanently. Walter's ritual completes. The apartment becomes something else entirely. No longer a place where humans can live, but a supernatural womb where Walter will perpetually attempt rebirth. The middle endings, Mother and Eileen's death, show partial success. In Mother, Eileen survives but is traumatized. Henry lives but remains trapped in Room 302, the apartment still corrupted. In Eileen's death, she dies during the final battle. Henry survives but is broken by his failure to protect her, and Walter's ritual reaches some degree of completion, even though Henry prevented the worst outcome. Henry Townsend's story is unique among Silent Hill protagonists because he wasn't drawn to the town by guilt or trauma. He had no dark secret. He hadn't killed anyone. He hadn't lost anyone. He wasn't running from his past. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, living in an apartment that happened to be the focal point of a serial killer's ritual. Henry was ordinary, introverted and solitary, yes, but not damaged in the ways that typically attract Silent Hill's attention. He photographed the world from a distance. He lived quietly. He hurt no one. But ordinariness became Henry's strength. His calm under pressure, his methodical approach to problems, his willingness to help strangers even when doing so endangered him. These traits saved him. Henry wasn't a fighter. He wasn't brave in the traditional sense. He was just someone who kept going, who did what needed to be done, who refused to abandon Eileen even when abandoning her might have made his own survival easier. Silent Hill 4 asks whether goodness is enough when faced with evil that doesn't care about fairness or justice. Henry was good. He helped people. He protected Eileen. And depending on how well the player guided him, that goodness was either sufficient to escape or insufficient to prevent tragedy. The game never tells you that being good guarantees survival. It just says that trying matters, that making the effort to protect someone counts. Even if you fail, that ordinary people can survive extraordinary circumstances if they refuse to let the horror make them cruel. Henry's fate rests in ambiguity. In the best ending, he escapes. In the worst, he doesn't. We don't know which ending is canonical because Silent Hill 4 stands somewhat apart from the rest of the series, connected but not directly referenced in later games. What we know is that Henry rented an apartment on August 1st, 2001. He lived there for 2 years. Then, in August 2003, Room 302 tried to kill him. Whether he escaped or died in that room, whether he saved Eileen or watched her fall to Walter's possession, whether he found peace or remained trapped in an apartment that had become something other than home, that depends on choices made in the heat of nightmare. When ordinary people are asked to do extraordinary things and all they have to work with is who they've always been. Travis Grady, the trucker who saved the wrong girl. Travis Grady was born in the early 1970s, likely between 1971 and 1975, making him in his early 30s by the time his story intersected with Silent Hill. His childhood was marked by mental illness, violence, and a kind of loneliness that comes from knowing your parents love you, but being unable to trust that love won't turn into something dangerous. Travis's mother, Helen Grady, suffered from severe psychiatric illness. The specific diagnosis isn't named in the game, but her symptoms suggest paranoid schizophrenia or a similar condition characterized by delusions and violent impulses. Helen believed Travis was evil, not metaphorically, not as hyperbole when he misbehaved. She genuinely believed her son carried some kind of darkness that threatened their family. She talked about seeing things in Travis, shadows that moved behind his eyes, whispers that came from his direction when he wasn't speaking. Travis's father, Richard Grady, tried to manage Helen's illness at home rather than institutionalizing her, which was common in that era when psychiatric care was stigmatized and expensive. But Helen's condition deteriorated. When Travis was young, the game suggests around age 7 or 8, Helen attempted to kill him. The details are fragmentary, revealed through environmental storytelling in Silent Hill's Cedar Grove Sanitarium, but the basic facts are clear. Helen tried to make it look like a murder-suicide. She planned to kill Travis, then kill herself, believing this was the only way to stop the darkness she perceived. Richard intervened. He stopped Helen physically, preventing her from harming Travis, but the damage was done. Their son now knew his mother had tried to kill him. Their family was fractured beyond repair. Richard couldn't bring himself to send Helen to prison. She was his wife, the mother of his child, someone he'd loved before the illness consumed her. Instead, Richard had Helen committed to Cedar Grove Sanitarium in Silent Hill. The facility was a psychiatric hospital, supposedly equipped to handle patients with violent tendencies. Helen would receive treatment. She'd be safe. Travis would be safe. And maybe, Richard hoped, someday she'd recover enough to come home. After Helen's institutionalization, Richard raised Travis alone. They lived in a small house, probably in or near South Ashfield. Richard worked manual labor jobs, mechanics, construction, whatever paid well enough to support them both and cover Helen's medical bills. He tried to be a good father, attending to Travis's physical needs, making sure he went to school, keeping him fed and clothed. But Richard was also an alcoholic, drowning his guilt in beer and whiskey, unable to process the dual losses of his wife to madness and his son to the knowledge that his mother had wanted him dead. Travis learned self-reliance early. He learned not to depend on emotional support because Richard couldn't provide it. He learned not to talk about what had happened because the few times he tried, Richard either got angry or got drunk or both. Travis became quiet, self-contained, the kind of kid who doesn't cause problems because he understands that adults have their own crises to manage, and adding to them seems cruel. Teachers described him as withdrawn but not troubled. He did his work, turned it in on time, and never asked for help. When Travis finished school, whether he graduated or just stopped going isn't clear, he became a truck driver. It was perfect work for someone with his temperament. Long hours on the road meant minimal interaction with others. Truck driving paid decently and had built-in solitude. Travis could think while he drove, process things without anyone asking why he was quiet, exist in motion rather than staying still long enough for the past to catch up. By his 30s, Travis had been driving for years, crisscrossing the eastern United States, taking whatever routes were available, rarely spending more than a night in any one place. In the fall of 2006, Travis's route took him near Silent Hill. He was driving a large commercial truck, hauling freight, probably planning to bypass the town entirely. But as Travis drove through the outskirts, he noticed flames in the distance, a structure fire, isolated, consuming. Travis slowed his truck. The fire was bad, flames visible from the road, smoke rising in thick black columns. Travis pulled over, grabbed a fire extinguisher from his truck, and ran toward the flames. The burning structure was a house. Travis approached, calling out, asking if anyone was inside. He heard nothing over the roar of the fire. Most people would have waited for emergency services. Travis didn't. He covered his mouth with his shirt, kicked in the front door, and went inside. The heat was incredible. Smoke choked the air. Travis moved through the ground floor, calling out, and then he found her, a young girl, maybe 7 years old, lying unconscious on the floor. Her body was burned badly. The flames had done catastrophic damage. Travis scooped her up and carried her outside, laying her on the grass far from the fire. Emergency responders arrived. Paramedics took over, working on the girl, checking her vitals, preparing her for transport. They told Travis he'd saved her life. Without his intervention, she would have died in that fire. They rushed her to Alchemilla Hospital in Silent Hill. Travis gave his statement to the police. He'd been driving by, saw the fire, stopped to help. They thanked him. They took his contact information in case they needed follow-up. Then they let him go. What Travis didn't know, what he couldn't have known, was that the girl he'd saved was Alessa Gillespie, and the fire wasn't an accident. Dahlia Gillespie and the Order had attempted their ritual to impregnate Alessa with their god's essence. The ceremony had gone wrong. Alessa had been burning from the inside out, her psychic powers turning against her, manifesting as actual flames. The fire was both supernatural and physical. By pulling Alessa from that house, Travis had ensured she'd survive long enough to complete the ritual. He'd saved her so she could suffer for 7 more years in a hospital bed. He'd saved her so her soul could split, so Cheryl could be born, so Harry Mason could unknowingly bring the pieces back together in 1989. Travis Grady saved a girl's life, and in doing so enabled decades of suffering. After pulling Alessa from the fire, Travis found himself unable to leave Silent Hill. He tried to get back to his truck, to continue his route, to move on, but the town wouldn't let him go. Travis found himself transported through mirrors that showed him alternate realities. He moved between the normal town and its rusted, decayed shadow. He solved puzzles that shouldn't exist. He fought monsters that seemed drawn from his own subconscious, creatures that reflected his guilt, his fear, his memories of Helen's madness. The mirrors were key. Travis could touch certain large mirrors and flip between worlds. One side showed normal Silent Hill, empty but structurally intact. The other showed the other world, rusted metal and chain link and decay. Alessa appeared in the mirrors, teaching Travis how to use them, showing him that reality in Silent Hill was permeable for those connected to the town's power. Travis didn't understand why he could do this. He just knew that the mirrors were the only way forward. Travis's journey forced him to confront his past. He explored Cedar Grove Sanitarium where Helen had been committed. He found records of her treatments, her delusions about Travis being evil, the progression of her illness. In storage rooms he discovered personal effects, Helen's belongings, photographs of Travis as a child, letters she'd written to Richard begging to come home. In the sanitarium's other world, Travis fought a monstrous version of his mother, a creature trapped in a cage with a spiked dress, swinging at him with metal-tipped fabric, flooding the room with poisonous gas. The fight was both literal and symbolic. Travis battling the memory of a mother who tried to kill him while also trying to understand her as a person who'd been sick rather than evil. Later, Travis reached the Riverside Motel. He found records suggesting Richard Grady had stayed there repeatedly in the months after Helen's death. The motel room showed signs of long occupation, empty bottles, scattered clothing, the smell of cigarettes, and despair. In the otherworld version of the motel, Travis fought a manifestation of his father, a bloated, umbilical cord-bound figure that filled room 500. A monster that represented Richard's guilt and inability to cope with Helen's death. Richard had hanged himself years earlier, unable to live with her loss and his own failure to save either Helen or Travis from what their family had become. The monster Travis fought was Richard's guilt made flesh, still trying to strangle the son he'd failed to protect. Throughout his journey, Travis collected pieces of the Floros, a mystical artifact central to Silent Hill's power, shaped like a cage meant to trap demons or gods. The artifact appeared in multiple Silent Hill games, but in Origins it was incomplete, broken into pieces that Travis had to gather from different other worlds. The Butcher, a massive pyramid-headed figure similar to Pyramid Head from Silent Hill 2, stalked Travis through several areas, killing other monsters, asserting dominance over the town's nightmare spaces. Travis couldn't fight the Butcher directly. He could only run, hide, wait for the creature to leave. Eventually, Travis learned the truth about Alessa and the ritual. He assembled the complete Floros. He confronted Dahlia Gillespie in the Order's hidden church, the Green Lion Antiques shop. Dahlia revealed that Travis had been drawn into the ritual by saving Alessa, that he'd become connected to the town's power, that he served a purpose even though he hadn't chosen to be involved. Travis prevented the immediate birth of the god, using the Floros to cage the entity before it could fully manifest. But he couldn't undo what had already been set in motion. Alessa's soul had already split. Cheryl had already been born somewhere outside Silent Hill, waiting to be found by Harry and Jody Mason. At the game's end, Travis returned to his truck and drove away from Silent Hill. In the canonical ending, good. Travis hears a baby crying in the road. He stops his truck, gets out, finds an infant wrapped in blankets lying on the shoulder. This is Cheryl Mason, the reincarnated half of Alessa's soul. Travis picks up the baby, examines her to make sure she's healthy, and places her carefully on the roadside where she'll be found by the next vehicle that passes. Hours later, Harry and Jody Mason drive past this same spot. They find Cheryl. They take her home, and Travis, unknowingly, completes the cycle he started by saving Alessa from the fire. Travis Grady continued driving after leaving Silent Hill. Official materials suggest he never fully escaped the town's influence. In Silent Hill, Homecoming, there are references to a trucker who vanished near Silent Hill, suggesting Travis might have been pulled back at some point. But in the immediate aftermath of Origins, Travis just kept moving. Another delivery, another route, another motel room that wasn't home. He'd saved a girl from a fire. He'd fought through a town's nightmare. He'd seen his dead parents made into monsters. And he'd unknowingly facilitated everything that would happen when Harry Mason drove into Silent Hill 7 years later. Travis's story is about unintended consequences and the impossibility of truly good acts in a town where reality bends towards suffering. He was a good man. He stopped when he saw someone in danger. He ran into a burning building. He saved a child's life. These were heroic actions by any normal standard. But in Silent Hill, heroism and horror are often the same thing viewed from different angles. Travis saved Alessa, which meant Alessa could suffer longer. He placed Cheryl on the road, which meant Harry would find her and lose her 7 years later. He escaped the town, which meant he'd live with the knowledge of what he'd seen and what he'd done without ever fully understanding the implications. The worst decisions in Silent Hill are often the ones that look noble from the outside. Travis made every right choice he could have made, and the result was enabling a cycle of suffering that would consume multiple families over multiple decades. He doesn't appear in later games except as references and documents, but his presence echoes through the series. Every time Harry mentions finding Cheryl on a roadside, every time Alessa's burned body is discussed, every time someone talks about the ritual that started in 1983, Travis Grady was there. He saw the fire. He pulled the girl out, and the town said thank you by showing him what his rescue had truly saved her for. Alex Shepard, the soldier who never went to war. Alexander Shepard was born in 1985 in Shepherd's Glen, a small town near Silent Hill with its own dark history. He was the older son of Adam and Lillian Shepard. His younger brother Joshua was born 9 years later in 1994. The age gap would define their relationship, Alex as the protective older brother, Joshua as the younger sibling who idolized him. The Shepard family had deep roots in the town. Alex's ancestors were among the original founders of Shepherd's Glen, along with the Holloways, Bartletts, and Fitches. These 4 families had built the town, established its institutions, and bound themselves through a pact that none of their descendants fully understood until it was too late. Adam Shepard, Alex's father, served as the town judge and was respected in the community. Lillian Shepard was a homemaker, devoted to her family, deeply religious. To outsiders, the Shepards looked like an ideal American family. But inside the house, the dynamics were toxic. Adam was cold, distant, demanding. He held himself to rigid standards and expected the same from his sons. Alex, as the firstborn, bore the brunt of Adam's expectations. Adam pushed Alex constantly, criticizing his performance in school, his athletics, his social skills. Nothing Alex did was good enough. If Alex brought home an A, Adam asked why it wasn't an A plus. If Alex won a school award, Adam asked why he hadn't won more. The approval Alex desperately wanted from his father never came. Joshua, by contrast, seemed to receive warmth from Adam that Alex never experienced. Adam played with Joshua. He laughed at Joshua's jokes. He attended Joshua's school events with genuine enthusiasm. Alex watched this favoritism and internalized a simple, devastating message. His father loved Joshua and merely tolerated him. Alex tried harder, pushed himself further, hoping to earn the kind of affection Adam gave Joshua freely. It never worked. The harder Alex tried, the more Adam seemed to resent him. Lillian tried to compensate. She gave Alex extra attention, told him she loved him, tried to assure him that Adam's coldness wasn't his fault. But maternal warmth couldn't replace paternal approval for a boy who'd learned that his father's love was conditional and apparently unattainable. Alex became anxious, insecure, constantly performing for validation that never arrived. Despite the complicated family dynamics, Alex loved his younger brother. Joshua looked up to Alex, followed him everywhere, wanted to be just like him. Joshua asked Alex to teach him things, how to throw a football, how to fish, how to do the things older boys did. Alex felt protective of Joshua. He also sometimes found the constant attention exhausting. Joshua was 9 years younger, more fragile, more needy. Alex had to be careful around him, had to watch what he said, had to be the responsible older brother when all he wanted sometimes was to be left alone. In 2000, when Alex was 15 and Joshua was 6, something terrible happened. The details are revealed gradually through the game's narrative, but the core facts are these. Alex and Joshua were playing near an old dock by the lake. The structure was dilapidated, dangerous, scheduled for demolition. They shouldn't have been there, but kids don't always follow rules about where they're allowed to play. Something went wrong. Joshua fell, through a rotten board, off the edge into the water. The lake was deep there. Joshua couldn't swim well. Alex tried to save him. He went into the water after Joshua, but the lake was cold, the current strong, and Alex wasn't a strong enough swimmer to pull Joshua to shore. He had to choose between drowning himself or letting Joshua go. Alex chose to save himself. He swam to shore, ran for help, brought back adults who called emergency services. By the time they pulled Joshua from the lake, he'd been under too long. Joshua was dead, drowned at age 6 while his older brother watched, unable to save him. The aftermath of Joshua's death fractured the Shepherd family completely. Adam blamed Alex, not explicitly at first, but the blame was there in every silence, every averted glance, every moment Adam chose to leave the room rather than be near his surviving son. Lillian grieved openly, consumed by the loss of her younger child, and Alex retreated into guilt so profound it essentially destroyed his grip on reality. Alex couldn't accept that Joshua was dead, couldn't face that he'd failed to protect his brother, that he'd made a choice, save himself or die trying to save Joshua, and chosen wrong. So Alex's mind created an elaborate defensive fantasy. He convinced himself he'd joined the military, gone through basic training, deployed overseas, become a soldier. The delusion was detailed, persistent, protective. In Alex's false memories, he was strong, capable, the kind of person who could protect others. He remembered boot camp, remembered combat, remembered earning respect, and proving he wasn't the failure his father believed him to be. None of it was real. Alex never joined the military. He never deployed. He never fought in any war. He spent years in psychiatric care, being treated for his dissociative break from reality, while his mind constructed an elaborate alternate history that let him avoid thinking about Joshua drowning while Alex swam away. The delusion was so complete, so convincing, that even Alex believed it absolutely. His treatment record showed the fantasy's progression, how it became more detailed over time, how Alex added layers of false memory to support the core lie that he was a soldier rather than the brother who couldn't save his sibling. By 2008, when Alex was 23, the delusion was impenetrable. The game opens with Alex waking up in a hospital, believing he's returning from deployment, confused about why his injuries aren't more severe, worried about getting back to his unit. He escapes the hospital, which may be a real psychiatric facility or an otherworld manifestation. The game deliberately blurs this and makes his way back to Shepherd's Glen to find his family. The town is wrong, streets are empty, buildings are abandoned. A thick fog hangs over everything. The Shepherd house is dark. Lillian is there but unresponsive, sitting in a chair, barely acknowledging Alex's presence. Adam is gone, and Joshua, dead for 8 years, is missing, according to the story Alex tells himself. Alex sets out to find his brother, convinced Joshua is alive and in danger, unable or unwilling to remember what actually happened at the lake. As Alex searches, he learns that Shepherd's Glen is in the grip of something terrible. Children are disappearing. Parents are acting strange. The line between reality and nightmare keeps blurring. Alex meets Elle Holloway, daughter of Judge Margaret Holloway, who tells him many children have gone missing and the adults seem to be hiding something. He also encounters Wheeler, a deputy sheriff from a neighboring town who initially suspects Alex of wrongdoing but eventually becomes an ally. The truth about Shepherd's Glen reveals itself through documents, encounters, and forced confrontations with the town's founders. 4 families had established the town: Shepherds, Holloways, Bartletts, and Fitches. Generations ago, these families made a pact with Silent Hill's order. In exchange for prosperity, safety, and success, each founding family had to sacrifice one of their children every 50 years. The ritual maintained balance, kept the family safe, ensured the town's survival. For over a century, the sacrifices continued without question. Each family had a prescribed method of death. The Shepherds had to kill through the blade, stabbing, or cutting. The Holloways used the noose, strangulation, or hanging. The Bartletts employed the flames, burning, and the Fitches practiced the saw, dismemberment. These weren't arbitrary methods, they were ritual requirements, and the deaths had to be intentional, performed by the parents themselves. When the current generation of sacrifices came due, 3 families completed their rituals. Judge Margaret Holloway strangled her daughter Nora and dumped her body in the lake. Mayor Sam Bartlett locked his son Rory in a furnace and burned him alive. Dr. Martin Fitch dismembered his daughter Scarlett with surgical instruments in his basement, but Adam Shepherd couldn't do it. He was supposed to sacrifice Alex, the firstborn, the one who seemed strongest, the one Adam had chosen when the time came. But Adam hesitated. He couldn't bring himself to kill his own son, even though the pact required it. Then Joshua died accidentally, drowned in the lake. The shepherd's sacrifice had been fulfilled, but not through the proper method. Joshua died by drowning when he should have died by the blade. And more importantly, the wrong child had died. The pact required the sacrifice of the chosen child. Adam had chosen Alex. Joshua wasn't supposed to die. His accidental death didn't count. The broken pact awakened something terrible. Silent Hill's order, or perhaps the town itself, punish Shepherd's Glen. The town descended into an otherworld state. Monsters appeared. Reality fractured. The prosperity and protection the pact had provided for over a century evaporated. Parents started going mad. Children vanished into the fog. And Alex, the son who should have been sacrificed, became the center of the town's rage and the focus of its judgment. Throughout the game, Alex fights creatures that embody the sacrificed children and the methods of their deaths. Siam is a two-bodied monster representing children bound together in death, forced to share existence, never separate or free. Sepulchre is a massive bound figure suspended from meat hooks, representing burial alive and entombment. Asphyxia is a centipede of fused female bodies, representing Nora Holloway, who was strangled by her own mother. Amnion is a spider-legged maternal horror, representing perverted motherhood, and the births that never happened because these children died young. Alex's climactic confrontation comes when he finally remembers the truth. Adam reveals that he'd chosen Alex for the sacrifice, that he'd planned to kill his firstborn as the pact required, but Adam couldn't go through with it. He loved Alex despite his coldness, despite the distance, despite never being able to show it, so Adam hesitated, and in that hesitation Joshua died instead. The wrong child, the wrong method, and the pact shattered. Silent Hill, Homecoming has multiple endings based on Alex's choices throughout the game. In the good ending, Alex saves Elle Holloway, defeats the monstrous manifestation of the town's judgment, and leaves Shepherd's Glen with Elle as they attempt to build new lives. In the hospital ending, it's revealed Alex has been institutionalized the entire time. The game's events just another layer of his delusion. In the drowning ending, Alex is drowned in the lake by his father and the Order, completing the sacrifice that should have happened when he was 15. And in the boogeyman ending, Alex becomes the new Pyramid Head, the executioner, the manifestation of judgment that stalks others through their guilt. Most analysis suggests the drowning ending aligns with the game's themes, that Alex's story ends where Joshua's did, in the lake, with his father finally completing the sacrifice he couldn't do the first time. But regardless of which ending is canonical, Alex's tragedy is the same. He was chosen to die. He survived when his brother didn't, and his survival set in motion the destruction of everything he'd known. Alex Shepard's story is about the lies we tell ourselves to survive unbearable truth. He lied about being a soldier because accepting that he was just a teenage boy who'd failed to save his drowning brother was impossible. He lied about Joshua being missing because accepting that Joshua was dead and Alex should have died instead shattered every foundation of his identity. And he lived in a town built on a lie, that sacrificing children could somehow purchase prosperity, that murder could be sanctified if it followed ritual, that some lives were worth less than the safety of others. The worst part isn't that Alex was chosen to die. The worst part is that he survived, and his survival wasn't freedom but guilt, compounded by the knowledge that his father couldn't kill him and someone else paid the price for that love. Being spared wasn't mercy, it was a different kind of sentence, one that Alex served by constructing an entirely false identity rather than face the truth of what had happened to Joshua and what should have happened to him. Murphy Pendleton, the convict who tried to do the right thing. Frank Murphy Pendleton was born in the late 1970s or early 1980s. By 2005, he'd built what most people would consider a good life. He was married to a woman named Carol. They had a 6-year-old son named Charlie. Murphy worked as a corrections officer at a state prison. Steady employment with decent pay and benefits. He wasn't wealthy, but they had a small house, a car that ran, enough money to cover bills, and occasional family trips. Murphy was the kind of father who played catch in the backyard, who helped with homework, who believed in building something stable for his family. Charlie was everything to Murphy, a bright kid, curious, always asking questions about how things worked. Murphy taught him to throw a baseball, to ride a bike, to change a tire even though Charlie's legs were too short to reach the pedals, and he'd have to wait years before he could actually drive. Murphy looked at his son and saw potential, saw a future where Charlie would grow up to be someone good, someone better than Murphy himself had been. In 2005, Charlie was abducted. The details are sparse but devastating. A man named Patrick Napier, a known sex offender with a history of targeting children, took Murphy's son. What happened during the abduction is never fully revealed in Silent Hill. Downpour, but the outcome is clear. Charlie was murdered. Patrick Napier killed Murphy's 6-year-old son in ways Murphy would spend years trying not to imagine, then discarded his body where it would be found by police. The investigation moved quickly. Evidence pointed directly to Napier. He was arrested, tried, and convicted. The justice system functioned exactly as it was supposed to. Patrick Napier was sentenced to life in prison at Ryle State Prison, removed from society, punished for his crime. By all legal and social standards, justice had been served. Murphy attended the trial. He sat through testimony describing what had been done to Charlie. He listened to Napier's lawyer argue for leniency based on psychiatric evaluations and childhood trauma. He watched the man who'd murdered his son be led away in chains to spend the rest of his life behind bars, and Murphy felt nothing like justice. He felt rage. He felt an emptiness that no verdict could fill. Charlie was still dead. Carol was falling apart, unable to process their loss. Their marriage was crumbling, not from lack of love, but because grief had made them strangers to each other. Murphy went to work every day, watched prisoners move through their routines, and thought about Patrick Napier breathing, eating, sleeping, living in another facility while Charlie was in the ground. Carol left. She couldn't stay in the house where Charlie had lived, couldn't look at Murphy without remembering what they'd lost, couldn't exist in a world where their son was gone and his murderer was alive. The divorce was quick, legally simple, emotionally devastating. Murphy signed the papers. He moved to a smaller apartment. He kept working as a corrections officer because he didn't know what else to do with himself. Then Frank Coleridge approached him. Coleridge was a corrections officer at Ryle State Prison where Patrick Napier was incarcerated. He'd lost his own son years earlier in similar circumstances. A child, a predator, a justice system that locked the killer away but couldn't undo the loss. Coleridge understood Murphy's rage in a way no one else could, and Coleridge had an offer. He could arrange for Murphy to be transferred to Ryle State Prison temporarily. He could facilitate Murphy's access to Patrick Napier. And if Murphy wanted to do what the justice system couldn't, if Murphy wanted to kill the man who'd murdered Charlie, Coleridge would make it possible. Murphy thought about it. He thought about little else. The offer represented everything he wanted: concrete revenge, the satisfaction of personally ending Napier's life, the feeling of finally doing something instead of accepting that legal punishment was sufficient. Murphy said yes. In 2007, Murphy was transferred to Ryle State Prison under false pretenses. Coleridge arranged the paperwork, cleared the access, made sure Murphy and Napier would cross paths in a location without surveillance. The prison showers, empty during a shift change. No cameras, no witnesses, just Murphy and the man who'd killed his son. Murphy beat Patrick Napier to death with his hands. It wasn't clean or quick. It wasn't the humane execution Murphy might have imagined. It was brutal, messy, fueled by years of accumulated rage and grief. Murphy hit Napier repeatedly, breaking bones, causing internal bleeding, continuing even after Napier stopped fighting back, continuing until his knuckles were raw and Napier wasn't moving, and the water running across the shower floor was pink with diluted blood. When it was over, Murphy stood over the body and felt empty, not satisfied, not redeemed, just empty. Murphy was arrested, tried, and convicted of murder. The circumstances of the crime, the death of his son, Murphy's emotional state, the sympathetic details, meant some people viewed him as a tragic figure who'd been pushed to an understandable extreme. Others saw him as a murderer who'd crossed a line that no amount of grief justified crossing. The court sentenced Murphy to life in prison. He was 27 years old. His life as a free man ended at the moment he chose to kill Patrick Napier, and whether that choice was justice or murder became something Murphy would have to answer for himself. Murphy spent years in prison. He kept to himself, didn't make friends, didn't cause trouble. He was a model inmate in the sense that he followed rules and didn't create problems for guards. But other inmates knew why he was there. Some respected him for killing a child predator. Others targeted him for being ex-law enforcement, for the perceived hypocrisy of a corrections officer becoming a convict. Murphy survived by staying quiet, staying alert, and never letting anyone close enough to hurt him. In 2011, Murphy was being transferred to a different facility via bus. The transfer included several other prisoners, guards, and a route that would take them through the outskirts of Silent Hill. On the bus was a man named Patrick Moynihan, no relation to Patrick Napier, but another child predator, another convicted sex offender. Moynihan watched Murphy throughout the trip with unsettling interest, making comments about Murphy's crime, suggesting he understood what Murphy had done and why. During the transfer, the bus crashed near Silent Hill. The accident was catastrophic. Most of the guards and prisoners died on impact or shortly after. Murphy survived, bruised and disoriented but mobile. He climbed out of the wreckage. Other survivors were scattered in the woods, injured or dying. Murphy found one guard alive but pinned. He tried to help, but the guard died before Murphy could free him. Then Murphy saw Moynihan, also alive, also fleeing the crash site. Murphy stumbled into Silent Hill. The town was empty, fogged, wrong in ways that defied easy description. He encountered Ann Cunningham, a corrections officer who'd been on the bus. Ann was armed, hostile, hunting someone. She seemed to recognize Murphy but wouldn't explain why or what she wanted. Murphy tried to talk to her, tried to understand what was happening, but Ann kept appearing and disappearing, showing up at moments when Murphy was vulnerable, aiming her gun at him, then vanishing before he could get answers. As Murphy explored the town, Silent Hill showed him visions of Charlie. He heard his son's voice calling for him. He saw Charlie's toys in abandoned homes. He found video recordings that seemed to show Charlie playing, laughing, looking directly at the camera, and asking where Daddy was. These weren't memories. Charlie had been too young when he died to make videos like this. These were constructions, things Silent Hill created specifically to hurt Murphy by showing him what he'd lost. Murphy met other people trapped in the town. Howard Blackwood, a mailman who'd been on the bus, injured and terrified. DJ Ricks, a corrections officer who'd survived the crash and was trying to find a way out. Each person Murphy encountered was dealing with their own guilt, their own unfinished business, and each one seemed to vanish or die shortly after Murphy found them, leaving him increasingly isolated. The monsters Murphy fought reflected his psyche and situation. The dolls were mannequin-like figures with feminine forms, representing objectification and the victims of the predators Murphy had killed. The prisoner minions were inmates marked by methods of execution, some beaten, some stabbed, some bearing the marks of the violence Murphy had committed against Napier. The wheelman was a corrections officer, strapped into a mechanized wheelchair, representing the power dynamics Murphy had known as both guard and prisoner. And the boogeyman, appearing in chase sequences, was the town's executioner, the judgment Murphy couldn't escape. Anne Cunningham's story revealed itself gradually. Her son had been killed by a drunk driver. That driver happened to be a convict who'd been on the same bus as Murphy, who died in the crash before Anne could confront him. Anne believed Murphy was responsible somehow, that as a corrections officer Murphy should have prevented the man from dying, should have kept him alive long enough for Anne to get closure or revenge, or whatever she thought murdering him would provide. Anne was caught in the same cycle as Murphy, a parent who'd lost a child, who blamed someone for that loss, who couldn't move forward because the rage was all she had left. Frank Coleridge was also in Silent Hill. He'd orchestrated the bus crash deliberately, bringing Murphy and Moynihan to the town for a specific purpose. Coleridge revealed that he wanted Murphy to kill Moynihan, another child predator, another monster who deserved death. Coleridge believed they were doing righteous work. He framed their actions as a form of justice that the legal system couldn't provide. He wanted Murphy to become a serial killer of predators, to continue what they'd started with Patrick Napier, to make Silent Hill their hunting ground where they could execute monsters with impunity. Murphy had to choose whether to kill Moynihan or let him live. The choice determined the game's ending and represented everything Murphy's story was really about. In the best ending, Freedom, Murphy refuses to become an executioner. He confronts Moynihan, struggles with the desire to kill him, but ultimately lets him go. Murphy accepts that some forms of justice aren't his to deliver, that killing Napier didn't bring Charlie back, and killing Moynihan won't heal anything. He and Anne both choose to stop the cycle of vengeance. They escape Silent Hill together, not redeemed, but at least not perpetuating the violence that had defined them. In darker endings, Murphy makes different choices. In Truth and Justice, he kills Moynihan and becomes the executioner Coleridge wanted, accepting that this is who he is now. In Full Circle, Murphy fails to escape Silent Hill and becomes trapped, possibly dead, possibly still wandering the town's fog. And in the secret UFO ending, aliens abduct Murphy in a moment of absurdist comedy that serves as the series' traditional joke ending. Murphy Pendleton's story is about the limits of justifiable violence. He killed his son's murderer. Most people, maybe most viewers of this video, would understand why. Patrick Napier had murdered a 6-year-old child. Napier deserved to die by any reasonable moral standard. But killing Napier didn't bring Charlie back. It didn't heal Murphy's marriage. It didn't make Murphy feel better. It just made him a murderer, serving life in prison, and the satisfaction he'd expected never arrived. When Silent Hill gave Murphy another chance to kill another predator, when Moynihan was right there and vulnerable and no one would stop Murphy from beating him to death the same way he'd beaten Napier, Murphy had to decide if he was a grieving father who'd made one terrible choice, or a man who'd found a taste for execution disguised as justice. The town doesn't judge Murphy for killing Napier. It judges him for what he chooses to do with Moynihan, when the grief isn't fresh, when the rage isn't immediate, when it's just a choice between murder and mercy. Silent Hill always makes its protagonists answer the harder question, not whether they can justify what they've already done, but whether they'll do it again when there's time to think, when the heat of the moment has passed, when they have to look at themselves clearly and decide what kind of person they want to be. Murphy's answer to that question determines whether he escapes the town or stays there forever, another ghost among many, another person who couldn't forgive themselves and couldn't let go of rage long enough to find any kind of peace. The pattern, what Silent Hill wants from its protagonists. Look at the lives before the fog. Harry Mason lost his wife and raised a child alone, only to discover that child was never truly his. James Sunderland killed his dying wife and forgot he'd done it. Heather Mason was born 3 times, died twice, spent her childhood running from a cult that wanted to use her body as a divine incubator. Henry Townshend rented an apartment that happened to be a serial killer's idea of a mother. Travis Grady saved a girl from a fire and enabled decades of suffering. Alex Shepard survived when his brother drowned, and his survival broke a town's pact with darkness. Murphy Pendleton killed his son's murderer and couldn't decide if he'd been right to do it. Silent Hill doesn't summon people randomly. It pulls in those who carry something: guilt, grief, unfinished business, questions about themselves they can't answer. The town doesn't create their trauma. It amplifies what's already there, makes them walk through it, forces them to see themselves clearly, even when clarity is the last thing they want. The fog obscures everything except the truth you brought with you. Harry left Silent Hill with a baby and spent 17 years looking over his shoulder, knowing they'd never truly escaped. James likely drove into the lake with Mary's body beside him, finally giving them both the peace they couldn't find in life. Heather stopped the order but couldn't stop hearing Claudia's voice, couldn't integrate the 3 people she'd been into, one coherent self. Henry escaped if he protected Eileen well enough, but even in the best ending, Room 302 remained a place that knew too much about suffering. Travis kept driving, kept moving, maybe kept hoping that distance would make a difference. Alex either drowned in the lake as the sacrifice he should have been, or escaped with Elle to build something from the wreckage. Murphy chose whether to become an executioner or just a father who'd made one terrible choice and stopped. None of them asked for Silent Hill, but all of them had already started the journey that would take them there. The town just made sure they finished it, whether they left alive, whether they left sane, whether they left at all. That depended on whether they could face what they'd brought with them and whether they could accept the answer when it stared back. Closing. The town is always waiting. The fog thickens. The lake goes quiet. Somewhere in Silent Hill, a streetlight flickers. A door that was locked yesterday opens today, and another car pulls onto a highway that looks like any other until it's not. Another person is checking a map that doesn't quite match the roads. Another protagonist is about to learn that the real horror isn't what Silent Hill does to you. It's what Silent Hill shows you about what you've already done to yourself. These aren't action heroes. They're ordinary people who made ordinary mistakes that happened to have extraordinary consequences. Harry trusted that a vacation would be safe. James couldn't keep loving someone when loving them meant watching them suffer. Heather was born into circumstances she never chose. Henry signed a lease. Travis stopped to help. Alex survived when someone else didn't. Murphy wanted the justice the system couldn't provide. Each choice seemed reasonable at the time. Each one led exactly where it had to lead. The town doesn't discriminate. It welcomes the guilty and the innocent, the murderers and the victims, the parents and the children, anyone who carries weight they can't put down. Silent Hill is patient. It has streets named after horror writers, a hospital that keeps patients long after they should have died, a lake that remembers every drowning. It has time. It can wait for you to drive past 100 times before it decides today is the day you stop, get out, and walk into streets that look like any other American town until you notice the ash falling like snow and realize you've been breathing it for the last 5 minutes. The protagonists of Silent Hill share one trait above all others. They arrive believing they're looking for something external. Harry thinks he's looking for his daughter. James thinks he's looking for his dead wife. Heather thinks she's looking for answers about her father's murder. Henry thinks he's looking for a way out of his apartment. Travis thinks he's just passing through. Alex thinks he's looking for his missing brother. Murphy thinks he's escaping a prison bus crash. But the town knows better. They're looking for themselves. They're looking for the version of themselves they lost somewhere between the moment they made a choice and the moment they realized that choice had consequences they'd spend the rest of their lives trying to outrun. Silent Hill is a mirror, not the kind that shows your reflection accurately, but the kind that shows what you are underneath, what you pretend to be. It shows Harry that his love for his daughter couldn't protect her from being a weapon in someone else's ritual. It shows James that his love for Mary had curdled into something toxic long before he picked up that pillow. It shows Heather that being three different people in one body isn't something you heal from, it's something you learn to carry. It shows Henry that sometimes good people suffer for no reason except proximity to evil. It shows Travis that heroism and enabling horror can be the same action viewed from different angles. It shows Alex that surviving when someone else dies isn't freedom, it's a different kind of sentence. It shows Murphy that revenge doesn't heal grief, it just adds another layer of guilt to process. The town gives each protagonist a choice, though the choice isn't always obvious while you're making it. Will you accept what you've done and try to live with it, or will you let the guilt consume you? Will you protect the person beside you even when protecting them endangers you? Or will you prioritize survival over compassion? Will you become the monster the town suggests you already are? Or will you refuse that identity even when refusing means suffering? The choices aren't between good and evil. They're between types of damage, varieties of loss, shades of compromise with darkness that feels inevitable but isn't quite. Harry chose to raise the baby even when he wanted to kill it, chose love over fear, and paid for that choice with 17 years of paranoia and a death that came anyway. James chose to remember what he'd done, to watch the videotape, to accept that he was a murderer, and most evidence suggests he chose to die because living with that truth was unbearable. Heather chose revenge that turned into something more complicated, not redemption, but at least an end to the cycle. Henry chose to protect Eileen when abandoning her might have been safer, and whether that choice saved him or doomed him depends on how well he managed to keep her alive. Travis chose to place the baby where she'd be found, completing a cycle he didn't understand but couldn't escape. Alex's choices throughout his journey determined whether he drowned as the sacrifice he should have been, or escaped to build something from wreckage and false memories. Murphy chose whether to kill again or to let mercy mean more than satisfying rage. Some escaped, some didn't. Some are still walking those streets, trapped in a loop where the fog never lifts and the monsters never stop coming, and every door they open leads back to the same question they've been trying not to answer since they first heard the radio crackle with static. The town keeps them until it's done with them. Sometimes that takes hours. Sometimes it takes lifetimes. Sometimes it takes forever. The fog rolls in tonight like it rolls in every night in Silent Hill. The lake is calm. The streets are empty except for the shapes that move at the edges of vision. The things that used to be people before the town decided they were something else. The radio in someone's abandoned car still plays static, warning of proximity to nothing you can see but everything you can feel. The hospital lights are on. The school doors are unlocked. The hotel has vacancies. The prison beneath the museum is waiting for someone to complete the descent. And somewhere, right now, another car is pulling off the highway. Another person is reading a letter that doesn't make sense, looking at a map that shows roads that aren't there, hearing a name in their head that sounds like it's being called from very far away. Another protagonist is beginning the journey that every protagonist takes, the journey from denial to recognition, from this can't be happening to this is happening because of what I did. Another life is about to be measured against the weight it carries, and the town will decide, as it always decides, whether that life is strong enough to carry that weight out into the light, or whether it will stay here, another story told in rusted metal and spilled blood. Another ghost among the many who thought they were different, thought they were stronger, thought they could face themselves and walk away intact, sleep well. The protagonists of Silent Hill rarely do. They wake in hospital beds that aren't hospitals. They wake in apartments that won't let them leave. They wake behind the wheel of cars that have crashed without crashing. In towns that exist and don't exist simultaneously. They wake to ash falling like snow, to sirens that mean the world is about to change, to radios that warn them something is close even when nothing is visible. They wake to the truth they've been running from, and the town gives them exactly as much time as it takes to decide whether they'll accept that truth or break under it. Harry woke in his car with his daughter missing and thought he was looking for her. He was looking for the moment he'd decided to keep her, even when keeping her meant danger. The moment love became obligation became tragedy. James woke at an observation deck with a letter from his dead wife and thought he was looking for her. He was looking for the memory of what he'd done to her, the 3 years he'd edited out of his life, the pillow he'd used to stop her breathing. Heather woke in a mall with a stranger asking questions and thought she was running from cultists. She was running toward the integration of 3 fractured selves, toward a chapel where she'd finally have to choose which identity mattered most. Henry woke in his apartment to chains he didn't remember putting there and thought he was trying to escape. He was trying to learn that sometimes you suffer for being in the wrong place, that innocence doesn't guarantee safety, that the previous tenant's ghosts become your ghosts whether you ask for them or not. Travis woke in his truck cab with smoke on the horizon and thought he was helping. He was enabling. Alex woke in a hospital believing he was a soldier and thought he was coming home. He was arriving at the place where the truth of his brother's death waited to ambush him. Murphy woke in bus wreckage thinking he was surviving a crash. He was arriving at the place where he'd decide if killing Charlie's murderer made him a hero or just another killer who'd found a justification. The town doesn't care what you thought you were doing. It cares what you actually did. It cares about the space between intention and outcome, about the choices you convinced yourself were necessary, about the people you failed to save and the ones you chose not to save, and the ones you killed while telling yourself it was mercy or justice or inevitability. Silent Hill is where those choices follow you home. It's where the drive becomes circular, where every path leads back to the moment you wish you could redo, and where the fog ensures you can't look away from who you really are once all the excuses are stripped away. So sleep, dream of ordinary things, grocery lists and traffic jams, deadlines and dinner plans, the small stresses of lives that aren't collapsing. Dream of towns where the fog is just weather, where hospitals heal people, where schools teach children, where prisons actually contain the guilty instead of becoming gateways to something worse. Dream of streets you can map, of logic that holds, of monsters that stay in stories instead of stepping out of your own guilt to meet you in hallways that shouldn't exist. But know this, if you carry something heavy enough, if you've made a choice that haunts you, if there's a truth you've been running from or a lie you've been living inside, then somewhere there's a town waiting. Somewhere there's fog rolling off a lake and street signs with names you almost recognize and a radio that will start crackling just before you understand what it's trying to warn you about. Somewhere there's a room with your name on it, a nightmare tailored to your specific guilt, a series of hallways and doors and decisions that will force you to see yourself clearly, even when clarity is the last thing you want. The protagonists of Silent Hill are ordinary people who found out what happens when ordinary guilt meets a town that won't let you forget. They're cautionary tales, they're mirrors, they're every person who ever looked back on a choice and wondered what if, every parent who failed to save their child, every spouse who stayed when they should have left or left when they should have stayed, every person who survived when someone else didn't and couldn't shake the feeling that the universe made a mistake. They walked into fog and came out changed, if they came out at all. They faced themselves in a town where facing yourself is the only way forward and sometimes the only way to die. They learned that the monsters aren't random, the puzzles aren't arbitrary, the suffering isn't meaningless. Everything in Silent Hill is personal. Everything is built from your shame, your fear, your regret. The executioner has your face. The hospital treats your specific sickness. The prison holds your particular crime. The fog hides what you don't want to see until you're standing in it, breathing it, becoming part of it. And when it's over, if it's over, you leave different. Harry left with a baby who wasn't his daughter, but was, who represented hope and danger in equal measure. James left by sinking into a lake or driving away or becoming something else, depending on choices made in darkness. Heather left with the name she'd been born with and the blonde hair she preferred, carrying 3 lifetimes of trauma in a 17-year-old body. Henry left through a door that finally opened or didn't, depending on whether love was enough to outweigh supernatural malice. Travis left by placing a baby on a road, completing a circle, keeping the truck moving because stopping meant thinking. Alex left by drowning or surviving, by becoming the monster or refusing it, by accepting his father's love came too late, or believing it never came at all. Murphy left by choosing mercy over revenge, or revenge over mercy, or not leaving at all. Their stories end. New stories begin. The fog doesn't care. The lake doesn't care. The town just waits for the next car to pull off the highway, for the next person to step into streets that smell like rust and old fires, for the next protagonist to begin the journey from I'm looking for someone to I'm looking for myself to I found what I was looking for and I wish I hadn't. The town is always waiting. The radio is always ready to warn you. The monsters are always hungry, and somewhere, someone is making the choice that will bring them here, that will turn an ordinary life into extraordinary suffering, that will force them to answer the question Silent Hill asks every protagonist who walks its streets. Can you face what you've done and still deserve to live? Some answer yes, some answer no. Some can't answer at all and wander the fog forever. Another ghost, another cautionary tale, another person who thought they were different until the town proved they weren't. Sweet dreams. The protagonists of Silent Hill rarely have them. They have ash in their lungs and static in their ears and the memory of streets that shouldn't exist but do, waiting patiently for the next person who needs to remember what they've been trying to forget. The lake is quiet now. The fog settles. And tomorrow, or next week, or next year, another car will slow at the edge of town. Another person will read a sign that says, "Welcome to Silent Hill." And another story will begin exactly where all the others began, with someone ordinary discovering they're about to become extraordinary in the worst possible way. Sleep. The town is always waiting, and if you're lucky, it's waiting for someone else. Asked if he'd like to try out. See, he had some acting background from high school and college, so he agreed, never imagining he'd land the most iconic role in survival horror. His daughter didn't get the part of Laura, but Seehee's impromptu audition changed the series forever. Years later, Seehee admitted he had no idea how much Silent Hill 2 meant to fans until the HD collection controversy brought him back into contact with the community. The role he stumbled into by accident became the performance that defined psychological horror gaming. Heather Morris used her Taekwondo training. Heather Morris, the voice and motion capture actress for Heather Mason in Silent Hill 3, brought real combat experience to the role. Morris had trained in Taekwondo as a child, and Team Silent asked her to use those skills during motion capture sessions for Heather's combat animations. The kicks, blocks, and physical intensity you see in Heather's fighting style came directly from Morris's martial arts background. She performed all the combat choreography herself, bringing an authenticity to the character's movements that pure animation couldn't match. Morris also studied classical ballet from age 3, which gave her the body control needed for the more subtle animations. The combination of dance training and martial arts created Heather's unique movement vocabulary, graceful when navigating environments, explosive when fighting monsters. Heather was almost named Helen. During Silent Hill 3's development, the protagonist wasn't called Heather, she was Helen. Team Silent used this name through early development until they brought Heather Morris in for voice work. After talking with Morris, the developers realized Helen felt outdated and didn't match the character's youthful, defiant personality. They changed the name to Heather, directly inspired by their voice actress. Early promotional materials and even the back of the original game's cover still showed Heather Morris as the character's full name, a combination of the actress's real name that was likely meant to avoid spoilers, since Heather Mason would have immediately connected her to Harry Mason and revealed the sequel relationship. The kindergarten cop school connection. Midwich Elementary School in the original Silent Hill looks familiar for a reason. It's an almost exact replica of the school from Kindergarten Cop, the 1990 Arnold Schwarzenegger comedy. Team Silent, working in Japan without the budget to scout American locations, used American films as visual references. They found Kindergarten Cop and meticulously recreated its school layout, hallway design, window placement, and even specific wall posters. The choice was purely practical. They needed an authentic American elementary school and found a detailed visual reference. The irony of modeling one of horror gaming's most disturbing locations after a family comedy wasn't lost on fans who later discovered the connection. It's a perfect example of how Team Silent transformed innocent source material into nightmare fuel through context and atmosphere alone. David Schaufele winged his audition. David Schaufele, the voice of Eddie Dombrowski in Silent Hill 2, had zero preparation time for his audition. Like Guy Seehee, he was only at the studio because his daughter wanted to try out. After she finished, casting directors asked if he'd be interested in auditioning too. Schaufele agreed on a whim, having no time to review scripts or prepare. He improvised his performance, drawing on instinct and raw interpretation. The casting team loved what they saw and gave him Eddie, one of the game's most complex, tragic characters. Schaufele later reflected that not having time to overthink the role might have helped him capture Eddie's authentic, raw emotional state. His spontaneous performance created one of survival horror's most memorable supporting characters. No written contracts existed. One of the most shocking revelations during the HD collection controversy was that Guy Seehee, Monica Taylor Horgan, and David Schaufele never signed written contracts for their Silent Hill 2 work. Voice actors confirmed they simply showed up, performed, got paid, and left, with no paperwork securing rights or residuals. This wasn't unusual in Japanese business culture of the early 2000s, where verbal agreements often sufficed. But it created massive complications years later when Konami wanted to port the game. The lack of documentation led to the voice replacement fiasco, community backlash, and eventually a negotiated solution where the original actors signed waivers, allowing their voices in future releases. It exposed a fundamental disconnect between Japanese and Western business practices in game development. Monica Taylor Horgan never finished the game. Monica Taylor Horgan, who voiced both Mary and Maria, admitted she played Silent Hill 2 but never completed it. Despite bringing two of the game's most pivotal characters to life, she couldn't finish the emotional journey she'd helped create. Horgan attended King's College and the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in London and had done extensive voice work for English-language commercials in Japan before landing the dual role. Her inability to finish the game she starred in speaks to how emotionally heavy Silent Hill 2's story becomes. Even the actress who voiced Mary's death couldn't bear to see all the endings. Heather Morris can't escape the first room. In a delightfully ironic twist, Heather Morris, the woman who motion captured and voiced the series' first female protagonist, admits she's terrible at video games. She's so bad that she's never escaped the first room of Silent Hill 3. Morris kept running Heather into walls, unable to figure out the controls or objectives, and eventually gave up. She's never seen any of her own work in context beyond isolated cutscenes. The actress who played gaming's toughest teenage heroine can't play her own game. When fans discovered this detail in interviews, it became an endearing, humanizing moment. Proof that you don't have to be good at games to create iconic performances within them. The Silent Hill 4 title started as just Room 302. Silent Hill 4. The room didn't start development with that title. Early in production, Team Silent referred to it simply as Room 302, the apartment number that becomes Henry's prison. Fans who discovered this detail speculated the game began as an unrelated horror project that was later adapted into a Silent Hill entry. But Team Silent confirmed that's a myth. The room was always intended as a Silent Hill game, developed alongside Silent Hill 3. The studio wanted to prove the series could support different settings and characters beyond the town itself. The working title, Room 302, reflected the team's focus on claustrophobic, apartment-based horror before they'd fully integrated it into the larger mythology. Pyramid Head was originally called Red Triangle Head. During development, nobody called the monster Pyramid Head. The team referred to him as Red Triangle Head, Thing, or simply Head in production notes. The name Pyramid Head was coined by Jeremy Blaustein, the English translator for Silent Hill 2. Blaustein needed something memorable for Western audiences and landed on the geometric description that stuck worldwide. In Japanese materials, the creature is still called Red Pyramid Thing, maintaining the original clinical descriptor. The helmet design itself was inspired by the lower hull of the King Tiger heavy tank, with Masahiro Ito finding the angular shape both imposing and symbolically appropriate for an executioner. Ito originally sketched Pyramid Head with a more deformed, hunchbacked body, but shifted to a more overtly masculine, humanoid figure to emphasize his role as judge and punisher rather than just another monster. The final boss can be defeated with no ammo. In the original Silent Hill, the final boss has an unusual vulnerability. If you enter the fight with zero ammunition across all weapons, the boss simply dies. When the battle begins, cycle through your weapons to show you're unarmed. The boss will recognize this and collapse on the spot. This wasn't a glitch, but a deliberate design choice, rewarding players who'd been reckless or unlucky with resource management. Team Silent wanted to avoid creating an unwinnable scenario where players reached the end without enough firepower, so they programmed the boss to essentially give up when faced with a helpless opponent. It's one of the strangest boss mechanics in survival horror, a final encounter you can win by losing. Cheryl Mason was named after Cheryl Lee. Harry's daughter Cheryl in the original Silent Hill was named after actress Cheryl Lee, who played Laura Palmer in Twin Peaks. Team Silent were massive David Lynch fans, and Twin Peaks' blend of small-town mystery, surreal horror, and family trauma directly influenced the first game's atmosphere. The reference wasn't subtle to horror fans familiar with Lynch's work. A missing girl in a cursed American town echoes Twin Peaks' central mystery. Other Lynch influences permeate the series, from the industrial zone's factory nightmare aesthetics to the way reality bends around trauma. The Cheryl/Cheryl name parallel was Team Silent's way of acknowledging their inspiration while creating their own mythology. Origins was almost a comedy. Silent Hill Origins could have been radically different. Climax Studios, the developers, initially considered making it a comedy horror game inspired by Evil Dead 3 and shows like Scrubs. They wanted to blend horror and humor in ways the series had never attempted. After extensive development discussions, they realized a comedic Silent Hill fundamentally contradicted what made the franchise work. Audiences expected psychological dread, not jokes, so Climax scrapped the concept and returned to pure horror. The final game maintained the series' serious tone, though some fans still wonder what a comedy horror Silent Hill might have looked like. The decision to abandon the approach probably saved the game from becoming a franchise black sheep. Joshua Shepard was supposed to look dead. In Silent Hill Homecoming, protagonist Alex spends the game searching for his missing younger brother Joshua. When Joshua appears in Alex's memories and visions, he looks alive and healthy. Originally, developers planned for Joshua to appear as a corpse during these sequences, bloated, decayed, with obvious signs of drowning. Since Joshua is supposedly 9 years old, having him appear as a child's corpse would have been deeply unsettling. The team ultimately decided against the more graphic option, keeping Joshua's appearance innocent to preserve the plot twist. It was a rare instance of the series pulling back from its darkest impulses, choosing emotional impact over shock value. The nurses were filmed walking backwards. In the 2006 Silent Hill film, the disturbing stuttering movements of the dark nurses required an unusual filming technique. The creatures were played by dancers choreographed by Italian actor Roberto Campanella, who also performed as Pyramid Head and Colin. To achieve the unnatural motion, Campanella had the dancers walk backwards, then reversed the footage in post-production. The technique created movements that felt wrong without being obviously CGI, joints bending at odd moments, weight distribution shifting strangely, limbs moving with uncanny timing. Around 100 copies of Rose's costume were made for the film, starting in soft summer colors that gradually became grayer and eventually blood red as the story progressed. The changes were subtle enough that audiences barely noticed consciously, but the escalating color palette reinforced the descent into nightmare. Roberto Campanella wore stilts as Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head in the 2006 film needed to tower over other characters, so Roberto Campanella performed the role on stilted shoes to reach the creature's 7-foot height. The massive helmet had a tube running from the mouth through the back of the costume so Campanella could breathe during long takes. The helmet itself was heavy and unbalanced, making every movement a calculated effort. Campanella had to learn to walk, turn, and interact with props while effectively blind and off balance. His performance created the creature's distinctive, slow, purposeful movements, not just an aesthetic choice, but a physical necessity. The practical effects approach gave Pyramid Head a weighty, real presence that pure CGI couldn't match. Centralia inspired the film, not the game. Many people assume the burning coal town of Centralia, Pennsylvania, inspired the Silent Hill game, but that's backwards. Team Silent actually cited Twin Peaks, Jacob's Ladder, and Stephen King's The Mist as influences for the game's setting and atmosphere. It was Christophe Gans, director of the 2006 film, who researched Centralia and incorporated its decades-old underground coal fire, toxic gas, and abandoned streets into the movie's visual design. Screenwriter Roger Avery discovered Centralia while researching the games and realized its real-world nightmare scenario perfectly matched Silent Hill's aesthetic. The film's ashfall, cracked pavement, and toxic air came from Centralia's actual conditions. Somehow the misconception spread that Centralia inspired the games when it actually inspired the film adaptation. Team Silent were almost fired. Before Metal Gear Solid made Konami a major player in console gaming, the team that would become Team Silent were considered expendable. Most members had worked on games that underperformed commercially, and several were reportedly on the verge of being fired. Management had low expectations for their survival horror project. The team threw out their original concept and gambled everything on a new approach. Ordinary protagonist, psychological horror over action, atmosphere over graphics. That desperate creative swing became the original Silent Hill, a surprise hit that saved their jobs and launched one of gaming's most important horror franchises. The pressure of potential failure pushed Team Silent to take risks that polished, secure teams might have avoided. Streets named after horror authors. The original Silent Hill honors horror literature by naming streets after famous authors. Walking through town, you'll find Bachman Road, Stephen King's pseudonym Richard Bachman, Bradbury Street, Ray Bradbury, Block Street, Robert Bloch, Levin Street, Ira Levin, and Matheson Street, Richard Matheson. Silent Hill 2 continued the tradition with additional author references. These weren't random Easter eggs, but Team Silent's acknowledgement of the genre's literary foundations. The street names turned the town into a subtle bibliography of horror influences, suggesting Silent Hill itself exists within a tradition of psychological terror that predates video games. It was environmental world building that rewarded genre-literate players while remaining unobtrusive to everyone else. The armless man was inspired by the lying figure. In the 2006 Silent Hill film, the armless man creature featured a distinctive mask with a breathing tube running from mouth to costume back, allowing actor Michael Cota to survive inside the restrictive outfit. The character design was directly based on the lying figure from Silent Hill 2, translating the game's writhing straitjacket monsters into practical film effects. The lying figure itself later inspired the smog enemy in Silent Hill, Homecoming, creating a lineage of designs across games and films. This cross-pollination showed how the series' visual language evolved through different media while maintaining core symbolic meanings: bodies bound, faces hidden, humanity obscured. Downpour contains Easter eggs from every previous game. Silent Hill, Downpour, released in 2012, packed in references to the series' entire history. Players could find music from Silent Hill 2 playing on a gas station radio. Explore a version of Henry's apartment from Silent Hill 4. The Room. Discover the abandoned truck belonging to Travis from Origins, and encounter numerous other callbacks scattered through the world. These weren't just fan service. They suggested that Murphy Pendleton's journey connected to every previous story, that Silent Hill itself remembered all its victims. The game functioned as a series anniversary celebration, acknowledging the franchise's legacy even as it introduced new elements. For longtime fans, finding these hidden connections became a treasure hunt through nostalgia. Akira Yamaoka wasn't the original composer. Akira Yamaoka became synonymous with Silent Hill's soundscape, but he wasn't initially hired as composer. Yamaoka started as a sound designer on the first game. When the original composer left during production, Yamaoka stepped up and created the industrial noise and haunting melodies that defined the series. Without that staffing accident, Silent Hill's entire audio identity might have been completely different. Yamaoka's background in sound design rather than traditional composition gave him an unusual approach, treating music, ambient noise, and sound effects as a unified sonic landscape rather than separate elements. His unexpected promotion became one of the most influential creative accidents in gaming history. Harry's flashlight started as a glitch. The chest-mounted flashlight that became iconic in Silent Hill originated from a technical error. Early prototype builds used a global light source that followed the player. When the engine broke and accidentally anchored the light to Harry's chest position, Team Silent realized it looked natural, like he was carrying a torch. They reshaped the broken code into an intentional mechanic and rebuilt the entire lighting system around that accident. The flashlight's position created distinctive long shadows and dramatic lighting that became central to the series' visual identity. Sometimes the best design choices emerge from mistakes you're smart enough to recognize as improvements. Lisa Garland's blood tears were a texture error. One of Silent Hill 1's most haunting moments, Lisa Garland's blood tears, started as a rendering mistake. Her character model's face shader accidentally duplicated the wound texture layer over her tear ducts. When lighting shifted during the cutscene, it animated like dripping blood. The team immediately recognized the accidental horror and deliberately enhanced it, adding extra frames to make the effect intentional. A glitch became the series' most human tragedy. Lisa's blood tears symbolizing her realization that she's already dead. It's a perfect example of how Team Silent transformed technical limitations and errors into meaningful horror. The hospital wheelchair squeak is a human scream. The metallic squeak of the wheelchair in Brookhaven Hospital during Silent Hill 2 isn't a sound effect. It's a human scream. Akira Yamaoka recorded his own voice, slowed it to 1/10 speed, and ran it through a tape deck until it created that metal-on-metal whine. He wanted every noise in the game to sound like something suffering, so even ambient sounds had to carry pain. The technique turned human agony into environmental audio, making the hospital feel alive with trapped screams processed into everyday noises. It's sound design as horror philosophy. Nothing is neutral, everything hurts. SH3's Catacomb, screams are slowed, pig squeals. The distant, wordless screams echoing through Silent Hill 3's church catacombs aren't human at all. Yamaoka used recorded pig squeals that were stretched, filtered, and reversed before being layered under wind effects. The mix was deliberately unclear. Players could never be certain if they were hearing people or something else, something deeper in the walls. The audio file is literally titled livestockhuman.wave, acknowledging the blend. Yamaoka consistently used animal sounds processed into human-adjacent noises, creating a bestial undercurrent beneath the human horror. Eddie's Pizza Steam was real-time particle effects. When you first meet Eddie in Pete's Bowl-O-Rama in Silent Hill 2, the steam rising from his pizza is actual real-time particle fog, not a baked texture. Team Silent programmed it to loop inconsistently so the air looked still but unsettlingly alive, not moving naturally but not completely static either. It's one of the earliest uses of environmental particles specifically to create unease rather than realism. The technology was primitive by modern standards, but the artistic choice to make even innocent steam feel wrong exemplified Team Silent's approach to environmental storytelling. PTS Baby Voice was Kojima's son. The crying and laughter coming from the sink, fetus in PT, were recordings of Hideo Kojima's infant son. Audio designer Ludwig Forsell recorded the baby at home, then stretched the samples into unsettling laughter loops and layered wet sound textures beneath them. Kojima later stated, "That's my child's voice calling from a place I wish no one ever hears." The deeply personal source material made PT's horror feel intimate in ways synthetic audio couldn't achieve. Using his own child's voice in a horror context revealed Kojima's willingness to sacrifice personal boundaries for artistic impact. The Crimson Ceremony chant is multi-language gibberish. The chant heard during Silent Hill 3's final boss fight sounds like ancient religious language, but it's actually meaningless, sort of. Linguists who analyzed the audio discovered it's a hybrid of Latin, Hebrew, and Sanskrit phrases stitched together. Real funeral hymns and mistranslated words for rebirth and guilt appear, but arranged incorrectly and mixed with pure invention. The result is spiritual noise designed to sound sacred to any listener, regardless of their linguistic background. It's gibberish with intent, creating an impression of ancient ritual without actually meaning anything. Toluca prison graves match developer names. The 3 graves in Silent Hill 2's prison, James, Angela, and Eddie, include tiny carved initials on their lower corners that correspond to Team Silent programmers who built that area: Junya, Akihiro, and Eiji. Masahiro Ito called it their burial in code, acknowledging the point where the dev team nearly burned out finishing the game. These weren't meant as Easter eggs for players to find, but as private acknowledgments of the exhaustion and sacrifice that went into creating that section. The team literally buried themselves in their own horror game. Homecoming's knife intro used real meat sounds. The opening cinematic of Silent Hill, Homecoming, where Alex sharpens his knife, features sounds recorded by pressing contact microphones into raw pork slabs and cutting them. The sound designers wanted that dense, fibrous tone of blade on flesh. The studio apparently smelled like a butcher shop during cleanup, but the results gave the intro its nauseating realism. It's a practical effects approach to audio, capturing the physical reality of violence to make the horror visceral before any monsters appear. SH1's Snow is actually falling ash. Team Silent originally described the constant white particles in Silent Hill 1 as ash drifting from unseen fires, not snow or precipitation. It symbolized the town's slow death after Alessa's immolation, the sky burning, the town exhaling its own cremation. Western localization softened this to snow for American audiences, but the manual still calls it white rain, preserving a hint of the original concept. The ash interpretation makes the opening hours darker. Harry is walking through a town that's actively burning itself away. From the inside, every flake a piece of destruction, made visible. The mannequin corpses react to flashlight flicker. In certain warehouse rooms in Silent Hill 3, if you rapidly toggle Heather's flashlight on and off, the hanging mannequins twitch slightly between light and dark. This wasn't an intentional scare, but a debug animation effect meant to test lighting interpolation that was never disabled. It became an accidental ghost story, Players noticed the body seemed to move when the light stuttered, creating paranoia about whether the mannequins were actually alive. The unintended behavior made inanimate objects feel threatening, which is perfect for Silent Hill's aesthetic. Toluca Lake music is based on heartbeats. Akira Yamaoka built the ambient track for Silent Hill 2's Lakeshore using his own recorded resting heartbeat, slowed and filtered through subharmonic synthesis. The tempo subtly rises when James approaches key story objects, the boat, the dock, certain shoreline points. It's one of the few audio loops in the game that literally responds to player behavior, mirroring human physiology to create unconscious tension. Your body recognizes the rhythm even if your conscious mind doesn't, creating discomfort you can't quite explain. Heather's bedroom copies Harry's motel. At the start of Silent Hill 3, Heather's bedroom uses the exact floor plan of Harry's motel room from Silent Hill 1's ending. Window placement, lamp style, furniture arrangement all match. Masahiro Ito deliberately reused the layout as a subliminal cue that Heather is living inside her father's memory. Fans only confirmed the connection years later by overlaying 3D models, but the eerie familiarity affects players unconsciously even on first playthrough. It's environmental storytelling through architecture. Heather literally occupies her father's ending, her beginning shaped by his conclusion. The sewers were real Japanese blueprints. The sewer maps in Silent Hill 1 were traced from actual Tokyo flood drainage plans found in a civil engineering magazine. Designers mirrored and simplified the layout for gameplay, but the proportions remain exact. That's why the sewer feels strangely logical compared to later otherworld spaces. It's grounded in real infrastructure design. Using authentic blueprints gave the environment credible geometry, making players feel like they're navigating actual maintenance tunnels rather than video game levels. PT's burning figure is Alessa. During a hallway flash in PT, a split-second frame shows a burning figure crawling across the floor. Freeze-frame analysis revealed the model is a repurposed asset of Alessa from Silent Hill 3's intro, imported and charred. Kojima's team added it as a hidden acknowledgement that PT was meant to tie the series' spiritual trauma back to its origin. Even in a teaser for a canceled game, the team couldn't resist connecting to Silent Hill's foundational nightmare, the burning child whose pain created the entire mythology. The Ferris wheel shadow spells BIRTH. During Silent Hill 3's amusement park section, when the Ferris wheel rotates under Heather's flashlight, the support beams cast shadows that briefly spell birth. The pattern only aligns once per full rotation, a hidden lighting Easter egg planted by the environment team as visual foreshadowing for the Godbirth finale. It's the kind of detail most players never notice consciously, but which reinforces theme through environmental design. The park doesn't just contain horror, it announces what's coming through temporary shadow geometry. The confessional priest is Yamaoka. The unseen priest's voice in Silent Hill 3's confessional booth belongs to Akira Yamaoka himself. The scheduled voice actor missed the session, so Yamaoka recorded the lines last minute. His slightly off timing, deliberate pauses, soft breath noises, was left unedited to make the confession feel uncomfortably real rather than polished. Yamaoka's amateur delivery actually enhanced the scene's authenticity, proving that sometimes imperfection serves horror better than professional technique. The man in the wheelchair has an unused name. Near the end of Brookhaven Hospital's restricted ward in Silent Hill 2, a nearly hidden figure sits slumped in a wheelchair, motionless. Examine files list him as Samael Old, suggesting he was an unused cult prophet character model. Team Silent kept him in the final build purely as background atmosphere, one of the few human forms in the game never explained or referenced in dialogue. His presence raises questions the game refuses to answer, which is more unsettling than any exposition could provide. Manhole covers have real coordinates. The manhole covers scattered through Silent Hill, two bare faint numbers along their rims. When mapped, they match real-world coordinates for Lake Tokorozawa, the Japanese lake that inspired Toluca. It was Masahiro Ito's private nod to the series' geographical roots, a ghostly return home etched into pavement most players never examine. The coordinates ground Silent Hill's fictional American setting in actual Japanese topography, revealing the cultural translation at the series' heart. Peephole uses a hidden camera. When you look through Henry's apartment peephole in Silent Hill 4, the game doesn't zoom. It swaps to a secondary render camera positioned on the hallway side of the door. That's why you sometimes catch Eileen's idle animation before she notices you're watching. The slight delay creates the unsettling impression she's been standing there longer than expected, reinforcing the voyeuristic unease of watching neighbors through door security. The Labyrinth echo voices are the developers. The whispered lines in Silent Hill 2's prison labyrinth, "This is punishment. You can't leave her," come from a team silent stress recording session. During a crunch night, Yamaoka recorded everyone muttering complaints and reversed the audio. It's literally the developer's exhaustion haunting the level. The subtext writes itself. The team's suffering became the prison's voice. Their frustration with endless development cycles transformed into James's psychological torment. The prison tortures you with the same pain the creators felt making it. Red paper notes were lighting test materials. The red paper notes that slide under Henry's door in Silent Hill 4 originated as lighting test materials. Developers used bright red to check reflection behavior on textures, and someone forgot to swap the color before localization. Rather than fixing it, the team wrote the red paper into the story as Eileen's messages, with red ink as a plot-justified excuse. A technical artifact became narrative detail, turning a forgotten debug tool into character communication. The playground slide leads nowhere. At Lakeside Amusement Park in Silent Hill 3, Heather can climb the playground slide, but the top has a solid, invisible wall. Early builds planned a side area where Heather glimpsed a child running away, but memory limitations forced that map's removal. The slide remained as a symbolic path that childhood no longer opens, climbable but blocked, suggesting access to innocence that no longer exists. Its environmental metaphor through level design restrictions. Pyramid Head's helmet sound is a dragged safe. The metallic grind of Pyramid Head's helmet wasn't digitally generated. It's a steel safe being dragged across concrete. The sound team recorded 10 takes, slowed the best one by 60%, and matched it to the monster's footsteps. Yamaoka said, "The sound of guilt should scrape the floor, so every step Pyramid Head takes literally drags weight behind him." The practical audio approach gave the creature acoustic mass that synthesized sounds couldn't replicate. Hospital whiteboards contain AI pathfinding math. In Brookhaven, hospital staff areas in Silent Hill 2. Some whiteboards display faint equations. They aren't random scribbles. Those are AI pathfinding notes left by programmers. The lines describe distance weighting and collision radius calculations used for nurse-enemy behavior. Instead of erasing or replacing them, texture artists photographed the real development office boards and imported them directly. Real work became in-game texture, blurring the line between development space and game world. The Bloody Key had a cut puzzle. In Silent Hill 1, The bloodied key found near the church originally triggered a side puzzle that tracked how many locked doors Harry had forced open. An event counter still exists in the code labeled B key count, but the feature was cut late in development. Team Silent feared it made exploration too procedural instead of dreamlike. The remnant code shows how close the game came to having explicit consequence tracking for player aggression. Church bells sync to real system time. The church bells in Silent Hill 3 ring at intervals matching your console's internal clock. At exactly every real-world hour, the bells sound, even if you're deep underground. Players rarely notice because it syncs seamlessly with ambient play, but if you pause precisely on the hour, the sound continues, marking time in both worlds simultaneously. It's a subtle reminder that Silent Hill operates on schedules beyond the game's internal logic. The water prison is based on a lighthouse. Walter Sullivan's circular prison tower in Silent Hill 4 wasn't modeled on real penitentiary architecture, but on an abandoned lighthouse design from a maritime safety manual. The spiral layout mirrors a beacon's lens chamber, symbolizing illumination that traps instead of guides. Ito chose it because a lighthouse is a tower that lies, promising safety while directing you toward destruction. The architectural metaphor encodes the entire game's theme into building geometry. Save points pulse to music, BPM. The red save squares in Silent Hill 2 subtly pulsate in sync with each area's background track tempo. Every region has its own ambient heartbeat, and the save icon's glow matches it down to the millisecond. This makes saves feel alive, like they're breathing with the level's mood rather than sitting as inert UI elements. It's a micro detail most players never consciously notice, but which contributes to the game's organic atmosphere. Heather's mirror, doppelganger, has independent AI. In Silent Hill 3's mirror room, Heather's reflection isn't a mirrored animation. It's a separate NPC model running a delayed movement script. At a program timestamp, the AI begins to lag input and eventually desync completely, ignoring player commands. That's why the reflection can move after you stop, reinforcing the sense that it's become independent. The technical implementation creates genuine unease. Your avatar's mirror self is literally a different entity controlled by different code. Blood writing quotes an unused song. The wall text in Toluca Prison, "There was a hole here, it's gone now," is a fragment from an unused song Akira Yamaoka wrote early in Silent Hill 2's production. The full lyric read, "There was a hole here where my heart should be." When the track was scrapped, the line survived as graffiti, shifting from love song to epitaph. The wall preserves a ghost of removed content, words from a song players will never hear. Broken TVs use live video noise. The static flicker on broken televisions in Silent Hill 3 isn't pre-rendered. The game dynamically generates randomized pixel interference from math seed values, ensuring no two flickers are identical. The effect was designed to simulate a ghost signal, preventing visual repetition and suggesting something trying to break through. Every screen looks alive with potential communication, static, that might resolve into meaning if you watch long enough. The screaming corpses are audio tests. When you walk through Walter's graveyard stage in Silent Hill 4, distant moans pan eerily left and right. These aren't ambient tracks. They're dummy spatial test sounds used to check 3D audio direction. Developers forgot to disable them, but Yamaoka kept them, saying they sounded like the dead searching for their source. Debug tools became diegetic horror. Accidental test audio transformed into ghosts seeking their own existence. Pyramid Head's first weapon was a scythe. Before the great knife, Pyramid Head was designed to wield a giant curved executioner's blade, resembling a scythe. The weapon was scrapped because its swing arc caused camera clipping in tight rooms. The blade literally wouldn't fit through doorways without visual glitches. Iho reworked it into the rectangular slab we know, explaining, "It's not a weapon for killing, it's a burden to drag." The technical limitation forced a design change that became thematic perfection, a punishment implement too heavy to wield properly. The SH2 dog statue reappears in SH3. Inside Silent Hill 3's Hilltop Center storage room, hidden behind cardboard boxes, sits a small dog statue modeled identically to the Shiba Inu from SH2's joke ending. Examine it and Heather just says, "Who would leave this here?" It's a quiet confirmation that Team Silent's joke became part of the town's permanent fabric. The dog's presence suggests the absurd endings are as real as the serious ones, that Silent Hill contains all possible interpretations simultaneously. Town signs change fonts between games. Across Silent Hill 1 to 4, the Welcome to Silent Hill sign uses different typefaces each time: Roman, Serif, Gothic. Ito confirmed this wasn't arbitrary. Each font reflected the era of the protagonist. The ornate Gothic letters of Silent Hill 3 were meant to suggest religion dressing itself as hospitality, while the plainer fonts in earlier games matched those characters' simpler perspectives. Typography became environmental storytelling, the town's self-presentation shifting to match who's reading it. SH3's mall music hides a voice. If you isolate the track End of Small Sanctuary that plays in the shopping mall, buried under the melody is a female voice whispering, "Wake up." It's Yamaoka's assistant, looped and time stretched until it becomes rhythmic static. He intended it to pull the player between dreaming and waking, a literal subliminal cue to maintain unease. The whisper operates below conscious awareness, making the mall feel wrong without players understanding why. Map notes are handwritten by different artists. Each Silent Hill game features protagonist written notes on maps, but the handwriting changes because Team Silent assigned unique staff members to write them. In Silent Hill 2, James's scrawl came from the environment modeler. Heather's rounder script in SH3 was penned by a female QA tester. They were scanned at full size, unaltered, making each game's map notes authentically different in ways that reinforce character personality through penmanship. Nowhere is a literal patchwork of earlier levels. The final area of Silent Hill 1, Nowhere, stitches together rooms from the school, hospital, and church into one impossible maze. Designers used a debug command called map warp to drop Harry into disconnected prototype spaces, then justified the chaos narratively. That's why no in-game map exists for Nowhere. There is no layout file, only a chain of teleport triggers linking orphaned rooms. It's architectural nonsense that makes psychological sense. Level design as memory collage. The hospital elevator has random pauses. The long elevator ride in Silent Hill 3's hospital sometimes halts mid-descent for a few seconds. It isn't loading, it's a scripted RNG delay that rolls between 1 and 3 pauses. The team inserted it after testers said the elevator felt too predictable. That random hesitation sells the illusion of the world breathing independently, making the elevator ride feel less like a loading screen and more like actual, uncertain machinery. Alex's dog tags decode to SH1's development date. The numbers on Alex Shepard's dog tags in Silent Hill Homecoming translate to 09-13-83, the day Silent Hill 1 began development, It was Double Helix Studios' hidden lineage marker, connecting their Western developed entry back to the series' creation date. Only visible through texture ripping, it's an Easter egg acknowledging they're working within an established legacy rather than creating something entirely new. Hotel sprinklers are timed to player pathing. In Lakeview Hotel in Silent Hill 2, certain ceiling sprinklers burst only if you cross invisible path nodes near burned rooms. They're not random effects, but triggers tied to common, first-time player routes, so new players almost always get that sudden water hiss. An acoustic jump scare that sells the building as recently scorched and still alive. The illusion of spontaneity is actually careful choreography based on predicted movement. The halo of the sun has two canonical orientations. The Order's halo of the sun appears upright and inverted across Silent Hill 3's areas. Design notes label them ward, upright, protection, ceiling, and summon, inverted, invitation. The game never explains this, but placement follows the rule. Upright at save points and quiet areas, inverted near boss thresholds and altars. It's symbolic consistency that operates without exposition, teaching players to read the environment through repeated pattern. Origins uses real Polaroids for memory items. Several memory items Travis finds in Silent Hill. Origins are scans of actual Polaroids from the art team's personal collections, distressed with acetone to create chemical burns. The authentic emulsion tears make those photos look uniquely ruined compared to standard game textures. They're literally damaged memories captured on real film stock before being digitized. Grave dust uses real particle photography. The floating dust in Toluca Prison's graveyard in Silent Hill 2 isn't algorithmically generated. It's scanned particles from macro photography. Team Silent captured real dust specks over black velvet, then animated them in slow drift loops. It gives the air tactile heaviness that no software noise could match, making the atmosphere feel genuinely oppressive rather than just graphically impressive. The subway rats are immortal by accident. The rats scurrying along subway tracks in Silent Hill 3 can't be killed, not because of invincibility flags, but because they lack collision detection entirely. Developers removed it after testing revealed rats sometimes tripped Heather's combat triggers inappropriately. Their unkillability is an optimization accident that became urban legend, players assuming the rats possess some mysterious protection when they're actually just incorporeal code. Room 303 doesn't exist. Every apartment door in Silent Hill 4 ascends sequentially, except 303, which simply doesn't exist. The team removed it mid-production because that room's ghost sequence caused memory crashes. Rather than renumber everything, they left the gap, and fans later decided Room 303 was where a ritual failed, fittingly erasing itself from reality. The missing number became accidental lore, a void that implies more than content could. Hotel portraits hide staff faces. In Lakeview Hotel's hallway in Silent Hill 2, several portraits of founders hang slightly crooked. Zooming in reveals their photos of Team Silent staff, desaturated and overpainted with period clothing. One is Akira Yamaoka wearing a fake mustache. The developers left them uncredited, tiny self-inserts haunting their own creation, watching James from frames he never examines closely. The Nurse AI has 3 behavior tables. Brookhaven's nurses in Silent Hill 3 don't share one AI script. On each load, the game randomly selects one of 3 aggression patterns: fast rushers, cautious circlers, or group attackers. This means no two playthroughs encounter identical behavior. It's why the hospital always feels unpredictably alive, even though layouts stay static. Enemy psychology changes each time you visit. The original demo used real police audio. A rarely seen Tokyo Game Show 1998 demo of Silent Hill one used real LAPD dispatch audio lifted from a training tape to fill radio chatter. Konami's legal team forced its removal before release. The replacement synthetic static became a series hallmark, but authentic voices still exist in that unreleased build. Proof of how close the game came to using actual emergency services recordings. The burning bed references a real crime. The charred bed in the Silent Hill Historical Society basement in Silent Hill 2 isn't random horror. It's modeled after a 1977 domestic arson case from Pennsylvania that the team discovered in an English-language crime magazine. Ido said they recreated it as a symbol of vengeance that leaves only absence. The texture's black scorch marks come from real police photos, grounding fictional horror in documented violence. The otherworld siren comes from a real alarm. The piercing siren signaling each otherworld shift was sampled from a decommissioned Cold War air raid alarm recorded in Yokosuka, Japan. Yamaoka pitched it down and added tremolo so it feels both mechanical and alive, describing it as a heartbeat that warns itself. The source material carries historical dread, actual emergency preparedness technology repurposed into fictional apocalypse soundtrack. Bathroom graffiti changes on reload. In the first mall bathroom Heather visits in Silent Hill 3, graffiti reads, "Don't go out," but if you reload the save multiple times, the line slowly changes to, "You already left." The texture cycles between variants depending on session count, a hidden joke about looping nightmares and player persistence. The wall literally comments on your save scumming behavior. Team Silent hit a goodbye in SH3's code. Buried in Silent Hill, 3's executable is unused English text. "We were here and so was the fog." It's signed TS 2003, the internal tag for Team Silent, 2003 being the game's release year. No one outside Konami saw it until modders cracked files years later. Fans treat it as the studio's unspoken farewell, acknowledging Silent Hill 3 would be their last complete work before the team dissolved. A quiet, fitting epitaph. The final save has a hidden name. If you examine a completed Silent Hill 2 save file's binary data, each ending changes the internal slot name. Most say Memory of the Lake, but the Rebirth ending renames it Forgive Us. Text that never appears on screen. It's encoded only to display in developer debug tools, unseen by players. Team Silent left it as a secret marker that James's loop, even when completed, was never meant to truly end. Cemetery fog is denser on fresh saves. The opening graveyard in Silent Hill 2 uses heavier fog on a fresh save than on New Game Plus. Team Silent did this to push first-time players toward the path out. On replays, fog relaxes slightly so exploration feels wider. It's dynamic difficulty through atmosphere. New players get guided by reduced visibility. Veterans get freedom to wander. Heather's hoodie logo is a real brand mashup. The tiny chest patch on Heather's vest in Silent Hill 3 blends two erased logos from 2002 outdoor wear catalogs. Legal scrubbing removed brand names, but stitch count and thread color were copied exactly, which is why it reads as authentic vintage, even without readable text. It's costume design through forensic recreation. making fiction feel historically accurate. Bowling pins are all different heights. In Pete's Bowl-O-Rama, the lane pins aren't uniform. Prop artists hand-scaled each by a few percent to make the alley read unsettling and wide shots. The tiny mismatch breaks your brain's expectation of symmetry, an uncanny cue you can't consciously identify, but which registers as wrong. It's background wrongness that accumulates subliminal unease. SH4's radio has real apartment noise. Henry's radio in Silent Hill 4 occasionally catches faint voices that don't match the plot. Those clips came from a field recorder placed in a real Tokyo apartment near thin walls. The team layered authentic neighbor chatter under static to sell the idea that normal life is bleeding into the haunting. Its diegetic sound design, the horror of ordinary domesticity intruding on supernatural isolation. SH1's Alley tutorial scales with player hesitation. The first alley gauntlet in Silent Hill 1 adjusts enemy HP and grab chance based on how long you hesitate before entering. Wait at the corner and the game flags you as cautious, softening the encounter. Rush in immediately and it quietly dials aggression up to teach fear through punishment. The opening teaches you to be afraid by reading your behavior and responding accordingly. PT's cockroach is two models. The famous roach on the menu screen is actually two separate bugs positioned head-to-head, animated to crawl apart. It's an in-joke about PT's looping duality. The seam is hidden by motion blur, but pausing on the split second shows duplicate thoraxes detaching. Even the title screen participates in the game's theme of doubling and separation. Bathroom, graffiti pics from a pool. The opening restroom's wall scrawl in Silent Hill 2 isn't fixed. The game selects from a small pool of grime decals when the map loads, meaning screenshots show slightly different streaks across playthroughs. It's an early attempt to make even static rooms feel unstable, minor variations that prevent perfect memorization. Heather hums the save theme. If you set the controller down during safe areas in Silent Hill 3, Heather occasionally hums a 3-note motif matching the first intervals of the save room music. It fires from a low-probability idle animation, so most players never hear it. It's Yamaoka's tiny acknowledgement that soundtrack and character share one emotional state. Saint medallions visibly crack. In Silent Hill 4, Saint medallions don't just expire off-screen. Their inventory icon gains a faint fracture after about half their effective duration. The crack thickens one step before failure, letting careful players read durability without timers. It's UI storytelling appropriate for a game obsessed with objects wearing down under haunting. Mirrors reflect the player model twice. The mirrors in Silent Hill 3 don't render a single reflection. They draw two stacked camera feeds, one normal, one ghosted at half opacity. The overlap causes subtle lag in movement, making reflections look like they're remembering actions a frame late. It symbolizes Heather and Alessa's duality without extra cutscenes, the technical implementation literally doubling the character. Park bench, names, and unused ending. On the bench near Rosewater Park in Silent Hill 2, engraved text reads, "This is the resting place of eternity." In early drafts, that line was the title of a cut ending where James accepts death peacefully. The concept morphed into the Leave ending, but the original title survived hidden in stone, a gravestone for an ending that never existed. Train ambience loops from Tokyo subway. The haunting metal groan under Henry's subway hauntings in Silent Hill 4 was recorded in a real Marunouchi line tunnel during off hours. The sound team captured wind through ventilation shafts and looped it unfiltered. What you hear isn't sound design at all, but an actual breath from Tokyo's underground imported wholesale. The ash was photographed in a parking lot. The drifting snow particles in Silent Hill 1 were made from photos of dirty salt piles taken in a Tokyo winter parking lot. Artists layered grainy flakes over black velvet and shot them with flash. Real grit gave the effect its distinct, heavy fall pattern that no particle generator could match. Physical photography made digital weather feel material. End credit font used only once elsewhere. The simple white serif in Silent Hill 2's end credits also appears in a single Konami corporate manual from 2000. The art lead chose it because its kerning caused subtle spacing flaws, imperfections that looked like breathing. That same file name, TSN title, was never used in another project, making it uniquely associated with Team Silent's conclusion. Ghost victims have unique heartbeats. Each of the 21 ghost victims in Silent Hill 4 emits a unique heartbeat audio track, barely audible under static. Yamaoka matched their tempos to victims' recorded death times in concept notes. Slow for strangulation, fast for stabbing. Layered together, they form the pulsing roar filling Walter's final chamber. Morgue drawers use real autopsy labels. When you zoom into morgue body drawers in Silent Hill 3, each tag shows faint, almost unreadable handwriting. Those aren't random scribbles. They're scanned autopsy log notes from a Japanese medical training manual bought secondhand by the texture artist. Konami's legal team only caught it years later, but since text was illegible, it stayed in. Prison gate sounds are repitched animal cages. The metallic gate shrieks in Toluca Prison came from rusted zoo enclosures in Saitama. The sound team recorded zookeepers closing lion cages, then lowered pitch by 2 octaves. The result, long, uneven groans, gave the gates a tortured, almost vocal tone, making architecture sound like it's in pain. Candle flames react to audio. The candle flame animation in Henry's apartment in Silent Hill 4 actually responds to the game's reverb level. When hauntings spike and background noise increases, flame particle speed doubles, making it flicker more violently. The visual reacts to terror, tying sound design and lighting together for the first time in the series. Silent Hill F's red string is a funeral knot. The red chords wrapping hallways and victims in Silent Hill F echo the Mizuhiki funeral knot, a waji musubi, a traditional binding used for condolences that's intentionally hard to untie. It fits the game's theme of bonds that don't let the dead go, making decoration double as cultural symbolism. The design team researched traditional Japanese mourning practices to ground horror in authentic ritual. Town falls, radio static spells words. Early Silent Hill, Townfall teasers hide spectrogram Easter eggs. Converting the trailer's radio hiss into images reveals phrases like "don't go out." It's a nod to series' tradition of turning background noise into diegetic messages from the town, proving the new developers understand that Silent Hill communicates through layers you have to work to uncover. Controller vibration taps out warnings. When James nears certain hidden items in Silent Hill 2, like the book sets in Lakeview, the game fires short, long vibration pulses mimicking rudimentary tap code. It isn't true Morse, but the pattern teaches players to feel secrets before seeing them. Silent Hill whispering through the controller, making discovery tactile. Robbie's eyes are real glass. The Robbie the Rabbit models in Silent Hill 3 use photographed doll eyes set into texture maps rather than painted pupils. Glass reflections shift slightly with camera angle, making Robbie appear to follow you even when static. That minor parallax became the character's accidental creep factor. You're never sure if he's looking at you or through you. Save file icon changes after 10 clears. After 10 complete runs of Silent Hill 2, the standard red save square icon turns dull brown in the file menu. There's no message or reward. It was a quiet thank you from Team Silent to obsessives. Only players who replayed double digits ever saw it. A secret handshake between developers and the truly devoted. Eileen's doll head uses ghost code. The dismembered doll head on Henry's shelf in Silent Hill 4 behaves like a micro ghost. It emits low EMF pulses interfering with medallions. Developers reused full ghost aura script but reduced its radius. That's why it still flickers room lighting even when inert. The toy haunts through recycled enemy AI. The first alley monster has a unique death animation. The first creature that kills Harry in Silent Hill, one's opening alley never appears again, and neither does its animation. It has a custom death sequence, grabbing, mauling, shaking the model violently, made solely for that scripted loss. Code references it as DEMOKILL, proving it was meant to feel like playable nightmare, not game over. The closet monster was fan rumor made real. Players once joked that a monster would burst from the blood-stained closet in Silent Hill 3's Hilltop Center office. When Team Silent caught the rumor online mid-development, they added a sudden pounding sound to that closet in a later build. No monster ever appears, but the scare lives as community folklore written back into the game. Cemetery Angel points toward endings. The angel statue by Angela's opening scene in Silent Hill 2 faces west, directly toward Toluca Lake. Its base text reads, "Take thy rest beside the water." The direction is deliberate. Every main ending route leads back to the lake. It's a literal compass to James's fate, hidden in plain sight before the story begins. SH4's victim wall marks shift position. The bloody numbers carved into Walter's apartment wall in Silent Hill 4 subtly change position each revisit. They shift by a few pixels, enough that your brain registers something off without noticing why. Devs scripted those offsets manually to simulate the apartment breathing between hauntings. Angela's mirror room hides a body. Freeze frame the camera pan when Angela stands before the mirror in Silent Hill 2. There's a blurred corpse mesh behind her reflection, positioned half inside the wall. It was meant to fade in as she spoke, but a lighting bug made it invisible in real time. The shadow outline remains, encoded as a file name, _G_dead. Subway ads are real missing person posters. One peeling poster in Silent Hill 3's subway is based on a real Tokyo missing person flyer from the late 90s, replaced with English text for localization. The design team used it as texture reference and forgot to erase the photograph's eyes. Only Western testers noticed and assumed it was a secret clue. James's rowing speed depends on guilt. During the lake crossing near Silent Hill 2's finale, the boat's rowing speed quietly ties to James's guilt variable governing endings. If you've leaned toward despair, the in-water path, the boat rows slower no matter how fast you paddle. It's not input lag, it's the game making James resist escape. Ghost children were removed teachers. Early concept art For Silent Hill, one school labeled shadow children as teachers who lost form. Their glowing eyes were placeholders for glasses and unfinished models. Sensors forced removal of humanoid details, so Team Silent flattened them into silhouettes. Their animations still seem educated, cautious, remnants of who they used to be. Eileen's whispers are reverse English. When Eileen mutters during possession in Silent Hill 4, her voice sounds like nonsense. Reverse the audio, and she says broken English phrases like, "He's coming," and "Don't open the door." The team recorded real lines, flipped them backward, then added pitch wobble, so even comprehension feels haunted. Ferris wheel, sounds are playground metal. The metallic groan when the Ferris wheel turns in Silent Hill 3 isn't Foleyed. It's a real playground swing set recorded at 3 a.m. in Kawasaki. Yamaoka wanted it to sound too small for what you see, giving the impression of God-sized machinery made from fragile human parts. Apartment window light equals save data. The faint orange glow from the window across Rosewater Park in Silent Hill 2 comes from a rendered cube whose brightness equals your save count. Players who save often see it burn steadily. Those with few saves see it flicker. It's meta-visualization of obsession disguised as scenery. Chain physics were borrowed from canceled project. The rusted chains in Silent Hill 4's water prison reused tech from an unreleased Konami horror prototype called Broken Cell. Team Silent borrowed its early ragdoll rope physics and repurposed them for ghost restraints, turning leftover code into one of the game's most distinctive visual motifs. Developer Test Cell has a sign. Inside Silent Hill 2's labyrinth, there's an unreachable developer test cell that loads if you clip through wrong coordinates. The room contains a single sign reading, "You're not supposed to be here." The message is baked into texture, no translation data, suggesting it was a private joke, not a debug warning. Elevator buttons randomly light on return. If you revisit certain floors after completing the hospital in Silent Hill 3, 1 or 2 elevator buttons glow without effect. They're dummy indicators from a scrapped puzzle that tracked which floors you'd corrupted. The script was cut, but light stayed, forever hinting the building remembers what you did. Victim 17 appears twice. The model used for Victim 17 in Silent Hill 4, the child with chains, is duplicated deep in the final subway level, positioned behind a sealed grate, motionless, with all collision removed. The reuse was unintentional, but players who spot it feel the town's cruelty. Even the dead are recycled. Apartment TV signal mirrors your health. The static on the turned-off TV in Woodside Apartments in Silent Hill 2 subtly shifts hue based on James's current health bar. When near death, it gains faint red tint and heavier noise. It's the only environmental object coded to react to player health, an ambient heart monitor disguised as background detail. Insane Cancer has a second face. Hidden beneath the folds of the Insane Cancer model in Silent Hill 3 is a second, half-finished human face texture, mapped upside down. It was meant to pulse under the surface like trapped flesh, but got disabled for performance. You can still see hints of teeth through seams when the creature dies. Ghost Baby uses dog rig. The floating ghost infant near room 202 in Silent Hill 4 runs on the same animation skeleton as the Shiba Inu from SH2's dog ending. The file name Dog Bone Rig remained unchanged. It was reused as technical shortcut, but accidentally gave the ghost its strange, twitchy movement style. Radio static pitch matches boss proximity. In Silent Hill 1, the closer you get to a boss arena, the higher the radio's static pitch climbs. Developers linked it to the next encounter's spawn ID, letting the town tune in to its own violence. It's subtle enough that players feel tension rising without realizing it's a proximity cue. Hospital mirrors hide a frozen nurse. Freeze the frame during the hospital mirror scene in Silent Hill 3 just as corruption spreads. You'll catch a nurse model embedded in the reflection, standing motionless behind Heather. The figure never moves or appears in the normal world, but its shadow remains in the mirror's lighting data. Chain room plays heartbeat in surround. When Henry first enters the chained bedroom in Silent Hill 4, a nearly inaudible heartbeat loop pans across surround channels every few seconds. It's not tied to soundtrack. It's an ambient file placed just beneath the floor mesh. The effect makes the entire apartment feel like a sleeping organism. Blue Creek Key has hidden word. Zoom into the apartment key texture for Blue Creek in Silent Hill 2, and you'll find faint engraving reading Remind on the shaft near the grip. The team added it late as metaphor for James's subconscious. Every locked door being a memory he's forcing himself to face. Heather's eyes have dynamic shader. Heather's eyes in Silent Hill 3 aren't static textures. They have a micro-reflective shader adjusting to nearby light sources. When she walks past neon or candles, pupils catch those exact color tones. It's one of the earliest examples of environmental lighting used for emotional realism in horror games. Apartment clock keeps real system time. The wall clock in room 302 displays your console's actual system clock. When hauntings accelerate, it starts running slightly fast using an internal timer offset. That growing desynchronization is literal. Henry's home time slipping away from reality. Final save room is built from earlier maps. The quiet hotel room before James's last choice in Silent Hill 2 isn't new. It's a collage of reused geometry from apartment and hospital levels, stitched at impossible angles. Team Silent copied walls and doors from past maps, resized them, dimmed lighting until nothing perfectly aligns. The effect is subconscious. The world has folded every place James visited into one final purgatory. The underwater prisoner. In the Lakeview Hotel basement, there's a peculiar holding cell that, when examined, produces underwater bubbling sounds. No enemy spawns, but the ambient audio suggests something trapped beneath flooded floorboards. It's environmental storytelling that never resolves, a prisoner you hear but never see. Henry's name has Japanese wordplay. In Japanese, Henry can be written to phonetically resemble Hitori, alone. This wordplay on the protagonist's isolation was intentional. The character's name literally embodies his condition of being trapped alone. Western players miss this layer entirely, but it colors the Japanese understanding of Henry's arc. The first game's budget was minuscule. Team Silent's budget for the original Silent Hill was so small, they couldn't afford extensive motion capture or celebrity voice talent. This constraint forced them to rely on atmosphere, sound design, and psychological tension rather than spectacle, accidentally creating the series' defining characteristics. The limited budget became the foundation of a design philosophy. H3 developers considered a male protagonist. Before committing to Heather, Team Silent briefly considered making Silent Hill 3's protagonist male. They quickly realized that the game's themes of bodily autonomy, forced pregnancy, and religious persecution of women required a female perspective. Heather became the series' first female protagonist not as representation but as narrative necessity. The Bubblehead Nurse Design Evolution. The Bubblehead nurses weren't in the original Silent Hill 2 design documents. They evolved from simpler nurse concepts after Masahiro Ito experimented with obscuring faces. The iconic swollen, pulsating heads came from combining medical fetishism with body horror, making something that could have been erotic instead deeply unsettling. Origins almost featured alchemical symbols. Silent Hill Origins initially planned an alchemical puzzle system where Travis would combine elements to create tools and weapons. The system was scrapped as too complex for the PSP hardware, but remnants appear in the game's visual design, alchemical symbols decorating certain rooms without explanation. The Konami code works in SH1. Input the famous Konami code at certain screens in the original Silent Hill, and you'll unlock small bonuses, mostly cosmetic differences in Harry's starting location or slight dialogue changes. It's a tradition Konami games carried from arcade days, slipped into horror as Easter egg. Walter's victim photos show real people. The 21 victim photographs in room 302's hallway in Silent Hill 4 show actual Team Silent staff and their relatives. Art director Masashi Tsuboyama included himself among the victims. He joked that becoming a sacrifice was part of his job description, literalizing the team's devotion to the project. The dog ending theme has lyrics. The cheerful song playing during Silent Hill 2's dog ending actually has Japanese lyrics that roughly translate to, "You thought this was serious, but it was a dog all along." They're barely audible under the instrumental, but Japanese players who isolated the vocal track discovered the joke went deeper than the visual gag. SH1's ambulance ending is a total myth. For years, rumors circulated about a supposed ambulance ending, where Harry rampages through Silent Hill GTA style. Data miners scoured files and found nothing whatsoever supporting this ending's existence. It's one of gaming's persistent urban legends, proof that Silent Hill's mystery breeds false memories. The hidden boogeyman enemy. Silent Hill 1 contains an unused enemy called the Boogeyman in its code, different from the later Boogeyman in Silent Hill Origins. Files show a hunched creature design that apparently tested poorly and was cut. Its AI routines still exist, suggesting it once patrolled the school or hospital. Lisa's backstory changed multiple times. Lisa Garland's narrative role shifted dramatically during Silent Hill 1's development. Early scripts had her as a cult member, then a victim, then something between. The final version leaves her status ambiguous by design, but abandoned dialogue files reveal the multiple character paths she might have taken. The Order's name came late. The cult in Silent Hill wasn't called the Order in early development. That term was coined during localization to give the antagonists a clear identity. Japanese materials use vaguer terminology, reflecting the diffuse nature of folk belief corrupted by trauma rather than organized religion. SH2's locations draw from multiple sources. While Toluca Lake was inspired by Lake Tokorozawa, other locations in Silent Hill too pull from disparate sources. The apartments from New York tenements Team Silent photographed during U.S. research trips, the hospital from Japanese psychiatric facilities, the prison from Pennsylvania penitentiaries. The town is a geographic collage. The fog is Protagonist specific. Team Silent conceptualized fog differently for each game. Harry's fog represents repressed memory. James's fog symbolizes avoidance. Heather's fog manifests as religious oppression. The same environmental effect carries different thematic weight. depending on whose nightmare you're experiencing. Robbie's original design was more sinister. Early Robbie the Rabbit sketches show a far more overtly menacing design, sharper teeth, more violent postures, bloodier mouth. Team Silent softened him to make the contrast between cute mascot and horror context more unsettling. The cognitive dissonance of cheerful branding in nightmare settings became more effective than explicit threat. Monsters were modeled from clay first. Before digital modeling, Masahiro Ito created physical clay sculptures of many monsters. These were photographed from multiple angles and used as 3D modeling references. Some clay originals still exist in Konami's archives, tangible artifacts of digital horror. Tonight, we stand before the things that wait at the end of corridors, the shapes that force confrontation when running stops working. The bosses of Silent Hill aren't just obstacles, they're mirrors, executioners, and incarnations of guilt given mass and momentum. Some were human once, others were never meant to have names. Each one marks a threshold in the town's judgment, and each one teaches a lesson that survival alone won't let you forget. We'll walk through them all, from the first split jaw in Midwitch's boiler room to the cherry blossoms that chase through an apartment block 25 years later. No jump scares here, no manufactured dread, just the slow, steady catalog of what Silent Hill builds when it needs to stop you in your tracks. And as always, if you enjoy this content, make sure to subscribe for more deep dives and leave a comment telling us where in the world you are listening from. Split Head, The Boiler Room Baptism, Silent Hill, 1999. You descend through Midwich Elementary's clock tower after placing the medallions, and the school doesn't let you leave the way you came. The basement opens into a boiler room where the heat presses against your face before you see the furnace, and the pipes rattle as if something heavy just shifted behind them. The radio is already screaming when the thing pulls itself from the dark. A body that's all jaw, split down the middle like a vertical mouth, walking on legs that seem uncertain whether they remember how. Split Head moves with the patience of something that knows the room is locked. It doesn't rush. It advances in steady steps, the seam prying open as it closes distance, and when the split finally yawns wide, you see the wet interior, tongue, palate, ridges of throat, all exposed in a window that lasts only as long as it takes to raise your weapon and fire. The game teaches timing here. Shoot too early, and the rounds plink off shell. Wait for the mouth's commitment, and the shots stagger it backward, giving you room to circle. The rhythm becomes clear after 2 passes. It pushes forward, opens. You punish the soft tissue. It recoils. The danger is the wall. The boiler room has corners that feel farther than they are until you're standing in one with the creature's weight bearing down and no angle to escape. Keep moving, refuse straight lines, and make it whiff. When it finally drops, the heat dies with it. The pipes stop rattling. The world snaps back to the Fog State School as if the building exhaled, and Harry steps out onto Midwitch's front steps into cold, clean air. This is the series' first boss, and it sets a rule Silent Hill keeps using. The way out of a nightmare space is through something that was already inside it. The thing in the boiler wasn't placed there by accident. It belonged to the school's other world, the shape Alessa's trauma gave to a place where children were taught and judged and sometimes hurt in ways that left no visible marks. The jaw is exaggerated, accusatory, like a mouth forced to swallow more than it could hold. It can't speak, but the gape says everything. Guides and wikis place the fight in Midwitch's otherworld basement and tie it to the shift that returns you to the street afterward. Team Silent designed it as a test of the vulnerability model they'd built. Clumsy controls, limited ammo, a creature that punishes hesitation but rewards observation. The grotesquerie isn't random. Masahiro Ito, who designed the monster, drew from medical and anatomical distortion rather than traditional horror creatures, giving Split Head a clinical wrongness that reads more like a failed procedure than a demon. When you step back into the fog, the fight is done, but the lesson holds. Silent Hill doesn't build bosses to be defeated so much as endured and understood. Split Head is the first shape the town gives its anger, and it won't be the last time a mouth opens too wide or a body bends in ways that make you look away before you can aim. Twin Feeler and Float Stinger, one creature, two forms. Silent Hill, 1999. The town center mall sits at the northeast corner of central Silent Hill, and the route through it feels ordinary until the floor starts to move. You cut across the second floor concourse, see the tiled ground buckle, and then a pale worm erupts from beneath. Segmented body, red ridges, a blind head that snaps toward sound and motion. This is Twin Feeler, and the fight isn't about killing so much as surviving until the thing realizes the room won't hold it anymore. The arena is a jewelry shop, Mellow Gates gun shop, to be specific, ringed by counters and display cases. The worm travels mostly underground, surfacing in quick lunges that try to pin you against the shop front. You hear the scrape and rumble as it moves beneath the tile, then the burst as it breaches. The safe rhythm is patience and positioning. Stay mobile, listen for the line, and fire into the open segments while it's extended. When it finally coils, defeated, it smashes through the closed doors on its way out, leaving the exit open and the shop half wrecked behind you. But it isn't dead. The larva was only the first stage. Later, after the antique shop shifts the world to Nightmare Central, you climb to the post office roof across from Alchemilla Hospital. The radio spikes before you reach the top, and when you step onto the gravel deck, the shape is already circling. Float Stinger, a giant moth with the same segmented body, now sporting wings and a needle proboscis. It rides the wind above the rooftop's low parapet, drifting wide, then slashing across your sight line to spit venom or rake you with its bulk. The second fight is airborne, but follows the same logic. Watch the swell, read the tilt, and fire as the torso levels off for a pass. The shotgun staggers at mid-flight. The hunting rifle works if you can lead the shot. When enough damage lands, the wings fold and the creature drops. The radio quiets, the sky lightens slightly, and central Silent Hill eases back toward fog. You've killed the same thing twice. Worm in the shop, moth on the roof, and the game treats both as one enemy's life cycle rather than separate encounters. Canon sources and guidebooks note this metamorphosis explicitly. The twin feeler found in the town center grows into the float stinger fought atop the post office. The progression mirrors real insect development but exaggerates it into something hostile and unnatural. It's one of the few Silent Hill bosses that evolves rather than simply reappears, and the design choice makes Central's Nightmare Pass feel like a continuous degradation. What starts underground becomes airborne, and what hides in a shop eventually owns the sky above a city block. Team Silent built these encounters as bookends to the Central District. Defeat the worm, navigate the streets and hospital, then face the moth. Together they demonstrate the town's layered threat model. Danger beneath your feet and danger overhead, forcing you to scan both the ground and the roofline as you move. When Float Stinger falls, the immediate zone calms, but only enough to let you press on toward the lake, where the resort waits, with its own locked doors and ceremonies. Incubator and Incubus, the god that waits, Silent Hill, 1999. Nowhere's Chapel is a red room with no exit until the ritual plays out. If Kaufman never arrives with the Aglaophotis, if the side quest stays incomplete, the figure that rises in the circle is radiant and still. Incubator, Alessa's dream of divinity made visible. She floats above the floor like a candle held in place by something you can't see, glowing softly, and the ceiling seems higher than it was a moment ago. She doesn't move toward you. She holds the center and answers your presence with volleys of lightning that strike in tight patterns after a sharp electrical click. The fight is a test of spacing and timing. Walk the perimeter, wait for the burst to end, and take your shots during the glow's steady phase. The hunting rifle makes those windows count. The handgun works if you don't plant your feet between attacks. The danger is impatience. Stand still and the second strike lands before you recover. Incubator doesn't chase, doesn't posture. She simply exists at the ritual's heart and waits for you to either solve her rhythm or fail. This is the ending-dependent boss form. Without Kaufman's vial, the god births itself gently, and the fight reads like an echo of something that didn't need violence to arrive. Guides note Incubator as the final encounter for bad and bad plus routes, where Harry's choices, or lack thereof, leave Alessa's divinity unopposed. The battle is simpler than its counterpart, almost meditative. A bright shape, predictable volleys, and an arena that stays calm even as the lightning falls. But if Kaufman storms into the chapel and hurls the red Aglaophotis at Alessa, the birth becomes an extraction. The liquid burns on her skin, the god inside tears free, and the figure that rises is no longer peaceful. Incubus hangs in the air like a burned angel, wings charred and spread, the body grotesque where Incubator was serene. The ceiling feels lower now, oppressive, and the fight turns mean. Lightning comes in faster, harder volleys, triple clicks before the first strike, and the gaps between attacks shrink. The safe rhythm is the same but demands tighter execution. Keep the circle moving, carve wide arcs until the storm quits, and work the hunting rifle into its chest during the brief pauses when the body stills. Hesitation chains you into the next burst, and stuns compound into death if you don't heal the instant you're clipped. This is the good and good plus final boss, the form you fight if you completed Kaufman's motel sequence and gave him the vial that forced the god's hand. Canon frames both battles as expressions of Alessa's pain and the cult's ambitions. Incubator is the untroubled divinity Dahlia wanted, patient, beautiful, inevitable. Incubus is what happens when that plan is interrupted by violence, a god ripped out before it could manifest on its own terms, angry and incomplete. The arena and the pattern are nearly identical, but the emotional register shifts. One feels like witnessing a birth, the other feels like executing a miscarriage. Team Silent designed these as the culmination of everything Harry has walked through. The town built itself around Alessa's suffering, and the final confrontation is her trauma's last, most concentrated form. Defeat Incubator, and the ending is muted, regretful. Defeat Incubus, and Alessa hands Harry a newborn Cheryl, or Heather, depending on how you read the rebirth, and the town lets go. Either way, the chapel falls silent. The heat bleeds from the walls, and nowhere stops pretending it's a place you can map. Flesh Lips, The Hanging Room, Silent Hill 2, 2001. Brookhaven Hospital's second floor opens into a dim ward room with too much vertical space. The ceiling lowers on cables, and the shape that descends is pale, hooded, trussed in restraints like a body prepped for observation. Long legs twitch as it wakes, and then the limbs snap down to hook for your throat. This is Flesh Lips, and the grab is the danger. If those legs lift you, the choke drags on, and your inputs turn to static, while the creature holds you suspended. In the medical theater, it's made of the room. The fight teaches positioning over firepower. Don't stand under the drop shadow. Keep a short circle, wait for the legs to commit, and answer from the side with controlled shotgun blasts. If you crowd it, the clamp comes fast and the stun locks you in place while the thing reels you upward. The handgun works if you buy yourself space, but swinging melee invites the grab. When it recoils, it rises and paces overhead, the straps creaking while you reset your angle. The radio doesn't help much here. Everything is close, so read the legs, not the hiss. This isn't the only one. After the first body slumps from the frame, another descends from the dark. Same breath, same reach, as if the hospital were stocked with the same patient 3 times over. Guides and walkthroughs consistently note the multi-phase structure. You fight flesh lips more than once in quick succession, each form re-entering the arena until the final drop stays down. The room doesn't empty until all the cables go slack. You can see the hospital in every detail. The hood recalls surgical draping. The restraints mirror the straps on old examination tables. Those long, clinical limbs do the work of hands in a place where touch always came with permission revoked. Flesh lips is restraint and powerlessness made animate, the feeling of being held down while something is done to you that you can't stop. The creature doesn't roar or posture. It breathes, wet and labored, and that sound carries more dread than any scream. Canon sources tie this encounter to the hospital's otherworld and to James's route through the building. After the rooftop push and the code lock sequence, you descend into the lower wards where Maria waits in room S3. The door ahead won't open until Flesh Lips is cleared. Defeating it triggers the shift into Otherworld Brookhaven, which is explicitly marked in both original and remake guides as the transition point for this leg of the story. The fight is a gate, and the hospital won't let you through until you've faced what it keeps hanging from the ceiling. The design draws from medical horror, but stays grounded in the series' vulnerability model. You're not an action hero here. You're someone who stumbles, reloads poorly, and has to decide whether to heal now or save the syringe for later. Flesh Lips punishes greed and rewards measured movement. Learn the tell, refuse the pin, and the ward finally exhales. Doors that wouldn't budge a minute ago swing open, and the route continues down into the day room path where the real otherworld begins its work on Brookhaven's bones. Abstract Daddy, The Bed That Moves, Silent Hill 2, 2001. Down in the labyrinth, past the rotating cube and into the side chambers. A low room opens with a rusted metal frame jutting from one wall. It looks like a bed someone tried to weld shut, and the thing that crawls out from beneath the membrane isn't one body but 2, pressed together, limbs interlaced, moving in slow, awful pushes, as if the act that made them is the only motion they remember. This is Abstract Daddy, Angela's nightmare given form, and the fight takes place in a space too small for the weight of what it represents. The creature drags itself forward on its arms, heavy and deliberate, then rears to smother. If you give it a straight line, it pins you against the frame or the wall, and the room shrinks instantly. The sound is the worst part. Thick breathing, wet cloth peeling, a strain that doesn't stop when you back away. The counter is movement and timing. Keep a tight circle, make it turn, and punish the moment it hesitates. The head plate lifts, the upper mass exposes itself with shotgun blasts or controlled rifle shots. If you try to trade up close, the grab comes and you're pinned until you break free, or the damage kills you. When it plants both hands, expect a lunge that crowds you into the rail. Never retreat straight back. Cut across its front, reset, and force another turn. The fight is claustrophobic by design. The arena is barely larger than a cell, and every swing or shot has to account for the walls closing your angles. Melee becomes a trap unless you've already made the creature whiff hard and bought yourself a clean window. Most players settle into a rhythm, sidestep the rush, plant for 1 or 2 heavy hits, then move again before the next commitment. After the fight the door you couldn't open finally gives, Angela steps into the room, but it isn't the room you just cleared. The walls are different, the light is wrong, and the shape on the floor is hers, not yours. She sees something you don't, and the conversation makes it clear. Abstract Daddy is her memory, her trauma, tied to her father and the abuse that drove her to this town. The bed, the bodies, the suffocating weight, it's all Angelo Orozco and what he did to his daughter, rendered in rust and meat. Canon sources and guidebooks explicitly connect this boss to Angela's backstory. The two-body design represents her father atop her, the violence that defined her childhood, and the reason she carries a knife and speaks in fragments. The labyrinth generates the encounter because James has entered a space where the town no longer only reflects his guilt. It pulls in the traumas of others who walk these streets. Angela's pain manifests here because she's close, because the prison and the depths beneath it are places where judgment happens, and because Silent Hill doesn't distinguish between whose nightmare it's showing. The boss returns later, but not for James. On the burning stairway near the end of the game, Angela faces the same figure again, unchanged by anything you did in the labyrinth. It's waiting for her at the top of the steps, wreathed in fire, and she walks toward it as James turns away. That moment cements Abstract Daddy as a recursive, personal horror, one that doesn't resolve with a health bar, but follows its victim until she stops running or the flames consume everything. Pyramid Head, The Executioner's Rounds, Silent Hill 2, 2001. You hear him before you name him. Somewhere in the apartments, metal drags across concrete in a sound that makes your ribs ache, then stops as if whoever's holding the blade is listening too. The first real encounter happens in room 307, and James is hiding in a closet when the door opens. Through the slats, you watch Pyramid Head grip 2 mannequins and do something that isn't murder so much as ritual punishment, methodical, physical, and wrong in ways that make the air feel heavier. The helmet is a wedge of rusted iron. The body is butcher bulk, wrapped in a stained apron. The weapon he drags is a slab of steel that looks like it belonged to a ship, not a person. He doesn't rush you in that first scene. He simply exists in the room, performing his work, and then he leaves. Heavy footsteps fading down the hall. The next meeting is in the flooded stairwell of Blue Creek Apartments. Water rises around your knees, and Pyramid Head wades through it like it weighs nothing. The great knife trailing sparks when it scrapes the rail. The fight here is survival, not victory. You can hurt him, bullets will stagger, the shotgun will push him back, but you don't kill him. The battle ends when he decides it does, and he withdraws into the flooded dark, as if the timer on his visit simply ran out. Later he appears on Brookhaven's roof in a scene so brief it barely registers as a fight. He shoves James over the edge, a sudden attack that resets the hospital route by dropping you into a previously locked wing. The fall is the encounter, a physical disruption that opens new doors and closes old ones, and Pyramid Head vanishes before you can retaliate. The final confrontation takes place deep beneath the historical society. In a long, echoing room at the end of the labyrinth, 2 Pyramid Heads enter, each carrying a spear instead of the great knife. They advance in tandem, slower than before, and the space feels like a courtroom. You can fight back, the hunting rifle, the shotgun, anything with reach and stopping power, but the damage you deal feels provisional, as if you're only delaying a sentence that was already written. The encounter resolves not when you kill them, but when they kill themselves. driving their own spears through their chests and fading as if their work is finished. Cannon frames Pyramid Head as James's self-made executioner, a manifestation of his guilt given form by the town's power. The design pulls from the Historical Society painting Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment, which depicts Silent Hill's historical executioners in triangular hoods and leather aprons. Masahiro Ito, who created the monster, has confirmed Pyramid Head exists specifically for James, a personalized punishment tied to his crime and his inability to forgive himself. The helmet obscures vision and represents shame. The great knife is too heavy to wield comfortably, forcing slow, dragging movement that mirrors the weight of guilt. The creature also functions as a sexual aggressor in the game's symbolic language. The mannequin scene in 307 isn't combat, it's assault, rendered in grotesque pantomime. Later encounters show Pyramid Head as a force that corners, dominates, and overpowers, reflecting James's violence toward Mary and his buried feelings about her illness and death. The execution is as much psychological as physical. Every appearance reminds James of what he did, and the town won't let him look away. The spear-carrying pair in the labyrinth represents a final judgment. With 2 executioners, the trial has reached a conclusion. Their suicide is the town's way of saying the sentence is complete. James has been punished enough, or he's proven he understands what he did, or he's reached the point where continuing the torment serves no purpose. Either way, the executioners step aside, and the path to the hotel opens. Pyramid Head became the series' most recognizable monster and one of its most misused. Later games and films inserted him as a generic scary figure, ignoring the fact that he was designed for one person's guilt and shouldn't appear outside James's story. Team Silent never intended him as a franchise mascot. He was a bespoke nightmare built for Silent Hill 2, and his effectiveness came from his specificity. When you see him, you're seeing James's self-hatred with a blade. When he withdraws, it's because the guilt he represents has shifted, not because he's been defeated. The sound of metal scraping concrete will follow you long after the game ends. It's the sound of something heavy being dragged toward you with infinite patience. Something that knows where you're hiding and doesn't need to hurry. That scrape is Pyramid Head's signature, not a roar, not a scream, just the steady, inevitable approach of judgment, wearing iron and carrying the weight you can't put down. Eddie Dombrowski, The Meat Locker, Silent Hill 2, 2001. The descent from the labyrinth cemetery drops you into a cold storage room lined with hanging carcasses. Frost clouds your breath, and the fluorescent light buzzes at a frequency that makes your teeth ache. Eddie is here, standing among the meat, and the conversation that starts calm doesn't stay that way. He's been unraveling since the bowling alley, since the pizza and the deflections, and now he's reached the point where the only thing left to say comes out in shouted accusations and the sound of a gun cocking. This is the only human boss fight in Silent Hill 2, and it breaks the game's rules. Eddie isn't a monster. He's a man with a pistol, his own trauma, and a split-second decision to pull the trigger before you do. The arena is a maze of hanging sides of beef, steel hooks, and narrow aisles. Visibility is broken by the carcasses, and Eddie uses them for cover, stepping out to fire and then ducking back before you can line up a clean shot. The refrigeration units hum in the background, and every gunshot echoes off the tile in a way that makes the space feel smaller than it is. The strategy is cover and timing. Use the meat as your shield, listen for his movement, and wait for him to commit. When he steps into an aisle to fire, answer with controlled bursts, handgun or shotgun, depending on your ammo count and how close he is. If you try to rush him, he'll catch you in the open, and the damage stacks fast. If you hesitate too long, he repositions and the fight resets. The rhythm is tense and ugly. Peek, fire, retreat. Listen for his boots on the wet floor. Repeat. What makes the encounter uncomfortable isn't the mechanics, it's the context. Eddie isn't a manifestation of James's guilt. He's his own person, pulled to Silent Hill by his own pain. He was bullied, mocked for his weight, driven to violence by a lifetime of humiliation. The town didn't create Eddie's anger, it just gave him a place where pulling the trigger felt justified, where the people who hurt him could be reduced to meat hanging from hooks. By the time you face him, he stops seeing other humans as anything but threats or targets. James kills Eddie in self-defense, but the act carries weight that killing a monster never does. You've just shot a man who was scared, angry, and mentally unraveling in a place designed to break people. The cut scene after the fight is quiet. Eddie's body lies on the tile, and James stands over it, shaking. Laura appears briefly, sees what happened, and runs. There's no victory music, no item drop, no sense that you've progressed. You've just ended a life, and the game doesn't let you feel good about it. Canon sources note Eddie as one of the few human antagonists in the series, and the only one James directly kills in gameplay. The meat locker setting is deliberate. It mirrors Eddie's own view of humanity at this point. Bodies to be processed, threats to be neutralized, the reduction of people to dead weight. His story is tragic in ways the monsters aren't, because Eddie had a chance to leave, to not become what Silent Hill wanted him to be, and he chose the gun instead. The boss fight is mechanically simple, but emotionally complex. It forces you to treat another person like a monster, to use the same tactics you've been using on creatures all game, and then it asks you to stand in the cold and look at what that means. Eddie isn't redeemed, isn't saved, and isn't forgotten. He's just dead, and you're the one who made that happen, and the meat locker stays cold no matter how long you stand there trying to make it feel like the right choice. Mary and Maria, The Hotel's Last Question, Silent Hill 2, 2001. At the top of Lakeview Hotel, after the videotape and the long, ruined corridors, the room opens onto a space that doesn't follow the building's logic anymore. High ceiling, the sound of wind through broken vents, and a figure at the window who turns when you enter. Depending on your choices, how often you checked on Maria, how many times you lingered at the photo in Rosewater Park, whether you listened to the tape twice, this final boss takes one of two names and one of two emotional registers. But the arena is the same, and the form is the same. A body suspended in a metal frame, limbs stretched into pale tendrils, the face lost somewhere in the restraints. If your actions through the game lean toward Mary, checking her photo, holding onto the items that reminded you of her, refusing to prioritize Maria, the fight is labeled as Mary. The creature doesn't represent her literally, but it's the shape James's guilt gives to his wife's suffering and death. If you favored Maria, spent too much time with her in the hospital, and accepted the fantasy she represented, then the same form carries Maria's name, and the fight becomes a confrontation with the idealized replacement James tried to create. The mechanics are identical either way. She doesn't chase, she controls space. From the frame, she lashes out with long, grasping limbs that punish you for standing still, and she sweeps the floor with quick strikes that chain into overhead slams. When she drifts higher, sparks tick along the rails and the frame drops hard, smashing into the ground before climbing again to reset. Close-range swings are a trap. Those tendrils snap faster than you can recover. The safe rhythm is distance and timing. Circle, wait for the tell when the frame settles and the limbs stretch, then fire carefully aimed shots into the center mass. Old hands saved the hunting rifle for this. The shotgun works but burns through shells. The handgun demands more precision and more windows. The fight is long, not because the health pool is absurd, but because the openings are small and punishing mistakes means eating a combo that drags your health into red territory before you can step back. The arena gives you room to move, but the frame's reach is deceptive. What looks like safe distance becomes grabbing range when the tendrils extend. When she finally slumps from the frame, the room goes quiet in a way that lands harder than victory music ever could. The wind dies, the metal stops creaking. What happens next depends on which ending path you've walked. In some routes, James forgives himself and leaves with Laura. In others, he drives into the lake. In one version, Maria survives and takes Mary's place, and the cycle starts again. The boss fight is the game's last mechanical hurdle, but the real confrontation is internal. James facing what he did, what he wanted, and what he can live with afterward. Canon treats this encounter as the culmination of Silent Hill 2's exploration of grief, guilt, and denial. The metal frame recalls the flesh lips set up from Brookhaven Hospital, tying the final boss back to medical restraint and the powerlessness of illness. The tendrils are reaching, grasping, never quite able to connect in the way a living person could. Whether you call her Mary or Maria, the fight is against James's inability to accept loss and his need to reshape memory into something he can control. The design deliberately mirrors earlier hospital imagery. The body in restraints, the overhead suspension, the clinical brutality of the frame. It all points back to the months James spent watching Mary deteriorate in a hospital bed, helpless to stop it and resentful of the burden. The boss is his guilt made manifest, his love turned monstrous by the weight of what he did and what he refused to do. And when the frame releases her, when the fight ends and the body stays still, James is left alone in a room that's too quiet and too empty, holding the knowledge that he killed his wife and then killed the fantasy he built to replace her. The fight is mechanically fair, but emotionally brutal. It asks you to fight the person you came to this town to find, whether she's the real Mary or the construct Maria, and it doesn't offer easy answers about whether you were right to do it. Silent Hill 2 doesn't end with triumph. It ends with silence, a long walk out of the hotel, and the choice to either forgive yourself or let the lake take you. The boss on the frame is just the last shape the town puts in your way before it steps aside and asks, now what? Split Worm, The Mall Floor, Silent Hill 3, 2003. The Central Square shopping center's ground floor feels normal until the tiles start to buckle. A pale, segmented body tears through the vinyl and ceramic, rearing from one of the wall vents like something that's been living in the infrastructure all along. The mouth splits, not horizontally but vertically, a paper-cut opening that runs the length of the face, and inside you see the soft, ridged tissue that the game wants you to aim for. This is Split Worm, and the arena is a retail space turned feeding ground. The tell is sound, a low scrape through the ducts, then a bump underfoot an instant before it breaches. Keep moving. The worm targets your last position, so if you're circling when it surfaces, you've already dodged the lunge. When it holds itself upright with the mouth spread, that's your window. Handgun bursts land reliably in the open seam, and the shotgun deletes the moment if you're close enough to plant. The danger is hesitation. Miss the punish, and it dives, resurfacing from a different tunnel mouth to herd you into a corner where the next lunge becomes unavoidable. The fight is short by Silent Hill standards, maybe 2 or 3 solid cycles if you read the pattern and don't panic. When it finally drops, the mouth stays open and the body slumps across the tile in a way that blocks the path you came in by, forcing you to take the route it was guarding. The mall exhales, the fluorescence steady. Heather steps through the rear exit toward the subway platform, and the shopping center stays quiet behind her, as if the worm were the only thing keeping the building awake. Cannon places this as Heather's first mandatory boss after the opening nightmare at the amusement park. It's early enough in the game that resources are still tight, maybe a dozen handgun rounds, no rifle yet, and healing items you don't want to waste. The split worm teaches aggression within limits. You have to hit it during the opening, but you also have to conserve enough ammo to make those hits count. Guides note that the rifle appears shortly after this fight, which suggests Team Silent designed the worm as a handgun and shotgun test before giving players heavier firepower. The design pulls from the same anatomical distortion well that Splithead drank from 4 years earlier. Both are creatures built around a vertical mouth, both punish frontal approaches, and both use the wait for the soft tissue rhythm. The worm is faster and more aggressive than its spiritual predecessor, reflecting Silent Hill 3's slightly higher action tempo compared to the first game's slower, more exploratory pace. Where Splithead felt like a heavy, inevitable thing, Split Worm feels like an ambush predator, quick, surgical, and gone before you can process what just happened. The mall setting also matters. Shopping centers are liminal spaces, designed for transaction and movement rather than habitation. The worm living in the vents and under the floors turns that commercial brightness into a trap. The lights are on, the stores are stocked, and something is living in the walls waiting for you to step wrong. It's a different kind of wrongness than the hospital or the school, and the split worm is the shape that wrongness takes when it gets hungry. After the fight, the route pushes you underground, subway tunnels, sewers, and construction zones, where the worm's breach is just the first sign that the town's infrastructure is failing in ways you can't see from the street. The shopping center was the last place that felt like it might still be usable, and the split worm's presence there proves that nowhere is safe, not even the brightly lit storefronts designed to make you feel at home. Missionary, The Apartment Intruder, Silent Hill 3, 2003. Heather comes home to the door hanging open and the hallway too quiet. The figure that steps into view wears a long coat and moves like it's hiding inside someone it borrowed. And when it turns, you see the arms. Long, flattened bones, capped with blades, held close like shields until the creature decides to lunge. This is Missionary, the first boss that comes for you in a space that should have been safe, and the fight turns your apartment into a bad corner you can't leave. The sound is fabric drag and metal flex, as if the coat itself were straining to hold the shape together. It covers ground in quick bursts, stabbing for your chest, then snapping the forearms up to guard its front. Face it head on, and most shots chew the coat without landing damage. Try to trade melee, and you'll eat a chopping combo that pins you against the wallpaper. The rhythm is angles and patience. Keep it circling furniture, bait the rush, and punish during the commitment when the blades extend and the guard drops. If you can slip behind it for half a heartbeat, the back takes damage clean. The shotgun is the apartment answer. Short, patterned blasts that stop its line and buy you room to reset. The handgun works if your feet are steady and you're not chasing. Melee invites disaster unless you've already made it whiff so hard it's still recovering. When it finally folds, the coat collapses with it, and the hallway feels smaller than it did before the door opened. This is the only time in the game you face a missionary indoors in a domestic space. Later, you'll see the type again as regular enemies, blade-armed enforcers for the Order, turning up in the chapel and the final areas, but this first encounter is personal. It invades Heather's home, which is also Cheryl's home, which is also Harry's home, and the violation of that boundary is the point. Silent Hill doesn't wait for you to come to it anymore. It sends things to find you where you sleep. Canon sources tie missionary design to the cult's militant wing. Hunters and executioners dispatched to eliminate threats to the Order's plan. The blade arms mirror ceremonial weapons, and the guarded stance suggests training rather than animal instinct. These aren't mindless creatures. They're directed, purposeful, and they know how to corner prey in tight spaces. The long coat reads as vestment or uniform, another layer of the cult's religious aesthetics rendered hostile. The fight's placement in the apartment also forces a tonal shift. Up until now, Heather's been walking through the town's public nightmare spaces: mall, subway, hospital. The apartment was supposed to be the line the horror couldn't cross. Missionary breaks that line, and from this point forward, there's no safe room, no home base, no place the game won't follow you. When you leave the building, you're not running towards Silent Hill. You're already inside it, and it's inside you. The missionary in the hallway is also the first clear sign that the Order is hunting Heather specifically. This isn't random monster placement. It's an assassination attempt, and the thing with the blades was sent. That makes the fight scarier than the worm or the hospital encounters, because those felt like environmental hazards. This is targeted. Someone, Claudia, the cult, the town itself, wants Heather dead or captured, and the apartment intruder is the proof that they know where she lives. After the fight, Heather finds evidence that Harry is dead. The missionary didn't just come for her. It came through her father to get to her. The coat crumpled on the floor isn't just a boss corpse. It's the end point of a home invasion that destroyed the last safe person in her life. From here, the game stops being about survival and starts being about revenge. The missionary set the terms, and Heather spends the rest of Silent Hill 3 walking toward the people who sent it. Leonard Wolfe, The Hospital Pool, Silent Hill 3, 2003. You hear him over the intercom before you reach him, his voice calm and paternal in a way that makes the fluorescent buzz feel colder. Down in Brookhaven's depths, past the wards and locked wings, a corridor opens into a round, shallow pool, and something pale shifts just under the surface like a drowned man who forgot to stop walking. Leonard Wolfe rises with a slow heave, water sheeted over a long torso and hands too big and too clean. He talks as if Heather were someone he owns, then dives again, circling the pool's perimeter so close to the floor that the ripples hammer the grates at your ankles. The arena is a ring of shallow water with no cover, no corners, and Leonard controlling access from below. When he commits, he explodes out in a straight line, arms wide to grab and drag, or he sweeps low to knock your legs so the next rush lands while you're on your back. The safe answer is motion and listening. Watch for the swell, sidestep first, fire second. Shotgun blasts during his breaches stagger him hard and keep you upright. The handgun buys space if you time, short bursts while he's exposed. If he vanishes, don't plan hunting for a lock. Walk the ring and wait him out. He'll surface again with the same tell every time. When he finally stops moving, the water stills and the voice cuts off mid-sentence, as if the building were done pretending it had something to say. He had something Heather needed. The seal of Metatron clutched like proof of his righteousness. And when you take it, Brookhaven feels emptier, as if Leonard were the only voice left in the hospital, and now even that's gone. Canon identifies Leonard as Claudia Wolfe's father, a priest in the order who descended into fanaticism and abuse. His design reflects that history. The oversized hands suggest violence. The pale, waterlogged body mirrors ritual drowning or purification rites gone wrong. And the way he circles the pool like a predator, stalking prey, speaks to a man who saw control and dominance as holy acts. The hospital setting ties him to medical abuse, institutional power, and the ways authority figures in Silent Hill use religion to justify harm. The voice work matters here. Leonard speaks with the cadence of a sermon, gentle and measured, even as he's trying to kill Heather. He doesn't scream or roar. He lectures, as if her resistance were a moral failing he's obligated to correct. That calm makes the fight more unsettling than a straightforward monster encounter. You're not just avoiding damage, you're refusing a man who believes he has the right to hurt you and frame it as salvation. Heather's connection to him is indirect. He's Claudia's father, not hers. But the fight still reads as confronting abusive patriarchy wrapped in religious language. Leonard represents the older generation of the order, the men who built the cult's framework and wielded scripture like a weapon against anyone who questioned them. By the time Heather faces him, he's barely human, more symbol than person. But the harm he did to his daughter and others lingers in every word he speaks before the water takes him under. After the fight, the hospital begins to close. The seal of Metatron is the key that unlocks the path forward. But Leonard's death also marks the point where Brookhaven stops being traversable. The building is done with you. The water drains, the corridors shift, and the route pushes you out into the streets and toward the cult's heart. Leonard was the last guardian of the old guard, and with him gone, only Claudia remains, younger, angrier, and far more dangerous because she actually believes what her father only pretended to. The pool stays quiet after Leonard fades. The grates stop shaking. The intercom never speaks again. Brookhaven Hospital empties out, and the silence that follows Leonard's voice is louder than anything he said while he was alive. That's the horror. Not that he was a monster, but that he was a man who chose to become one and wrapped that choice in scripture until he couldn't tell the difference anymore. Memory of Alessa, The Carousel, Silent Hill 3, 2003. Lakeside Amusement Park's carousel sits at the center of the midway, and the horses still turn when you step onto the platform. The music is warped but recognizable, and the figure that appears in the mirrors looks exactly like Heather. Same height, same clothes, same face. This is Memory of Alessa, and the fight is a duel against your own toolkit across 4 short rounds on a rotating floor. First round, knife. She closes fast and tries to parry anything you throw head on. Don't trade slashes. Slip to the side and cut on her recovery. When she drops, she reappears immediately with a handgun. Second round, firearms. She'll pepper you from range if you let her, so use the horses for cover and move in close to force her into clumsy butt strokes instead of aimed shots. Punish the wind-up. Third round, steel pipe. She swings short. Mean combos that will crumble you if you stand there, so keep your feet and fire as the swing finishes. 2 or 3 clean hits, and she's done. Fourth and final round, submachine gun. She sprays from mid-range, but crowding her shuts the burst down and turns it back into melee you can control. The radio never really settles during this fight. It hisses the whole time, as if proximity to yourself counts as proximity to a threat. Read her posture instead of the static, and answer the instant a weapon commits. Each phase ends with her collapsing, bleeding out into the carousel boards, then standing somewhere else, always closer, always with a new weapon, until the fourth body finally stays down. The ride winds to a stop, the music fades, and the path to Heather's chapel opens at the far side of the park. Cannon frames this as Heather confronting her past self, Alessa's memory manifested as a combat encounter on the same carousel where Sybil fought Harry in the first game. The location is deliberate. This is where the town stages its cyclical confrontations, where surrogate and original clash under fairground lights that don't comfort anyone. The four-weapon structure mirrors Heather's own progression through the game, each phase testing a different approach to violence she's had to learn. The memory doesn't speak, doesn't taunt, doesn't offer exposition. It just fights with the same moves you've been using, forcing you to outthink your own patterns. It's a mirror fight in the truest sense, and the difficulty comes not from health pools or damage output, but from recognizing your own tendencies and punishing them before they punish you. If you favor the pipe, the memory will force you to use the gun. If you hang back and snipe, she'll close and make you trade. The design also highlights Heather's growth. By this point in the game, she's no longer the frightened teenager from the mall. She's armed, experienced, and capable of putting down threats without hesitation. The memory of Alessa is the game's way of asking, are you better at this than the girl who started the run? Have you learned, or are you still making the same mistakes? The fight rewards adaptation and punishes stubbornness, which is fitting for a battle against yourself. After the carousel stops, the route pushes into the final stretch, the chapel where Claudia waits, where the god will be born or stopped, and where the cycle that started 17 years ago in the first game finally closes. The memory of Alessa is the last test before the end, a reminder that Heather isn't just Cheryl, and she isn't just Alessa, she's both, and the fight on the carousel is where those identities resolve into one person who can choose what happens next. The platform's rotation adds a layer of spatial complexity. You're not just circling an enemy, you're circling on a surface that's also turning, which throws off muscle memory spacing and forces constant recalculation. It's disorienting in a way that matches the thematic weight of fighting your own reflection. Nothing stays fixed, the reference points keep shifting, and you have to trust your instincts rather than your map. When the final form drops and doesn't get back up, the carousel finally exhales. The horse is slow, the music dies, and the lights dim to something closer to normal. Heather steps off the platform and heads toward the chapel, and the amusement park stays behind her like a memory she's finally stopped running from. The God, the chapel birth, Silent Hill 3, 2003. The chapel floor opens and something climbs out of the pit, dragging itself into the lights on limbs that barely support its weight. Ribs show through singed flesh, the head resembles a burnt idol, and the body looks unfinished, as if it were pulled from the oven before the form could set. This is the God Claudia begged for, the divinity the Order spent decades trying to birth, and it doesn't look holy, it looks hurt. The creature doesn't roam. It owns the center of the room and makes you come to it, and when it rises, the heat rolls out first, then a long sweep of an arm that knocks you sideways if you're greedy about distance. The radio is useless here, everything is close, so you watch the body instead. There's a slow inhale before the fire, shoulders hitching as the chest fills. That's your cue to move. Circle outside the arc, let the breath go past, and punish the open mouth while it's exposed. Shotgun blasts land clean in that window. The handgun works if you keep your rhythm and don't stand still between bursts. When it plants both hands, expect a lunge that tries to crowd you into the rail. Never back straight away. Cut across its front, reset, and make it turn. The fight isn't tricky so much as demanding. Every opening is small, every mistake compounds, and the room offers no cover, no breaks, no second chances. If you get pinned against the far wall, the fire catches you before you can roll clear, and the damage stacks faster than you can heal. What you're fighting is the cult's endgame made flesh. Claudia swallowed the fetus after Heather forced it out, and this god is what her body birthed onto the chapel stones. It's not a triumphant arrival, it's a miscarriage that learned to stand, a divinity delivered too soon and malformed by the violence that preceded it. The series has always tied the god's appearance to pain and trauma, and this version is no exception. It's Alessa's suffering compressed into one shape, and it's angry. The design draws from religious and mythological imagery, but filters it through body horror. The burnt skin suggests purification by fire gone wrong. The exposed ribs and organs recall medieval depictions of martyrs, and the idol head ties to the order's symbols without looking traditionally angelic or demonic. It's a god in name only. What it really is the physical result of forcing divinity through human suffering without consent or preparation. When it finally slumps, the fire dies with it, and the chapel sounds like a building again instead of a furnace. Heather stands in the wreckage, and the silence that follows is heavier than any roar the god could have made. The Order's plan is finished. Claudia is dead or broken. The cycle that started in the first game, the attempt to birth a god through Alessa's trauma, has reached its end not with salvation but with a thing that crawled out of the floor and died before it could speak. The fight also serves as a thematic mirror to the incubator/incubus split in the first game, where those battles represented Alessa's god as radiant or ruptured depending on Kaufman's intervention. Silent Hill 3's god is singular and unmistakably hostile. There's no good version here, no peaceful manifestation. Claudia's desperation and Heather's resistance guaranteed the birth would be violent, and the god reflects that. It's a creature born from anger, and it dies the same way. After the chapel clears, the game offers multiple endings depending on smaller choices made throughout the run, but none of them undo what just happened. The god is dead, the Order's leadership is shattered, and Heather walks out into a town that no longer has a claim on her. The chapel stays quiet, the floor stays cracked where the god emerged, and the smell of burnt flesh lingers long after the lights go out. Walter Sullivan, The Ritual Chamber, Silent Hill 4, The Room, 2004. The last room is a shrine to a murder you've been walking through all game. Eileen starts across a moving platform toward a grinding machine, and the floor opens on the thing Walter made to replace a mother, his true body lashed into the chamber's core, a fetal mass wired into the architecture like an organ the building can't function without. Adult Walter circles with pistols, calm as a foreman inspecting work, and the radio howls like it finally understands what you're standing in. The first step isn't bullets, it's ritual. Use the umbilical cord on the great body the way the Crimson Tome instructs, and only then do the spears of the Holy Mother reveal themselves on the surrounding statues. 8 spears for the final 8 murders, the victims Walter needed to complete his sacrament and birth himself anew in room 302. Pull them one by one, cross the floor, while adult Walter fires and repositions, and drive each spear into the giant's neck. He staggers every time a spear lands, doubling over as if the pain travels between his selves, the walking man and the bound fetus connected by something deeper than anatomy. Keep Eileen alive while you work. The path she walks is as dangerous as any enemy, and her condition from earlier in the game determines how quickly the machine takes her. If she reaches it, the ending sours no matter what you do to Walter. The platform is narrow, the shots are constant, and the room's geometry is designed to make you choose. Protect Eileen or finish the spears. You can't do both perfectly, so you triage, wound Walter enough to slow him, plant a spear, turn to check Eileen's position, repeat. Once all 8 spears are set, the giant body is bound and Walter becomes vulnerable. Turn to him and finish it. Charged axe swings or pick strikes chew through him cleanly, and some players save revolver rounds to keep pressure while he resets. Don't waste time on the bound form after the 8th spear. The body is neutralized, and only the walking man remains as a threat. When Walter finally drops, the chamber loses its voice. Eileen stops walking, and room 302 feels like a place again. Instead of a wound the building was trying to keep open. Cannon frames Walter as the antagonist and victim both. He was a child who killed himself in room 302, believing it would reunite him with his mother, the room itself. The cult found his body, saw potential in his delusion, and used his lingering spirit to orchestrate the 21 sacraments, a ritual requiring 21 deaths to achieve rebirth. The 10 murders he committed in life are documented. The 11 he performs during the game complete the set. By the time Henry faces him, Walter is no longer entirely human. He's a ghost piloting a body, performing a ceremony he doesn't fully understand because the people who raised him convinced him it was love. The design splits him into 2 forms to represent this duality: the walking man with guns and the fetal mass in the machine. You can't kill one without neutralizing the other, which mechanically reinforces the story's theme. Walter's obsession with room 302 and his imagined mother is so total that his body and soul are literally bifurcated, spread across the ritual space in pieces that both need to be addressed. The spears are the binding, the bullet is the severance, and the fight only ends when you've done both. The spears of the Holy Mother are also loaded symbols. They reference the cult's iconography and the maternal imagery Walter fixated on, and they double as execution implements. You're using the very tools of the Order's mysticism to undo one of their experiments. The umbilical cord, meanwhile, is the final insult. You have to use the biological marker of birth to access the ritual that will kill him. It's thematically dense in ways that other Silent Hill bosses aren't, and the fight forces you to engage with those layers rather than just shooting until the health bar empties. After Walter falls, the room doesn't celebrate, it simply stops. The grinding halts, the whispers fade, and the exit door, the one that's been sealed since the game started, finally opens. Depending on Eileen's condition and how many ghosts you neutralized with swords of obedience, you'll see different endings. Some where room 302 becomes habitable again, others where it stays cursed and Henry is trapped forever. The Walter fight is the mechanical endpoint, but the story's resolution depends on choices you made hours earlier, in quiet apartment hallways where you thought you were just saving ammo. The ritual chamber is also visually overwhelming. Faces emerge from the walls, chains dangle from unseen ceilings, and the platform Eileen walks on seems to float in a void that shouldn't exist under a residential building. Silent Hill 4 leaned harder into surrealism than earlier entries, and this final space is the peak of that aesthetic, a place where physics and architecture give up entirely, and the game just shows you the nightmare unfiltered. The fight happens in a location that couldn't exist, against a man who's already dead, to save a woman walking toward a machine that grinds nothing but symbolism. And somehow it works, because by this point you've spent 10 hours in an apartment that also couldn't exist, so the impossible feels earned. When you finally step through the exit and see daylight, or darkness depending on the ending, the relief isn't just mechanical. You've escaped a building that wanted to digest you, and the Walter fight was the last thing standing between you and the door. Whether room 302 lets you leave for good or drags you back in is a different question, but the battle itself is finished, and the shrine to a child's misunderstanding of love is quiet at last. The Butcher, Meat and Memory, Silent Hill Origins 2007. You catch him in glimpses before the game makes you share a room. A hulking figure in a blood-caked apron, half the head plated in metal, the other half a flat expanse of skin that barely reads as a face. The noise is the earliest tell, steel shrieking along tile as a giant cleaver drags, then lifts. He moves with a butcher's calm, not a monster's twitch, crossing doorways to finish something on a table and only turning when you refuse to leave. He stalks through Origin's version of Silent Hill and shows up where meat and memory overlap, first at the butcher shop on the east side of town, later at the Riverside Motel, and always in rooms too small for his size. When the door finally locks and the fight is yours, he advances in steady steps and chops hard, closing space faster than his bulk suggests. Sprinting in circles gets you clipped. The safer rhythm is short angles and controlled fire. A planted shotgun blast on his commitment buys space. Thrown weapons land from mid-range if you don't want to stand your ground. The radio never quiets around him because he doesn't give you distance. He keeps the room his size until you make him miss. What sets the butcher apart is his relationship to other creatures. He kills them. You'll sometimes find him standing over dead monsters, cleaver still raised, as if clearing the path is part of his work. He's not hunting you specifically, he's hunting everything, and you happen to be in the abattoir. Official materials explicitly note this behavior. The butcher is hostile to all entities, not just Travis, which positions him as an executioner rather than a pursuer. He's Pyramid Head's spiritual predecessor in the series timeline, another faceless judge with a blade too heavy for comfort. The great cleaver he drags is described in game files and guides by that exact name, emphasizing its ritual weight. It's not a weapon chosen for efficiency. It's a symbol of butchery, of reduction, of taking whole things and dividing them into parts. When he swings it, the arc is wide and the recovery is slow. But if it connects, you're staggered long enough for the backswing to land. The fight punishes greed and rewards patience, which is the butcher's lesson. You can't overpower him. You can only survive him by staying smarter and more careful than he expects. The Riverside Motel encounter is the most memorable. The room is a storage area with shelves and hanging meat, and the butcher blocks the only exit. The fight here is claustrophobic in ways the butcher shop wasn't, because the motel is supposed to be a place you can leave, and he makes it clear that's not happening until one of you stops moving. The environment closes in, low ceilings, narrow aisles, obstacles that break your sight lines and give him places to round corners from. It's the kind of arena where every decision matters, because a bad step puts your back to a wall and there's no undo button. Travis Grady, Origin's protagonist, is a trucker, a man used to heavy lifting, long hauls, and the kind of work that doesn't stop when you're tired. The butcher is his nightmare reflection, another laborer, another man whose job involves taking things apart, but one who's crossed the line from profession into obsession. The cleaver is the butcher's truck, and the rooms he fills are his highways. He doesn't stop, doesn't rest, and doesn't care what you were before you walked into his space. Now you're just another cut waiting to happen. After the fight, the butcher's body doesn't vanish. It stays on the floor, a reminder that this wasn't some metaphysical confrontation. You killed a thing that bled, and it's still there when you leave. That physicality makes Origins feel grounded even when the horror escalates, because the game doesn't let you forget that violence has weight. The butcher is dead, the cleaver is still, and the room smells like iron and fear, and you have to walk past all of it to reach the door. The connections to Pyramid Head are intentional, but not identical. Both are executioners. Both drag oversized blades. Both have obscured faces and blood-stained work clothes, but where Pyramid Head is James's guilt, given form, personal, specific, and tied to one man's crime, the butcher is more generalized, a representation of violence and judgment that predates the town's modern interpretation. He's what the executioners looked like before they became pyramid heads. The raw template the town uses when it needs something to carry a blade and divide the guilty from the already dead. When you finally leave the motel or the butcher shop and the static dies, the silence is heavy. The butcher's presence filled the space so completely that his absence feels like a void. You walk faster afterward, checking corners, listening for the scrape of metal that means he's found you again, but he doesn't reappear. The fight is done, the meat has been weighed, and the cleaver rests wherever dead things leave their tools when the work is finally finished. Caliban, The Contorted Stage, Silent Hill, Origins 2007. It breaks the stage in the Artaud Theater, a huge, contorted body that moves on four limbs bent the wrong way around. The hind legs are really arms, the spine curves backward, and the head hangs between the front supports like the neck forgot which direction to grow. It's slow until it isn't. The warning is the sway. The torso rocks back, there's a heavy scrape, and then it lunges in a straight line or rears to slam the ground hard enough to take your feet out if you're standing too close. The fight rewards circles and punished straight lines. Keep your loop wide and fire only when it commits. Shotgun bursts during the rise are honest work, and short-timed hits behind its bulk are safe while it resets. The theater gives you space but not much cover, so the rhythm becomes footwork. Make a chase, bait the lunge into empty floor, turn and shoot, resume motion. The hardest part isn't the damage, it's the camera, which struggles in the theater's raked seating and proscenium arches, sometimes placing Caliban off-screen while you're trying to aim. After the Artaud Theater, Caliban doesn't disappear. You'll see them again on the streets, inside the Riverside Motel, and in nowhere, blocking lanes like moving architecture you have to route around. The enemy type shifts from a single boss encounter to a recurring threat, which is Origin's way of saying, you didn't kill a unique creature, you killed one example of something the town produces regularly. The design suggests the thing is reproducible, industrial, like a product rolling off an assembly line in Hell's basement. The lore ties Caliban to the theater itself. A program on site describes a costume that fused a native buffalo spirit with imagery from the local Valtiel cult, and that's exactly the shape you're fighting. Later, an audio flashback even drops Caliban's speech from Shakespeare's The Tempest, which frames the creature as something educated into violence rather than born to it. It's a colonized entity, a local spirit dressed in the Order's symbolism until it couldn't remember what it was before. Origins leans into this more than other entries. The idea that Silent Hill's monsters aren't just manifestations of guilt, but also products of the town's cultural layering, where indigenous history and settler religion and cult ritual all pile on top of each other until the result is a creature that's architecturally wrong. Caliban is a body built from incompatible parts, which is why it moves the way it does. Lumbering, contradictory, powerful, but awkward, like something that knows it shouldn't exist but persists anyway. The game's notes spell out its simple kit, a devastating ground pound, and that telltale lunge once the body pulls back. Guides underline the same counter you feel on the floor, firearms to the chest during its commitment, or quick melee from the rear if you've bought yourself the angle and a second to work. The advice is consistent because the fight is fair. Caliban telegraphs, Caliban commits, and if you're patient, you'll win. If you panic and try to burn it down with sustained fire, you'll run dry and the next slam will flatten you. The fight also highlights Origin's tone, which is grimmer and more physical than the earlier games. Travis isn't an everyman stumbling through fog. He's a working man who knows how to take a hit and keep moving, and the game reflects that in its combat. Caliban is a brute, and you beat it by being smarter and quicker, not by outlasting it. The damage it deals is serious, the healing items are limited, and the encounter is designed to punish anyone who treats it like a damaged sponge instead of a timing puzzle. When Caliban finally drops, whether in the theater, on the street, or in the motel, it doesn't scream or curse. It just stops, the body settling into a heap of limbs that don't fit together, even in death. The encounter is over, the space opens up, and you move on, but the image stays, a thing that was never meant to stand, forced upright by ritual and history until it couldn't hold itself together anymore. That's Caliban, colonialism and cult given legs, walking the town's stages until someone puts it down. Memory of Alessa, The Burning Girl, Silent Hill, Origins 2007. The final confrontation in Origins happens in a space that shouldn't exist, where the hospital's other world folds into the ceremony that started everything. Travis walks into a room lit by fire and finds the girl on the ritual platform. Alessa, 7 years old, wrapped in bandages and held in place by the Order's symbols. This isn't a monster fight, this is the moment before Silent Hill became Silent Hill. The origin point the whole series has been circling since 1999. The fire doesn't touch Travis, but it fills the room with heat that makes the air shimmer. Alessa is the boss in name only. She doesn't move, doesn't attack, doesn't defend. What she does is burn, and the ritual is trying to birth the god through her pain. The fight is stopping the ceremony by interacting with the environment, destroying the cult's focal points, disrupting the symbols that keep her bound, and refusing the town's attempt to complete what Dahlia Gillespie started. This encounter breaks format. There's no health bar on Alessa. There's no traditional combat. The game has been building toward this moment for hours, threading Travis through the town's history, showing him how the monsters and the other world came to be. The memory of Alessa here isn't a combat challenge, it's a moral one. Do you let the ritual finish, or do you intervene? Do you accept that the town's power was born from a child's suffering, or do you stop it even though stopping it might erase the very nightmare you've been surviving? Travis chooses intervention. The cutscenes show him pulling Alessa from the flames, disrupting the ceremony, and creating a divergence that the town will spend the next 7 years trying to correct. This is why Cheryl exists, why Harry crashes his car, why the first Silent Hill game happens at all. Because Travis Grady interrupted a ritual in 1983, and the consequences rippled forward through time. Origins is a prequel, and this fight is the first domino, the moment where everything begins. The thematic weight is immense. Travis is a truck driver, a man defined by motion and transit, and he arrives at the town's most static moment, a child frozen in a ceremony designed to birth eternity. His intervention is the opposite of the Order's plan. Instead of holding Alessa in place to extract divinity, he moves her, frees her, and breaks the cycle before it can complete. The fight is about motion versus stasis, freedom versus binding, and the decision to act when every force in the room wants you to stand still and let it happen. After the ritual breaks, the game's final sequences show the aftermath. Alessa is hospitalized, alive but burned, her body and mind shattered by what the cult tried to do. The god doesn't birth, the ceremony fails, and 7 years later, Alessa's power splits her into Cheryl and drags Harry Mason into the town, starting the loop that Origins just explained. The memory of Alessa fight is the linchpin, the moment that makes every other Silent Hill game possible. And the tragedy is that Travis can only delay the outcome, not prevent it. Alessa will still suffer. The town will still manifest. The god will eventually be born in Silent Hill 3's chapel. But Travis's intervention gives her 7 more years, and in those years she splits herself, hides Cheryl with Harry, and sets up the only escape route she'll ever have. Mechanically, the fight is simple. Thematically, it's the heaviest encounter in the series because you're not fighting a monster. You're fighting the inevitability of trauma, the machinery of cult ritual, and the town's foundational moment of horror. When the fire dies and Alessa collapses into Travis's arms, the game doesn't give you a victory screen. It gives you a cutscene of a burned child being loaded into an ambulance and the knowledge that what you just stopped will eventually happen anyway. Because Silent Hill is a tragedy, and the town's origin is suffering no matter how many times you interrupt it. Asphyxia, Nora's Shape, Silent Hill, Homecoming, 2008. Deep under Overlook Penitentiary, after Alex Shepard finds Judge Margaret Holloway strapped to a chair, the room turns and a centipede of women pulls itself out of the dark. This is Asphyxia, and the design is immediate and brutal. Torsos sewn together in a chain, arms interlaced across a single face as if to smother it forever. The name is the horror, asphyxia, suffocation, the act of holding breath until life stops. This is Nora Holloway's death, made flesh, and she moves in coiling bursts, a fast rush to close distance, then a wrap of limbs that lifts Alex off his feet and strangles if he doesn't break free. The sound is a tangle of breath and scraping nails, and the radio is just a blanket of hiss because she never gives space. Keep moving, don't meet the rush head on, and punish the commitment. When she rears to lunge, step wide and work the exposed head and upper torso with tight, controlled hits. If you plant early with a shotgun or heavy swing, you can stop the rap before it starts. In that cramped, industrial arena where the walls lean in and the floor is slick, angles are the only safety. Try to bully through and she grabs, holds, and the stun locks you in place while the squeeze continues until your health bar empties or you mash free. Everything about the design tells you whose memory is in the room. The fused bodies, the hands over the mouth, the name itself, asphyxia, all point back to Nora, whom Margaret suffocated as part of Shepherd's Glen's pact with the town. The mythology here ties to the town's original founders and their agreement, sacrifice children to maintain peace, or the town turns hostile. Each founding family, Shepard, Bartlett, Fitch, Holloway, was supposed to offer one child every generation. Margaret's daughter Nora was her family's price, and the judge chose suffocation as the method. Asphyxia is that act replayed, a mother's hands turned into a legion of limbs, all pressing down, all sealing airways, all making sure breath doesn't come. Alex is fighting guilt that isn't his. This is Margaret's nightmare, her daughter's death looped into an entity that can't stop suffocating even after the victim is gone. The fight doesn't resolve the trauma, it just ends the manifestation. When the chains finally slacken and the body goes still, the room doesn't feel lighter, it feels emptier, like something that should have been buried was dragged into the open and then shoved back down without ever being properly mourned. Homecoming's mythology is more explicit than earlier games. The town isn't just a place where guilt manifests, it's a place where a specific pact was made and broken. Shepherd's Glen sits adjacent to Silent Hill, and when Alex's father failed to sacrifice his son as required, the town's protection collapsed and the nightmare spilled over. Asphyxia is one of 4 major bosses tied to this system, each representing a founding family's failure and the child who paid for it. The others are Scarlet, Fitch family, Sepulchre, Bartlett family, and Amnion Shepherd family, and together they form a rogues gallery of parental guilt made monstrous. The fight's placement in the prison underlines the judicial theme. Margaret is a judge. Her crime is her daughter's murder, and the arena is a cell beneath a penitentiary where the town conducts its trials. Asphyxia isn't random monster placement. It's the sentence Margaret has been living under, the ghost that follows her through the town's legal corridors, and the reason her hands will never be clean. Alex is just the one who happens to be standing there when the verdict manifests. After the fight, the route opens deeper into Shepherd's Glen's buried secrets. Margaret's role in the pact is exposed. The truth about the founding families becomes clear, and Alex moves closer to understanding that his brother Joshua wasn't lost. He was offered, and the offering was botched, and the entire town's collapse is the result of that failure. Asphyxia is a side story in that larger narrative, but she's also a reminder that every family in Shepherd's Glen has a dead child wrapped in a specific horror, and every parent carries that weight differently. Margaret carried it as a judge, holding court in a town where justice died the moment she agreed to the pact. Scarlet, Sepulchre, and Amnion, The Family Trials, Silent Hill, Homecoming, 2008. Homecoming structures its boss roster around the 4 founding families and their failed sacrifices. Each family owed a child, each chose a method. Each boss is the resulting trauma given physical form. We've covered Asphyxia already, Judge Holloway's suffocated daughter Nora. The 3 remaining are Scarlet, Sepulchre, and Amnion, and together they tell the story of Shepherd's Glen's collapse through porcelain, roots, and water. Scarlet appears in a room that looks like a doll museum until the lights settle on the big figure in the center. Porcelain skin, perfect lips, little red shoes. She moves in sharp bursts, a still pose, interrupted by a scissor kick that covers half the floor, then a flurry of knife-handed swipes that chip white dust from her own elbows. The radio is noise, so read her posture. When she freezes and leans back, she's about to spring. When her arms widen, the next hit is a rake you can step under if you're already moving. The fight is about breaking the shell. Fast, tight melee strings, knife or axe, shatter the porcelain plates. Shotgun blasts during her lunge do it faster if you're willing to plant for a second. Don't overextend. 2 hits, sidestep, reset. When enough of the outer layer gives, she screams and drops to all 4s. Phase 2 is meaner and lower to the ground. She skitters, pounces, and tries to pin Alex against a wall for a crushing grab. Keep her circling. Punish the landing with single, heavy strikes to the head and torso. Scarlet is Joey Fitch's horror. The Fitch family chose to burn their daughter alive, and the porcelain doll form represents innocence broken, the veneer of perfection concealing violence underneath. She's beautiful until she cracks, and then the red shows through, and the fight becomes about what happens when you peel back the dressing and find the wound. The room where she appears is filled with dolls, Joey's collection, or a mockery of it, and the symbolism is heavy. She's one more doll in a gallery, except this one moves and bleeds and screams. Sepulchre is fought in a basement that smells like wet earth. The room looks swollen, as if the plaster were growing back over something it didn't want you to see. Then the ceiling splits, and a bagged, root-bound giant lowers into the light. Arms trussed, meat hooks and cords keeping the body aloft while it heaves against the rig. It doesn't pace, it thrashes. A long, swinging arm will sweep a corner clean, and when the body slams into the floor, the shock rolls through Alex's knees like an earthquake. The ground is part of the thing. Bulbous seed pods pulse along the supports, and every time the body drops lower, the roots twitch like exposed tendon. Break the pods on the pillars one by one. Each rupture makes the rig sag, and the giant descends where it can be hurt. When it lurches, keep your angle wide and let the sweep pass before you commit. Once the body hangs within reach, step in for heavy, deliberate hits, axe chops to the torso or head while it's stunned, then step out before the frame jerks it skyward again. Sepulcher is the Bartlett family's price. They buried their son alive, and the creature's form reflects that, bound in earth, wrapped in roots, a body trapped underground trying to pull itself back to the surface. The seed pods are growths, fungal or worse, marking the decay of something left too long in the dirt. When it finally tears free, the foundation stops creaking and the basement feels like a room again instead of a grave with a ceiling. Amnion waits in the deeper levels of Shepherd family history. You reach it after cutting through the final revelations of the Pact, and the arena is an operating theater that never had doctors. The thing that descends on 4 iron legs is a spider frame with a swollen female torso fixed to its ribs, face telescoping forward on a mechanical throat. A black hose runs from the mouth to the pelvis like an umbilical that learned to breathe. It doesn't stalk. It owns the center, testing reach with wide, chopping sweeps. When the head juts and the chest heaves, move. The bile spray starts a beat later and turns the floor into a penalty zone. The rhythm is mid-range and angles. Make a leg miss, work tight, hits into the abdomen, and never plant long enough to eat the counter. Hurt it, and the posture changes. The frame rears and the thing stands upright, using the front legs like arms. The swings are faster but clumsier at the end. After a big, double-handed slam, the claws stick in the floor for a second. That's the window. One heavy chop, a short burst, then back out before the shoulders roll again. Amnion is Alex's mother, Lillian, and her grief over Joshua. The mythology here is dense. Alex was supposed to be the sacrifice, but his father Adam couldn't do it and chose Joshua instead, the younger, weaker son, and botched the job. Lillian's complicity, her silence, and her breakdown afterward are all compressed into this boss. The swollen abdomen, the umbilical hose, the operating theater. It's childbirth as horror, motherhood turned into a machine that devours rather than nurtures. When Amnion collapses, you cut the belly, and the reason for the shape is there in the open, curled, and still. The arena goes quiet in a way that doesn't feel like victory, and the path forward is just a door that was always waiting. The fight isn't a triumph. It's Alex confronting the machinery of his family's failure, the literal and symbolic womb that birthed him and then sacrificed his brother, and the town's judgment rendered in iron and flesh. Together, these 3 bosses, Scarlet, Sepulcher, Amnion, complete Homecoming's thesis. The founding families made a pact. Each chose a method to kill their children, and each method became a monster that won't stop until it's forced to. The game is more explicit than earlier Silent Hills, more literal in its symbolism, and the bosses reflect that. They're not abstract manifestations of guilt. They're specific, named, and tied to documented crimes. You're not fighting trauma, you're fighting murder, and the town is the crime scene that became sentient. Boogeyman, the blade in the dark, Silent Hill, Homecoming, and Downpour. You hear metal before you see him, something heavy scraping across concrete in a slow, patient rhythm. The helmet is a hard wedge with no face. The shoulders are butcher big, and the weapon drags like a piece of a ship torn loose and given a handle. He doesn't hurry. He fills doorways at a walking pace and makes every corridor feel too short to matter. In Homecoming, you don't fight him so much as survive his scenes. A shape in the dark of industrial halls, a figure watching from beyond grating, and deep beneath Shepherd's Glen, 2 of them stepping out together to pass a sentence you can't appeal. When he commits, the swing is full body and late. Air bends first, impact second, and anything standing still learns what the blade or hammer is for. The only safe move is movement. Keep an angle, break line of sight, and take the door that opens because he decided to let it. He reads like the town's executioner, walking its rituals into the present, and the metal keeps scraping after he's gone, as if the room is trying to remember where he left. He returns in Downpour as a stalking set piece, the same iron mask and industrial weapon, chasing Murphy Pendleton through mines, service corridors, and narrow streets until the world flips and the route turns into a run. Doors buy time, corners buy breath, and he only stops being inevitable when the story makes Murphy face the thing he stands in for. In some endings, the helmet comes off, and he's just a man you can leave behind. In another, Murphy becomes him, and the scrape on the concrete is his own. Cannon treats Boogeyman as a recurring executioner archetype in the series, different from Pyramid Head but serving a similar function. Where Pyramid Head is James's guilt personified, Boogeyman is judgment made ambulatory, a figure that appears when the town needs something large and implacable to chase you through halls that don't offer exits. Homecoming uses him as a threat you escape. Downpour makes him the enemy you become if your choices are violent enough, which is the series returning to one of its oldest tricks. The real monster is the one you see in the mirror when the mask finally comes off. The scrape is what stays with you. Long after the model is gone and the cutscene ends, you'll hear metal on concrete in quiet rooms, and your spine will remember the sound of something too heavy to fight dragging itself closer at a walking pace you can't outrun forever. Wheelman, The Prison Rig, Silent Hill, Downpour, 2012. You see him early in Windows and at a distance, slumped in a wheelchair, head lolling, hospital cloth hanging in strips. By the time Murphy reaches Overlook Penitentiary, the chair is part of a machine. Tubes feeding a ruined body, lightning arcing across catwalks, spotlights mounted over the arena. He doesn't brawl, he controls, hurling debris with a flick, lashing the platform with power, forcing Murphy to move the space instead of trading hits. The fight has one rule: blind him with the spotlight, use the opening to cut a life support line, and keep moving before he drags the room back under his hands. Repeat until the machine is quiet and the man in the chair is only weight. The pattern is clear: redirect the light, sever the tube, dodge the next attack. But the execution demands timing and spatial awareness, because Wheelman's reach is the entire arena, and standing in the wrong place means eating a blast of debris or electricity that strips health faster than Murphy can heal. Across Downpour, Wheelman appears as a lesser figure, rolled past a window, glimpsed through binoculars at Devil's Pit, long before the chair grows into the final rig. Readings and official write-ups connect him to Frank Coleridge, the corrections officer Murphy is hunting, and to Anne Cunningham's anger at the man who killed her father. Downpour lets that weight settle on the catwalks, while the storm does the rest. When the last tube pulls free, the lights dim, the thunder steps back, and the penitentiary sounds like a building again. Wheelman is one of the series' most mechanically distinct bosses. The fight isn't about damage output, it's about puzzle solving under pressure, redirecting environmental hazards, while a hostile presence tries to crush you with the room itself. The wheelchair is the locus of control, and by destroying the tubes, you're severing his connection to the machinery that keeps him animated. The thematic link to disability, dependency, and control is uncomfortable and worth noting. Wheelman is a man reduced to a chair, kept alive by machines, and transformed into a weapon by those same systems. He's a victim and a villain both, and the fight forces you to dismantle the apparatus keeping him upright one piece at a time. It's a mercy kill rendered as a boss fight, and Downpour doesn't shy away from the implications. You're murdering a man who can't walk, and the game frames it as necessary, and that discomfort is part of the point. Closing what the bosses remember. Silent Hill's bosses are not obstacles, they're thresholds, judgment calls, and the shapes trauma takes when it's been compressed too long under too much weight. From Split Head in the boiler room to Sakura Head in the icy corridors. Each encounter is a mirror held at a bad angle, too close, too honest, showing you what the town learned from everyone who walked here before you. They don't roar to scare you. They roar because the pain they represent still hasn't found a voice. Pyramid Head drags the knife because guilt is heavy. Flesh Lips hangs from the ceiling because helplessness looks like restraints and medical theater. The god in the chapel crawls out, burnt and unfinished because forced divinity through suffering will always be malformed. These are not random designs. They're the town reading your history, your secrets, the things you won't say out loud, and then showing you those things with limbs, with mouths, with the capacity to hurt you back. Some you fight because you have to, some you survive because fighting won't work, and some you face because the story demands it, because the door won't open until you've acknowledged what's in the room. The bosses remember what you've done, what's been done to you, and what you're avoiding. They're the town's way of asking, are you going to keep running, or are you going to stop and look at this? The fog is thick tonight, and somewhere a radio crackles. If you listen carefully, you might hear metal scraping concrete, or a mouth splitting open, or the rustle of cherry blossoms that shouldn't be blooming in this weather. Tonight we're going to talk about a game that shouldn't have worked. A horror game that made you weaker instead of stronger, that hid its monsters in fog because the hardware couldn't handle them, that cared more about mood than story clarity, and that turned every rule of game design sideways to see what would happen. This is about Silent Hill, the 1999 survival horror game that arrived 4 years after Resident Evil established the genre, looked at everything Capcom had built, and quietly decided to do the opposite. Close your eyes if you'd like. We're going to move slowly through this, examining how a team at Konami Computer Entertainment Tokyo took limited resources, uncertain direction, and a platform that couldn't render much at once, and created something that still defines what psychological horror in games can be. No jump scares in this analysis. No urgency. Just a careful walk through the fog, noting what made Silent Hill different, what rules it broke, and why those breaks mattered. We'll compare Silent Hill to what came before and what came after, because the deviations only make sense in context. Horror gaming in 1999 had expectations, conventions, and a formula that worked. Silent Hill examined that formula and decided almost every element could be inverted, subverted, or removed entirely. The landscape before, what horror games were in 1999. To understand what Silent Hill broke, we need to understand what existed. Resident Evil launched in 1996 and crystallized survival horror as a genre. The game took place in a mansion outside Raccoon City, where the pharmaceutical corporation Umbrella had conducted biological weapons research. Zombies and mutated creatures stalked opulent halls. STARS members Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine were trained professionals with military backgrounds who could handle weapons competently. The formula Resident Evil established became standard: fixed camera angles showing pre-rendered backgrounds, limited inventory creating resource puzzles, item boxes for storage, save points that consumed resources, ink ribbons, health items, herbs, and enemies that could be mastered through pattern recognition. The horror came from scarcity, not enough ammunition, not enough healing, but you could become good at the game. Speedrunners would eventually complete it in under 2 hours, dodging every avoidable enemy and executing perfect strategies. Alone in the Dark preceded Resident Evil and established many of these conventions in 1992, but Resident Evil refined them and made them commercially successful. By 1999, the formula had been repeated. Resident Evil 2 expanded the concept, Dino Crisis applied it to dinosaurs, and multiple other games adopted the fixed camera, tank control, inventory puzzle structure. The expectations were clear. You played as someone capable. Environments were threatening but eventually masterable. Resource management was the primary challenge. Combat was possible and improvable. Stories explained themselves through documents and cutscenes. Good reflexes and pattern recognition were rewarded. The camera showed you what you needed to see, even if the angle was awkward. Save points were clearly marked and safe. Into this landscape walked Silent Hill, and it disagreed with almost everything. The fog that built a genre. Let's start with the most famous element, the one that appears in every discussion of the game, the fog. Dense, gray-white, sitting thick over every street in the town. Visibility drops to maybe 20 feet on a good stretch. Buildings fade to silhouettes. The edge of the world becomes uncertain. Players at the time assumed this was an artistic choice, a deliberate aesthetic meant to create unease. It was, but not originally. Resident Evil and its contemporaries worked hard to show you environments clearly. The fixed camera angles were positioned to give you the best view of each room. Pre-rendered backgrounds were detailed and legible. Yes, the camera sometimes hid enemies, but that was intentional design. A monster around a corner you couldn't see yet, a zombie lunging from off-screen. The camera was a tool for creating specific scares, not a constant limitation on visibility. Silent Hill's PlayStation hardware in 1999 had strict polygon and draw distance limitations. Render too much at once and the frame rate collapsed. The development team faced a problem. They wanted to create a town, an outdoor environment that felt expansive, but the hardware couldn't show more than a block at a time. Other PlayStation games of the era solved this through corridors, through tight environments that naturally limited what needed rendering. Metal Gear Solid kept most action indoors or in controlled outdoor spaces. Resident Evil used pre-rendered backgrounds, so the PlayStation only rendered character models. Team Silent wanted something different. They wanted streets, outdoor navigation, the feeling of a real place. The fog became the solution. By obscuring distant areas, they could load and unload assets dynamically, keeping only what mattered in memory. Buildings 2 blocks away didn't need to exist yet. The fog hid their absence. Technical problem solved, but director Keiichiro Toyama and his team recognized what they had. The fog didn't just hide technical limitations, it created something emotionally. It turned orientation into work. In Resident Evil, you moved through rooms and hallways. Each space was discrete, bounded. In Silent Hill, you moved through continuous streets where landmarks emerged from white nothingness and disappeared behind you. Every intersection became a decision point without clear information. The player had to move forward into uncertainty, and uncertainty generates its own category of tension that doesn't require a monster at all. Streets you've walked before feel unfamiliar in thick fog. Landmarks vanish. The mind fills gaps with threat. This is a documented psychological phenomenon. Human brains are pattern recognition machines, and when patterns are obscured, we hallucinate possibilities. Silent Hill weaponized this. The fog made you see movement that wasn't there, made you second-guess every shadow, made you work constantly to parse visual information. Other games at the time worked to show you as much as possible. Wider camera angles when space allowed, clearer sight lines, environments designed to telegraph what was ahead. Silent Hill inverted this. It made seeing difficult. It made every forward step a small act of faith. The radio would crackle with static when something hostile was near, but in the fog you often couldn't spot the creature until it was close. Sometimes the static would spike and you'd stop, straining to see movement in the white, unsure whether to advance or retreat. The fog made the player hesitate, made them doubt their senses, made them work to parse information that other games handed over freely. Compare this to the sequel that came just a year before Silent Hill, Resident Evil 2. That game took place in a city overrun by zombies, but you experienced it through carefully framed scenes. The police station, the underground lab. City streets appeared in cutscenes and brief transitional moments, but gameplay stayed in controlled environments where the camera could show you threats. When zombies appeared, you saw them, could assess the threat, could plan your response. Silent Hill said no. Streets are where you'll spend hours. You'll navigate by map and compass direction. You'll peer into fog trying to distinguish a groaner from a trash bag. You'll hear something and not be able to locate it. This fundamental choice, to make the primary gameplay space visually hostile to the player's need for information, was radical. This became foundational to the series. Later entries on more powerful hardware could have rendered entire blocks clearly. Silent Hill 2 on PlayStation 2 had significantly more processing power. Silent Hill 3 could have shown you clean streets with full draw distance, but they kept the fog because it had become synonymous with the mood. Even when technical need disappeared, the aesthetic choice remained. The fog transformed from workaround to trademark, from limitation to identity. It set a precedent. Take what you can't do, find what it gives you emotionally, and build around that feeling. The snow that falls in the nightmare sections operates on similar logic. It shouldn't snow in autumn in a small resort town, but the game never explains it. Resident Evil would have justified strange weather, a lab experiment gone wrong, a virus affecting climate systems, something. Silent Hill just lets it snow in the other world. The particles add visual noise, obscure sightlines further, and create an otherworldly feeling that separates the other world from the fog world. Little details like this pile up. The game trusts you to feel the difference without requiring narrative justification. It breaks the rule that everything in a game must be explained or have clear purpose. Sometimes the purpose is just unease. Years later, this choice would influence countless games. The developers of Bloodborne cited Silent Hill's fog when designing Yharnam's night streets. The creators of Alan Wake built entire gameplay mechanics around flashlights piercing darkness because they understood what Silent Hill taught. Limited visibility is emotional as much as mechanical. Dead Space's emphasis on darkness and narrow sightlines owes to this precedent. Even non-horror games borrowed the lesson. Shadow of the Colossus used distance fog to create mystery. Journey used it to hide the destination. Elden Ring deployed it to obscure the lands between scope. But in 1999, this was new. This was scary in a way combat difficulty wasn't. And it came from necessity, from limitation, from a team looking at what they couldn't do and finding beauty in the constraint. Combat that doesn't want you to fight. Resident Evil taught survival horror players a language, conserve ammunition, learn enemy patterns, master the perfect headshot angle. Combat was a puzzle you solved through pattern recognition and resource management, but it was still combat. You could win. You could, with practice, become efficient at violence. Jill Valentine could perfectly time a grenade toss to eliminate a pack of zombies. Chris Redfield could headshot hunters with practiced ease. The games rewarded skill. Get good enough and you could complete sections without taking damage, could knife-only run entire scenarios, could speedrun with precision. This made sense for Resident Evil's fiction. You played as trained STARS operatives. They knew how to fight. The challenge came from overwhelming odds and limited resources, not from personal incompetence. The tank controls were clunky, sure, but once mastered, they became intuitive. The fixed cameras created blind spots, but learning camera transitions was part of the skill curve. Resident Evil asked you to become competent within its systems, and then challenge that competence with resource scarcity and enemy placement. Silent Hill looked at that model and decided to make you bad at fighting. Not just resource limited, not just outnumbered, but fundamentally incompetent at violence. Harry Mason is not a soldier, not trained, not particularly athletic. He's a writer, an ordinary father in his 30s looking for his daughter. The game makes sure you feel that in every combat encounter. When Harry swings a pipe, the animation is hesitant, unpracticed. There's wind-up before the hit, recovery after. His aim with firearms is unsteady. Even when you, the player, line up a shot perfectly, Harry's in-universe accuracy introduces variance. The reticule wavers, shots that should connect miss. He moves like someone uncomfortable with violence, because he is. This was a deliberate design choice documented in interviews. Toyama and Team Silent wanted vulnerability to be central. Traditional game design says the player should feel competent, should improve mechanically over time, should be rewarded for skill mastery. Games are about player agency, player power, player growth. You start weak and become strong. That's the arc. Silent Hill said no. You start vulnerable and stay vulnerable. You never really get good at fighting in this game. Even on subsequent playthroughs with weapon unlocks, the Hyper Blaster, the Rock Drill, the baseline combat remains clumsy. This serves the horror. Compare this to Clock Tower, another horror game from 1995 that removed combat entirely. You couldn't fight the Scissor Man. You could only run and hide. That was a different solution to the same problem. How do you keep players afraid? Clock Tower said, make them powerless. Silent Hill said, make them just barely capable enough to fight, but so bad at it that fighting feels like a risk, rather than a solution. Enemies in the residential district streets, the dog-like groaners, and the pterodactyl-esque air screamers, move erratically. They don't follow the predictable patterns Resident Evil zombies do. Zombies lunge at specific distances, bite in specific animations, can be dodged with specific timing. You learn them. Groaners circle, feint, break into sudden rushes from angles that change. Air screamers glide overhead and dive unpredictably. The game doesn't want you to learn a strategy and execute it cleanly. It wants you to panic slightly, to feel the moment when your planned response falls apart and you're swinging wildly, hoping to connect before the creature's next lunge. This is psychologically distinct from Resident Evil's resource tension. In Capcom's games, you know you can kill the zombie cleanly with a headshot. The tension is whether you should spend the ammunition. In Silent Hill, you're not sure you can kill the groaner even if you try. Will your swings connect? Will the creature dodge? Will you take damage in the exchange? The combat itself is uncertain, which creates a different flavor of dread. Health items are scarce enough that trading damage for kills feels expensive. Ammunition is limited enough that emptying a magazine into a single groaner seems wasteful. But trying to melee often means taking hits. The game creates situations where the best choice is often avoidance, but it never quite tutorializes this. Players trained on other survival horror games would try to clear rooms, try to master combat, and find themselves constantly low on supplies and frustrated. This frustration was, perversely, the point. Vulnerability in horror games hadn't been explored this thoroughly before. Clock Tower made you powerless, but its gameplay was about stealth and puzzle solving under pressure, not combat. Resident Evil made resources scarce but kept you competent. Silent Hill found a middle space. You have weapons, you can fight, but you're bad at it and it costs you. This creates a constant risk assessment that other games didn't. Every enemy encounter becomes a decision tree. Can I avoid this? If not, do I risk melee or spend ammunition? How much health do I have? Can I afford to take damage? What's my healing item situation? These aren't interesting questions if combat is reliable. In Resident Evil, once you know you can kill a zombie with 1 shotgun shell or 3 handgun bullets, the math is simple. In Silent Hill, you never quite know. This one groaner might go down quickly. The next might dodge twice and force you to spend twice the resources. Inconsistency in combat, usually a design flaw, becomes a feature-serving horror. This philosophy extended beyond just the combat mechanics. The way Harry holds weapons in cutscenes shows discomfort. When he picks up the handgun for the first time, he handles it like an object he's unsure about, not like a tool he's eager to use. Compare this to Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil 2, who might be a rookie cop but holds his gun with trained confidence, or to any action game protagonist who treats weapons as extensions of their body. Years later, this approach influenced numerous games. Fatal Frame made cameras your weapon, creating combat that required vulnerability. You had to wait for ghosts to get close to photograph them effectively. Haunting Ground gave you a dog companion but made your character Fiona defenseless herself. Amnesia, The Dark Descent, removed combat entirely, taking Silent Hill's logic to its extreme. These games understood what Silent Hill taught. Vulnerability is engaging, helplessness can be gameplay, weakness can be design. Silent Hill 2 would perfect this approach. James Sunderland's combat animations are even more exhausted and depressive than Harry's. He swings weapons with the energy of someone who doesn't care if he gets hurt, because emotionally, he doesn't. His gunshots are desperate. His melees are heavy and slow. Playing as James feels like playing as someone wading through deep water, every action effortful and uncertain. This isn't technical limitation, it's characterization through gameplay, telling you who James is through how he moves and fights. The rule being broken here is fundamental. Games should make you feel powerful, or at least competent. This is why we play games. To be effective in ways we're not in life, to master systems, to grow in capability. Silent Hill makes you feel uncertain and ill-equipped, and discovers that this is its own kind of engagement. You're not playing to master a system. You're playing to survive situations you're not prepared for, and the lack of preparation is the point. That shift in player expectation was radical in 1999 and remains unusual even now. The silence between the screams. Akira Yamaoka joined Silent Hill as a composer and sound designer, and what he understood about horror audio would define the series as much as the fog. His philosophy, stated in interviews over the years, was simple and counterintuitive. The lack of sound impresses people more than beautiful music. Silence, in Yamaoka's framework, is a weapon. Most games at the time filled every moment with audio. Resident Evil had constant ambient loops, the mansion's ominous drone, the police station's alert siren, the laboratory's mechanical hum. Every room had audio presence. The silence was broken only for emphasis, for jump scares, but baseline audio was always present to set mood. This made sense as design. Silence in media is uncomfortable, suggests technical failure, needs to be filled. Other horror games followed suit. Clock Tower had the haunting music box theme and constant tension strings. Dino Crisis used industrial sound beds throughout. Even adventure games and RPGs of the era maintained constant audio presence, music tracks, ambient loops, something to fill the space. The assumption was that silence suggested emptiness, and emptiness wasn't scary, so fill it with ominous sound. Silent Hill embraced quiet. Long stretches of gameplay pass with only footstep sounds, the creak of doors, distant water dripping. The game lets you exist in near silence, which makes you hyper-aware of every sound that does occur. A window breaking in Cafe 5-2 is shocking, not because the sound itself is particularly loud, but because it punctures minutes of quiet. When you've been walking silent streets for 5 minutes, hearing nothing but your own footfalls on pavement, a sudden sound is violence. The radio mechanic works in this context. The pocket radio Harry picks up emits harsh static when enemies are near, functioning as a proximity alarm. In the silence, that sudden static spike hits hard. But Yamaoka and Team Silent understood that the radio shouldn't be constant. If it were always on, always crackling, the player would tune it out the way we tune out constant white noise. Instead, quiet stretches are broken by the radio's warning, then combat or avoidance, then quiet again. The dynamic range, from silence to static, to maybe the groan of a creature, creates tension through contrast. Compare this to Resident Evil's audio design. Zombies moan constantly, their presence announced before you see them. Dogs growl and bark. Hunters screech. The game uses audio to announce threats, which creates anticipation and gives you time to prepare. Silent Hill often doesn't. The radio crackles, but that just means something is near. You might not hear it otherwise. Some enemies, like the groaner, do make noise, quick barks, but others move quietly. The silence between enemy sounds is as important as the sounds themselves. When music does appear in Silent Hill, it's often diegetic or deeply atmospheric. The game's save points are marked by a specific, melancholic melody that signals safety, a music box tone that's gentle and sad. This is brilliant psychological design. The save point music becomes Pavlovian comfort, a signal that you can breathe, that threat has paused. Certain locations have unsettling ambient tracks that blend sound design and music so thoroughly that it's unclear where one ends and the other begins. Is that a note or a machine sound? Is that melody or industrial noise? Yamaoka drew from industrial music heavily. Artists like Nine Inch Nails, Coil, and Throbbing Gristle influenced his approach. Industrial music uses found sounds, machine noise, distortion, and harsh textures rather than traditional instrumentation. Yamaoka brought this aesthetic to horror gaming, creating soundscapes that feel mechanical, broken, suffocating. A track called Killed by Death features what sounds like medical equipment, heartbeat monitors, and industrial percussion. My Heaven uses children's voices processed into something uncanny. These are used sparingly, layered under or between gameplay, never overwhelming. The Otherworld sections intensify this approach. When the town shifts to its nightmare state, rusted metal, chain link, blood, the audio shifts with it. Industrial clangs, metallic scrapes, distant screams that might be wind through broken infrastructure. Yamaoka would place sounds ahead of visual cues deliberately, so you'd hear something wrong before you'd see it. This triggers the imagination, which is always more effective than any scripted scare. The sound of something dragging across metal becomes more frightening than seeing what's being dragged. Boss encounters break the silence more dramatically, but not with orchestral bombast. The split head fight in the school boiler room features percussive, grinding music that sounds like machinery eating itself. It's hostile music, aggressive without being epic. You're not meant to feel pumped up for battle. You're meant to feel like the environment itself wants you gone. The music doesn't encourage you, it pressures you. It's claustrophobic, oppressive, matching the tight arena and the horror of the creature. This audio philosophy was revolutionary. Resident Evil's score, composed by Masami Ueda, Makoto Tomozawa, and Akari Kaida, was traditionally cinematic. Orchestral strings for tension, brass for action, clear musical language signaling emotional states. Silent Hill's score was anti-cinematic, using silence and industrial noise to create unease that traditional film scoring couldn't achieve. Later games expanded Yamaoka's role and his approach. Silent Hill 2's soundtrack is considered one of the greatest in gaming history, featuring tracks like Theme of Laura and Promise that are achingly melodic but deeply sad. He introduced more melodic guitar work, layered it with the industrial bass, and created a sound identity that separated Silent Hill from every other horror game. Promise plays during one of the game's emotional climaxes, and it's a beautiful, tragic piece that sounds nothing like video game music of the time. It sounds like genuine emotional expression, like the kind of song that would exist on its own merit outside the game. His music became synonymous with the series, melancholic, beautiful, industrial, and always in service of mood over action. Other games tried to copy this. Fatal Frame used silence and sudden audio stings. Condemned used minimal music and emphasized environmental audio, but few achieved the balance Yamaoka found, where music was rare enough to be meaningful and silence was long enough to create genuine unease. This broke another fundamental rule. Horror games should have constant tension through audio cues. Silent Hill said no. Tension comes from the space between sounds, from the anticipation that something might break the quiet. The absence becomes presence. The waiting becomes the fear. And when Yamaoka left Konami after years as the series' musical architect, fans worried the games would lose their soul, which tells you how central his approach had become. Later entries without his involvement felt different, lesser, not because the music was bad, but because the philosophy changed. Composers who came after didn't understand that silence matters more than sound. Resident Evil's horror was biological and corporate. T-virus and G-virus, mutations, umbrella corporations doing unethical science that creates monsters. The horror was external, something you could theoretically shoot. Evil corporation makes virus, virus creates zombies, zombies are threat, shoot zombies. The narrative is clear cause and effect. Resident Evil 2 added human drama through Leon and Claire's stories, but the core threat remained understandable, mappable, physical. Silent Hill's horror is internal, projected, psychological. The town of Silent Hill, according to the game's layered mythology, manifests the fears and traumas of those who enter it. The other world you see isn't objective, it's a reflection. This concept wasn't fully explained in the first game. Players pieced it together through environmental clues, character dialogue, repeated playthroughs, and eventually supplementary materials like the Book of Lost Memories. The town's power is tied to a cult, to a ritual gone wrong, to a young girl named Alessa, who was horribly burned and whose pain warped reality around her. But even understanding the plot mechanics, the game functions on a symbolic level. The monsters aren't just obstacles, they're manifestations. What they are, how they look, where they appear, all of this communicates meaning beyond enemy to overcome. The Grey Children, or Mumblers in PAL regions, appear in Midwich Elementary School. They're small figures, child-sized, carrying knives, hostile but also somehow pathetic. They appear in a school specifically. Why? Because schools are sites of childhood trauma, of bullying, of institutional failure to protect vulnerable children. The enemies literalize that threat. Their innocence corrupted, children turned hostile, the fear that what should be safe, a school, is actually dangerous. The nurses in Alchemilla Hospital wear hospital uniforms and have parasites controlling them from their backs. The visual is specific. These are caregivers who have lost autonomy, medical professionals under something else's control. They suggest medical trauma, loss of bodily autonomy, the horror of being in a hospital not as a patient being healed, but as something being done to. They attack with surgical instruments. They move jerkily, controlled. The symbolism is dense but never explained in text. The game trusts you to feel what they represent. This was new territory for horror gaming. Resident Evil's monsters were explained scientifically. This is a zombie because T-virus reanimates dead tissue. This is a licker because further mutation extends the tongue and removes skin. Silent Hill's monsters were explained psychologically, if at all. Why does the split head exist? Because it's a manifestation of Alessa's pain, or because it represents something about the school's history, or because Harry's fear of incomprehensible threat needed a form. The game doesn't tell you. It shows you a creature whose head opens in a way that shouldn't be possible and invites you to feel horror without requiring rational explanation. Silent Hill 2, made this framework explicit, and arguably perfected it. James Sunderland's journey through the town confronts him with creatures that represent his guilt, his repressed anger, his sexual frustration, and his grief. The game's monster design directly codes these themes, and analysis of the creatures has generated academic papers, video essays, and decades of community discussion. The lying figures are human-shaped, but bound in what looks like their own skin, struggling inside a straitjacket of flesh. They vomit acid. They're helpless and hostile simultaneously. The design suggests repression, something trapped inside itself, forced containment. In the context of James's psychology, they represent his repressed guilt, something struggling to get out that he's trying to contain. The mannequins are literally two pairs of legs joined at the waist, wearing high heels and lingerie. They're hypersexualized and broken simultaneously, aggressive and fragmented. They represent James's sexual frustration and his objectification of women, his inability to connect sexuality with personhood. The design is uncomfortable, deliberately off-putting, because that's the point. These aren't monsters for cool factor. They're psychological projections made flesh. Pyramid Head is punishment personified. The creature drags a massive blade, wears the helmet of executioners from Silent Hill's historical paintings, and appears to torment the other monsters as much as James. The design is specific. This is the judgment James unconsciously desires, the executioner he wishes would punish him for what he's done. The character has been overanalyzed and overused in later games, but in Silent Hill 2's context, Pyramid Head is a perfect visual metaphor. Punishment that can't be escaped, guilt given physical form, justice that pursues relentlessly. Abstract Daddy appears when you're navigating Angela's trauma. It's two figures on a bed frame, merged into a monstrous whole, one figure pressed on top of the other in a configuration that evokes sexual assault. It's Angela's monster, not James's, but he has to fight it because he's moving through her projection of Silent Hill. The design is disturbing because it's meant to be. It literalizes childhood sexual abuse in a way that's horrifying, but not gratuitous. Team Silent walked a razor's edge here, representing trauma through monster design in a way that respects the severity of what's being depicted. This approach to horror influenced an entire generation of games. The idea that environments and enemies should mean something, should tell you about the protagonist's mental state or the themes being explored, became foundational to numerous titles. Spec Ops. The line uses its third-person shooter gameplay to examine moral injury and war trauma. Hellblade. Senua's Sacrifice represents psychosis and grief through both narrative and gameplay. Even Dark Souls, not a psychological horror game, uses environmental storytelling and enemy design to communicate its themes of decay, cycles, and futility. Silent Hill said horror games could be about the self, not just external threats. Horror could be metaphor, could be symbolic, could operate on literary levels that other games didn't attempt. This opened a design space other creators rushed to explore, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. The difference between good psychological horror and pretentious nonsense is execution, but Silent Hill executed brilliantly. The multiple endings reinforce this approach. Silent Hill 1 has 5 possible endings determined by your actions. Whether you saved Kaufman, whether you forgave Sybil or killed her, whether you maintained full health throughout the game, whether you found key items. These aren't binary moral choice prompts presented overtly. The game tracks behavior subtly and delivers an ending that reflects how you played. In the Good and Good Plus endings, Harry saves Cheryl, who is actually the reunited soul of herself and Alessa. Kaufman's intervention with the Aglaophotis breaks the cult's ritual, and Cheryl Alessa gives Harry a baby, her reincarnation, before disappearing. Hope emerges from horror. In the Bad and Bad Plus endings, Harry fails. Sybil dies or stays possessed. Kaufman doesn't interfere or dies, and either Harry dies in the collapsing chapel or escapes alone with Sybil dead and Cheryl lost. The cycle continues. Darkness wins. The UFO ending is pure comedy, a pressure valve. Aliens arrive, abduct Harry and Kaufman, and the entire game is revealed to be possibly nonsense. It requires collecting specific items across a playthrough and is unlocked through knowledge, not skill. This kind of joke ending would become a series tradition, proof that the games take themselves seriously, but not so seriously that they can't laugh at themselves. This ending structure was unusual in 1999. Most games had a single ending, maybe good and bad endings determined by a final binary choice. Resident Evil had slightly different endings based on who survived, but they were minor variations. Silent Hill tracked behavior across the entire playthrough without explicit moral choice prompts. The game judged you quietly and delivered an ending that reflected your playstyle, thoroughness, and engagement with its systems. Silent Hill 2 expanded this into one of the most sophisticated ending systems in gaming. 6 possible endings, each determined by subtle player behavior tracked invisibly. How often you check on Maria when she's following you, whether you read Mary's letter repeatedly, whether you examine certain items like Angela's knife or the diary on the rooftop, your health levels throughout the game, how much damage you take, whether you heal quickly or remain low on health. The in-water ending, where James drowns himself in Toluca Lake, is triggered by what reads as depressive play behavior, staying at low health, taking frequent damage, examining items related to Mary's death, ignoring Maria. The game interprets this as James being suicidal and delivers an ending where he drives into the lake with Mary's corpse. The leave ending suggests healing, maintaining health, protecting Maria, being thorough. The Maria ending suggests James is replacing Mary with her look-alike, triggered by prioritizing Maria's safety. Rebirth implies occult obsession. Dog ending is comedy. UFO ending is deeper comedy. Each ending recontextualizes the entire game. Depending on which you get, you interpret James's journey differently. Was he seeking punishment? Seeking escape? Seeking replacement? The ambiguity is intentional. The game refuses to tell you the true ending. All endings are true depending on how you played, what you prioritized, how you engaged with the psychological themes. This broke the rule that endings should be clearly signposted rewards for completion. Silent Hill's endings are interpretations. They ask you what happened, what it meant, how you played. They make the game a text to be analyzed rather than a challenge to be beaten. The community has spent 2 decades discussing which endings are canon, which are most thematically appropriate, which represent the real story. The ambiguity is the point. Horror doesn't resolve cleanly. Trauma doesn't have a single outcome. The psychological space the game creates doesn't have one answer. This approach influenced countless games afterward. Titles like The Witcher 3-track behavior subtly to determine endings. Undertale uses the player's choices to completely reframe the narrative. Nier Automata requires multiple endings to understand the full story. These games understand that endings can be analysis, interpretation, reflection of the player rather than just story resolution. Walk through Alchemilla Hospital and read the walls, not just literal signs, though those exist. Operating room, examination room, directions to floors. Read the layout, the props, the enemy placement, the way light falls through barred windows. Why are the nurses here specifically? Why do they have parasites on their backs? Why does the hospital transition from sterile white corridors to rusted, bloody industrial hell? The environment is telling you about Alessa's trauma. about her time in medical institutions, about pain and loss of bodily autonomy. Silent Hill pioneered environmental storytelling in horror games. Not just environmental detail, many games had that. Resident Evil filled the Spencer mansion with documents, diaries, notes that expanded lore. Other games placed props to suggest history, but Silent Hill did something different. It made environments into texts that communicated themes through architecture, layout, monster placement, and visual design, rather than through explicit documents. Midwich Elementary School isn't just a creepy school because schools are creepy. It's specifically about childhood trauma, about institutional failure to protect children, about innocence corrupted. The design emphasizes this: small desks, child-height fixtures, but also industrial fixtures, locked doors, a sense of confinement. The clock tower puzzle uses symbols, gold and silver medallions that depict zodiac signs, suggesting astrology, time, fate. The piano puzzle requires understanding a reference to birds in a cage. These aren't arbitrary. They suggest childhood learning twisted into nightmare logic, innocent classroom elements made hostile. The gray children enemies appear in the school. They're child-sized, hostile, carrying knives. They appear because the location demands them. If Alessa's trauma includes school, being bullied, being different, being a child with too much knowledge, then the school manifests that trauma. The enemies aren't random, they're site-specific nightmares. The boiler room boss, Splithead, is located in the school's basement. Boiler rooms in horror media represent repressed heat, controlled violence, infrastructure that keeps the building functioning through contained fire. Having the boss there suggests the school's hidden violence, the thing in the basement that shouldn't be acknowledged but keeps everything running. Resident Evil used environmental storytelling differently. The Spencer Mansion's architecture revealed Umbrella's secret labs, but the storytelling was through documents, files, notes, diaries. The environments were gothic and oppressive, but they didn't symbolize themes. They housed plot. The police station in Resident Evil 2, being built on an old museum, explains the puzzles, but doesn't symbolize Leon or Claire's psychology. Silent Hill made environments into psychological spaces. Alchemilla Hospital represents medical trauma, yes, but also the institutional setting where Alessa suffered. The clean hospital in the fog world shows what should be a place of healing, but the otherworld hospital reveals the truth, a place of pain, invasive procedures, loss of control. The rust and blood aren't just scarier versions of the hospital. They're what the hospital feels like to someone traumatized there. The series extended this in every entry. Silent Hill 2's apartment buildings are oppressively domestic, full of locked doors and family secrets. Woodside and Blue Creek apartments feel lived in and abandoned simultaneously. The wallpaper is peeling. The furniture is ordinary but unsettling. Televisions play static. You read notes from residents, mundane, sad, revealing small domestic tragedies. The apartments represent ordinary life decayed, normalcy that couldn't be sustained. The prison level represents guilt and punishment, obviously, but the specific design matters. The cells are small. The gallows is the courtyard centerpiece. The visitation rooms have glass partitions. You can see but not reach. Every element reinforces themes of separation, judgment, punishment, isolation. James must navigate these spaces because he's internalized them. He feels imprisoned by guilt, judged by his conscience, separated from Mary even in memory. Toluca Lake Historical Society presents local history, paintings of executioners, displays about the town's past, documentation of disasters. The museum is quiet, informative, seemingly safe. Then you descend the staircase behind a maintenance door, and it keeps going down, impossibly far, way past where a building's basement should end, until you're in the prison complex deep beneath the town. The transition from public historical record to actual historical site literalizes how the town's violence is archived, displayed, but still present beneath surfaces. The Lakeview Hotel is the final location where James and Mary were happy. The normal hotel has guest rooms, a restaurant, areas suggesting romantic getaways. The Otherworld Hotel is flooded, rusted, degraded, the memory of happiness corroded by what happened after. Room 312 contains the videotape that reveals Mary's death wasn't peaceful. The environment reflects the corruption of memory, how James's guilt has poisoned even his happy recollections. This approach required trusting players to pick up on symbolic meaning without explicit narration. The game rarely tells you, this represents X. It shows you, lets you feel it, and trusts that the emotional resonance will communicate. When you fight Abstract Daddy in the Labyrinth, a monster that represents Angela's sexual abuse by her father, the game doesn't explain this. The design, the setting, the context of Angela's earlier appearances, the name itself, all combined to communicate horror that words would cheapen. Environmental design also used repetition and variation to create unease. The same street layout appears in multiple states: fog, otherworld, clean, and each time the feeling changes. Rosewater Park is peaceful the first time, oppressive in the dark pass, liminal and strange when you return to dig up the key. The game makes you see the same spaces differently, which mirrors how trauma recontextualizes memory. A place that felt safe becomes threatening when context shifts. Details matter immensely. Blood patterns suggest events. Body positioning tells stories. Item placement is often narratively justified rather than arbitrary video game logic. In Silent Hill 2, a handgun in an apartment isn't just a gameplay pickup. It suggests the resident's fear, or suicide, or crime. A health drink in a bathroom suggests someone unwell. Ammunition scattered implies panic. The game respects its own reality, which makes the unreality of the other world more effective by contrast. When things break down, you feel it because the baseline was established so carefully. Walls that were wallpaper become rust. Floors that were tile become grating. Ceilings that were plaster become chain link. Each transformation is specific, communicating that the building is being consumed by something industrial, mechanical, hostile. The otherworld aesthetics aren't random. They're specifically industrial, suggesting factories, hospitals, prisons, places where people are processed, controlled, hurt. This broke the rule that game environments are just levels, just challenge spaces decorated to theme. Silent Hill said, environments are texts, they're meanings. They should do emotional and narrative work beyond, this is where the player walks and fights enemies. That philosophy influenced not just horror games, but games generally. The environmental storytelling in titles like BioShock, The Last of Us, What Remains of Edith Finch, and countless others owes something to Silent Hill's pioneering work in making spaces communicate psychology and theme. The structure of dread, pacing as a horror tool. Horror movies understand pacing instinctively. A good horror film knows when to be quiet, when to spike tension, when to release it. Jump scares are most effective after long, quiet moments. Gore impacts when preceded by suggestion. Dread builds through rhythm, through the space between threats. Games struggle with this because player agency disrupts directorial control. A player might decide to wait in a safe room for 10 minutes, might rush ahead skipping all atmosphere, might spend an hour searching for items and breaking tension through thoroughness. How do you pace horror when you can't control the player's speed? Silent Hill found ways to pace horror despite player agency. The opening is masterclass pacing. You start in the car, drive to the observation deck, proceed into town, and within minutes you're in the foggy streets with the radio crackling. The game gives you just enough normal time, walking, looking around, before introducing strangeness. Then the alley chase sequence happens. You can't see what's pursuing you. You're running blind, and when you're cornered by a dead end with bodies hanging on a fence, the screen fades to black. This is brilliant. You're set up for a nightmare chase, given a brief taste of being hunted, then it cuts before it becomes tedious, or you see too much. When Harry wakes in Cafe 5 to 2, the pacing resets. You're given time to breathe, to explore a safe space, to collect yourself and gather supplies. The game could have thrown you straight into danger, but instead, it teaches you that sanctuaries exist. Then an air screamer breaks the window and the game begins properly, but you've had that breath, that moment of false safety, which makes the intrusion more effective. Compare this to Resident Evil's opening. You're dropped into action immediately. Dogs chase you, Barry or Wesker saves you. You enter the mansion and within minutes, you're encountering zombies. The pacing is faster, more action-oriented. Silent Hill is patient. It lets you sit with unease before delivering threat. This rhythm, tension, release, exploration, tension, continues throughout. Safe rooms with save points are genuinely safe. Enemies never enter them. This isn't just mechanical convenience. It teaches you that sanctuaries exist, which makes leaving them harder. You sit in front of the save point, you're healed, you're safe, and you have to choose to step back into the hostile environment. That choice has emotional weight. Resident Evil's save rooms felt safe too, but the item boxes made them feel like storage spaces, functional rooms. Silent Hill's save points are refuge, marked by that melancholic music that becomes Pavlovian comfort. Boss encounters are space to allow recovery. After the split-head fight in the school, you return to Fog World and can explore without immediate threat. After the twin feeler in the town center, you have a clear path for a while. The game gives you time to process, to manage inventory, to find supplies before the next major encounter. It respects that constant tension becomes numbing. Horror needs valleys to make peaks effective. This is something horror media has long understood, but games often forget. John Carpenter's Halloween has long sequences of Michael Myers just watching. The Shining has extended scenes of normalcy between horror moments. Alien is mostly people talking in corridors. The horror punctuates. It doesn't dominate. Games, with their focus on fun and engaging gameplay, often feel the need to constantly throw things at the player. Silent Hill trusts that walking through empty, foggy streets is engaging, that searching an abandoned hospital is tense even without enemies. That atmosphere is gameplay. The otherworld transitions work as pacing tools. The siren announces a shift, which creates anticipation. You know something is about to change. The actual transformation takes moments, during which you're helpless, watching the world corrupt. Then you're in the nightmare state, which is more hostile but also more intense. When you defeat the boss or achieve the objective and return to Fog World, the relief is palpable. The game has given you a break without ending the horror entirely. You're back in the fog, which is scary, but it's not the other world, which was scarier. Silent Hill 2 refined this further. The entire first hour or more is exploration with minimal combat. You walk the streets, enter empty buildings, piece together the town's geography. The game is building dread through absence. Where is everyone? Why are you here? What's going on? When enemies do appear, they're sparse at first. A lying figure here, a mannequin there. You learn their behavior without being overwhelmed. The pacing escalates carefully. Apartments are more hostile than streets. Hospital is worse than apartments. Prison deeper than hospital. Hotel is the culmination, but even then, the game gives you breathing room. Long corridors to walk, puzzles to solve, moments where you're not being attacked but you're still tense because attack could come. This creates sustained anxiety rather than just jump scares or action sequences. The game also uses different types of tension in sequence. Combat tension, enemies nearby, radio crackling, puzzle tension. Time isn't a factor, but you need to figure something out. Exploration tension, checking every room, not knowing what you'll find. Chase tension, being pursued, needing to escape. Each creates different psychological states, and cycling through them keeps the horror from becoming monotonous. This broke multiple game design rules. 1. Players need constant engagement. Silent Hill says no. Walking through empty spaces is engaging if the atmosphere is right. 2. Pacing should escalate constantly. Silent Hill says no. De-escalation is essential. Valleys make peaks. 3. Horror needs constant stimulation. Silent Hill says no. Horror needs space to breathe. Anticipation is scarier than reveal. Modern horror games learned these lessons. Outlast uses chase sequences sparingly, knowing constant running becomes exercise. Resident Evil 7 gives you the Baker house to explore before things escalate. Alien Isolation understands that the xenomorph is scarier when it's not always present. These games respect pacing, understand rhythm, know when to push and when to let the player breathe. Silent Hill taught that lesson in 1999. The mechanics of fear, save systems and resource management. Resident Evil used ink ribbons. You found typewriters in safe rooms, but to save you needed to spend an ink ribbon. This made saving a resource decision. Do I save now or wait until I have more progress to preserve? It's a clever system that creates tension around the save mechanic itself. But it also meant players could be locked into bad situations if they saved at the wrong time. Low health, no healing items, hard boss ahead. Silent Hill said no. The save points, marked by red squares in SH1, notebooks and various objects in later games, are free and unlimited. You can save as often as you want. This seems like it reduces tension, right? If you can save constantly, death has no stakes. But Silent Hill understood something else. The fear of losing progress isn't the same as the fear the horror creates, and confusing the two can backfire. Making save points free and clearly marked did several things. First, it removed the punishment for exploration. You could experiment, try different approaches, see what happened in situations without fearing you'd lose hours of progress. Second, it made death less frustrating and more about the experience. When you died to split head, you reloaded from right before the fight, not from 30 minutes ago. This kept frustration from overwhelming horror. Third, and most importantly, it allowed players to stop playing comfortably. Horror games are exhausting. You can't marathon them the way you can action games. Silent Hill respected this by making save points frequent enough that you could play for an hour, reach a save point, and stop without losing progress. This was respectful of player time and psychology. Compare this to survival horror games that use punishing save systems. Older Resident Evil games could strand you in bad situations, survive the Spencer Mansion on hard mode, and you might reach a boss fight with minimal ammo and health, having saved right before, and your only option is to either restart entirely or beat the boss through perfect play. This creates a different kind of tension. Stakes are high, mistakes are costly, but it also creates frustration. Silent Hill chose immersion over punishment. It wanted you to feel scared, not mad. Death in horror should be horrifying, not annoying. When you die in Silent Hill, the screen often shows a disturbing image. Harry consumed by darkness, James pulled into water, Heather's death scenes. These are disturbing, hitting the emotional horror note. Then you reload near where you died and try again. The game doesn't waste your time. It tries to scare you. Resource management in Silent Hill works differently too. Health items and ammunition are scarce, yes, but not as brutally as some survival horror games. You usually have enough to get through if you're somewhat careful. The game isn't about perfect resource optimization. It's about feeling vulnerable and making risk assessments. Resident Evil makes you count bullets. You know a zombie takes 3 handgun rounds or 1 shotgun shell, so you can calculate exactly what you need for an area. You can knife-only run large sections if you're skilled. The game is almost mathematical in resource management. Silent Hill is murkier. You don't know exactly how many hits a groaner will take. You don't know if this encounter will be easy or costly. Resources feel scarce, but you're rarely completely out of options. This creates anxiety without frustration. You're worried about running out, but you probably won't. You're conserving ammunition, but you usually have enough. The fear of scarcity is doing more work than actual scarcity. This is clever design. Create the feeling without the harsh mechanical punishment. The game also doesn't punish you much for using items. If you heal, you heal. If you use ammo, you use it. The game doesn't lock endings behind resource optimization. Some games withhold rewards if you save too much or use too many continues. Silent Hill's ending system tracks behavior, yes, but not resource use. You're free to play however you need to play, which reduces stress around mechanical optimization and keeps focus on the horror. This design philosophy continued through the series with variations. Silent Hill 3 had a shop where you could buy supplies, which seems game-breaking. Can't you just buy infinite healing? But the currency was limited, and the shop felt surreal enough that it didn't break immersion. It solved the problem of players running completely out of resources without resorting to item hunt backtracking. Silent Hill 4 used a different structure, a safe apartment and dangerous other worlds, but kept frequent save points and reasonable resource availability. The later Western-developed entries sometimes misunderstood this, making resources too scarce, making the game frustrating, or too plentiful, removing survival horror tension, showing how careful the balance was in the originals. Modern horror games show Silent Hill's influence here. Resident Evil 7 brought back fear and vulnerability, but also made saves free at tape recorders, learning that punishment saves often just frustrate. The Evil Within series initially tried punishing resource management and was criticized for it, easing the balance in later entries. Most modern horror games give you enough to work with while maintaining tension, understanding what Silent Hill taught. The feeling of scarcity matters more than actual brutal scarcity. The symbolism of the other world, the siren sounds, the world shifts, streets of the fog world Silent Hill, unsettling but navigable, transform into nightmare. Metal grating replaces pavement. Chain link fences appear where walls stood. Blood stains everything. Ambient industrial noise fills the air. This is the other world, Silent Hill's most distinctive structural element, and understanding what it represents has been debated since 1999. The most basic reading: the other world is the town's true nature revealed. The fog world is denial, a dulled perception. The other world is reality without filters, the horror beneath normalcy exposed. When you're in the fog world, you're seeing Silent Hill as it presents itself, empty, quiet, sad. When you're in the other world, you're seeing it as it is, hostile, industrial, bleeding, but it's more complex than that. Official materials from Team Silent, particularly the Book of Lost Memories, tie the other world to Alessa Gillespie specifically. Her pain from being burned in the ritual, her long coma, her suffering in hospitals, all of this warped reality around her. The other world is her nightmare made physical, leaking into reality and transforming spaces according to her trauma. This explains the specific aesthetics. Why industrial? Why hospitals and prisons and factories? Because these are the settings of Alessa's experience. She was in hospitals. She felt trapped and controlled. The cult treated her body as a vessel, not a person, so the world becomes rusty metal, grating you can be seen through, chain link cages, industrial fixtures that evoke both medical equipment and factory processing. Everything becomes institutional, mechanical, dehumanizing. The other world's design drew from specific influences. Art director Masahiro Ito has discussed the visual influences. Francis Bacon paintings with their distorted figures and oppressive spaces, industrial photography, medical equipment. The PS1's technical limitations also shaped it. Wire mesh ceilings were easier to render than solid geometry, and the effect worked so well they became intentional. But notice what the other world isn't. It isn't Gothic. Resident Evil's mansion is Gothic horror, Baroque, Victorian, aristocratic decay. Dracula's castle aesthetics. The other world in Silent Hill is industrial, modern in a wrong way, mechanical. It's not the horror of the past, Gothic, or nature, wilderness, but the horror of systems, institutions, machinery. This reflects late 20th century anxieties, not haunted castles but hospitals, not monsters but industrial accidents, not nature but infrastructure. Silent Hill too refined and personalized this. James's otherworld reflects his specific guilt. Mannequins and nurses suggest his sexual frustration and Mary's medical decline. The prison and gallows represent judgment. The hotel's decay represents corrupted memory. Each protagonist theoretically sees their own version of the other world, though this is never explicitly stated. The game suggests it through enemy design. Why would Angela's otherworld, fire everywhere, look different from James's, if not because it's personal? This made the otherworld not just scary, but meaningful. It's not just the scary version, it's the psychological version, the trauma made architectural. This influenced countless games. The Dark World in Alan Wake is the manuscript made real. The nightmares in Max Payne are psychological breaks. The hallucinations in Eternal Darkness adapt to character psychology. These games understood. Alternate realities can be thematic, symbolic, character-specific. The transformation itself is horrifying, often marked by the siren, but not always. Sometimes you walk through a door and the world has changed. Sometimes you look away and look back and everything is different. The unpredictability removes control. You can't prepare for the shift. It happens when the game decides. This breaks player agency, which is uncomfortable in interactive media. Games are about control, about input and response. Silent Hill takes control away at these moments, makes you watch the transformation, puts you in a hostile environment you didn't choose to enter. The return to Fog World creates relief without safety. When you defeat the boss or complete the objective and the other world recedes, you're not in a safe space. You're back in the fog, which is still Silent Hill, which is still hostile, but the relative safety feels like a gift. The game teaches you to be grateful for the Fog World, which was scary initially, but becomes comfortable compared to the other world. This emotional manipulation is clever, making one level of horror feel safe by introducing a worse level. Later games experimented with the otherworld concept. Silent Hill 3 had more organic, fleshy otherworld sections that looked like the insides of a body. Silent Hill 4 trapped you in an apartment that slowly decayed, bringing otherworld aesthetics into your safe space. Silent Hill Origins added mirrors that let you transition at will, making the otherworld a tool rather than just a transformation. Each variation explored different possibilities of the concept. The Western-developed games often misunderstood this. They used the otherworld shift as a level gimmick, now it's scarier, without understanding the symbolism. Silent Hill, Homecoming's otherworld felt generic, scary for scary's sake. Silent Hill, Downpour's otherworld was a chase sequence with the void-consuming areas, which was mechanically different but thematically unclear. These games copied the shift without understanding what it represented. The otherworld worked because it meant something. It wasn't just aesthetic variety. It was psychological reality made physical, trauma made architectural, the horror beneath surfaces revealed. When done right, the shift was profound. You're seeing the truth now, and it's worse than you imagined. When done wrong, it was just the red scary version of the level, which is superficial. The legacy of breaking rules. Silent Hill arrived in 1999 and changed what horror games could be. It broke rules deliberately and successfully, proving that conventions exist to serve certain goals, and when your goals are different, the conventions can be discarded. Make players weak instead of strong, use silence instead of constant audio, obscure vision instead of providing clear sight lines, trust symbolism over explanation, pace carefully instead of constantly escalating, make saving convenient instead of punishing, use hardware limitations as artistic choices, prioritize mood over mechanics. These weren't just different choices, they were opposite choices, inversions of what worked in other games. The influence is incalculable. Every horror game after Silent Hill existed in its shadow. Some learned the right lessons. Vulnerability is engaging, atmosphere is gameplay, psychological horror is viable. Some learned the wrong lessons, copy the fog and rust, without understanding why they worked. Some rejected Silent Hill's approach and did something else entirely, but even that rejection was a response to Silent Hill's success. The series itself had a troubled life. Team Silent disbanded after Silent Hill 4. Western developers took over and often missed what made the originals special. Homecoming made the protagonist a soldier and added combat combos, completely missing the vulnerability point. Downpour added open-world elements and side missions, diluting the focused horror. These games weren't terrible, but they weren't Silent Hill in the way the originals were. But the influence remained. Fatal Frame used cameras instead of weapons, making photography the combat mechanic. Amnesia removed combat entirely, making you completely defenseless. Outlast followed Amnesia's lead. These games took Silent Hill's lesson about vulnerability and pushed it further. Dead Space used limited sightlines and audio design heavily influenced by Yamaoka's work. Alan Wake built entire mechanics around light and darkness, about storytelling and horror as overlapping concepts. The 2024 Silent Hill 2 remake by Bloober Team showed the series might have life yet. By respecting the original's design philosophy while updating the technology, the remake found commercial and critical success. It proved Silent Hill's rule-breaking still works, that the approach wasn't just viable in 1999, but remains compelling 25 years later. Horror as a genre in games is now expected to be psychological, symbolic, atmospheric. Open combat is for action games. Horror games make you weak or remove combat entirely. Resource management is expected to create tension without frustration. Environments should tell stories through design, not just house combat encounters. Multiple interpretations and ambiguous endings are respected. These are norms now, but they weren't before Silent Hill. The game proved that horror games could be art, could be analyzed in academic papers, could be texts worth studying, not just playing. It showed that games could tackle mature themes with sophistication, could operate on symbolic levels, could refuse to explain everything and trust players to interpret. Most importantly for us tonight, Silent Hill proved that horror can be analyzed, understood, and appreciated without losing its power. We can discuss fog as both technical limitation and artistic choice. We can examine combat design and understand why clumsiness serves horror. We can map the symbolism of the other world and recognize the craft in monster design. The horror survives explanation because it's well crafted, because the scares aren't just mechanical tricks but emotionally resonant moments built on solid thematic foundations.